Okay. It appears to be working. Oh.
It appears to be working. We are back on YouTube. And let me just delete the other one that failed. 6 minutes. Jesus. Just fucking around with that for 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Shady, you're on. Your baby's mom was a crazy blob. She was a fat bitch, like... I got nothing. So, what should we get into here? Let's see. So I figured we would, damn, I had to close all my tabs again and restart my computer so I don't have, I don't have everything open like I planned on having it. Let's see if I can bust some books out here. I mean, these even really weren't the books I was playing. I also couldn't get the video that I was playing in because the internet was being retarded. That's not the book I was looking for. So yeah, where should we start? I'm not starting with that book. I did invite some guests, but the links broke, so now everything's fucked. All that. I invited like 20 guests, and now the link's not gonna work. Oh well. Well, I'm putting a link in the chat if anyone wants to come on. Let's see here. And let's see. Okay, so now I gotta send the link back through Facebook to myself. Well, to get on my phone and then take that link and put it on Twitter. So this will take a second. Okay. Uno momento, por favor. That's my English version of Spanish. The English. Okay. Let's see. I just gotta resend all the links again. I did invite Ralph Epperson. Hopefully he's not sending the link like, oh, it's a dead link. Fuck him. I don't think Ralph would come on anyways. Oh yeah. Okay, so what I wanted to bring up, well, I guess we'll start off with something simple, just to get the brain clicking.
It's better to keep people occupied. We've known that for a long time. That's why science, that's why politics is called political science. There is a method to
cleaned up a little bit there, but
note that today, every morning, 70 make the law. This is just a large heads of state, as you'll see. For magicians, everything else for the United States during the Second World War. Exactly what we're talking about here, a double cross. If we understand where that word came from, double cross.
No, I'm going to leave this on for a minute.
Implies that you've been deceived or been cheated or something.
Double cross.
It's a symbol that means something, and I'll show you how it is incorporated into politics. Double cross, like here, and of course on Exxon you have the double cross. And I had a letter from the Exxon Corporation asking them if that was the double cross of Eastern Freemasonry, and they said yes. That's why we did it that way. So, I mean, they don't mind telling you if you are smart enough to figure it out. They'll tell you. You write them, and they'll be very honest with you. Here's interesting. This is probably familiar to you. The five-pointed inverted pentagram is generally, the inverted pentagram is regarded as something representing evil. The five-pointed pentagram.
I got the window open.
Of course, being
in here.
If you take the arms off of a pentagram, the star, and when you have just the inside, you have what is called a pentagon. That's why the United States has a pentagon. The pentagon is a symbol.
That's a great one.
That's why, incidentally, Chrysler can use the pentagon symbol as a Chrysler symbol, because they're the ones that produced all of the half-tracks and tanks and everything else for the United States during the Second World War. For the Pentagon, they still use the symbol of the pentagon. But what's interesting is that this is an upside down with the pointing down, the two pointing up, and this is a symbol, of course, as I said, representing the devil, and you see a lot of these killers and rapists and murderers, with the 5-pointed pentagram. Here it is again, just showing you how it has its connotation with the pointing down being the devil. Here's the first synagogue in Los Angeles of the B'nai B'rith in 1873, and up here, what do you see, is the inverted pentagram. We're talking about this is the first synagogue in Los Angeles, and they're using an inverted pentagram, which everyone knows is associated from the earliest ages in the Middle Ages with devils.
Damn it. Okay? I don't think anybody's would come on.
Here's the seven-rayed kingdom of God, how the seven flames and the seven candles of light. Incidentally, the seven-candle lampstand in the synagogue, the seven candles represent the seven lights of the heavens: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the sun, and the moon. The seven ancient gods of the ancient world. So when you see the seven candle, that's a very holy seven-candle lampstand. No, it just represents the seven little lights in the heavens. And each one of those lights represented a god. Each one of those gods represented a day. So therefore, we have 7 days of the week to honor the seven-candle lampstand of the seven ancient gods of the world. It's all very metaphysical. It's all very strange, and it's all very well put together. If you understand how it works.
Let's see.
Here's the shell oil. To give you an idea, let me back it up. I moved too quick on that. Here's the Panorama Mall, has an emblem, a symbol, and I put the shell symbol next to it so you can see what we're talking about here in shell is the sun rising between two triangles. The sun rising between, that's a sunrise, it's not a shell. Just like the Toyota, you see the sun rising, and I wrote a letter to the Shell Oil Corporation, and I sent them pictures like this, and I had some extensive research material I sent with them and said, is this true? Is this not, in fact, a shell, but it is a sunrise, which is a symbol of a secret society in Europe, and it is used in this way? And they said, yes. They wrote back and said, yes, it is a secret society symbol. It's been used for the last 100 years. Prince Bernard of the Netherlands was a member of this secret society. And so when you drive by a shell, just remember, it's not a shell, it's a sunrise of a secret society, and I'll get into that, what it means later. And it's just to show you how emblems and symbols all around us, and we don't even know what they mean. Here's another one. The 8-pointed star is 2 squares superimposed on each other. Get it better. There's a square here and a square here, and it's called the double square of Freemasonry. The reason for the double square, the first square means that you play fair and square. You know, when you play baseball, you play baseball down at the town square, and if you, anything which is legitimate and right according to the secret societies is square. You play fair and square. And if you go to jail, they'll give you 3 square meals. It's fair. It's the right thing to do, right? And so the whole idea is square means that everything which is right and legal and just and everything's squared. So that's why even in court they say, well, your testimony doesn't square with the facts. It's square means things which are right and correct. When you superimpose another square, the implications of the second square, which you will see, means disorder. It's the intertwining of both order and disorder, meaning that you have the power over what is right and correct, and you also have the power over disorder and things which are not right and which are not correct. And so the same people control both chaos and order. Incidentally, that's why you have, well, I better not get into that because that's going to come up in a minute. Here it is again, the double square Freemasonry.
Square.
The chevron oil is actually the double square Freemasonry. See, this is 2 squares. Oh, wait a minute. This is 2 squares. What this chevron is, and that's the word chevron. You'll see on the military, the police wear them on their arms, and the military wears the insignias of power. They're called chevrons because they are squares. It's a box. That's a box, and this is a box, and this box is sitting on top of that box. And if you draw a line, for a triangle back here, you'll see it's 2 square boxes sitting on top of each other. It's referred to as the double square or the chevron of Freemasonry, the double square of Freemasonry, okay? And so it implies that the powers that be in this world have both control over revolution, trouble, anarchy, and they have control over good government and over righteous government. So they can do whatever they want. You want to have a good government or bad government, they can do the same. They can do whatever they want because they got the money and they got the power. Here in England, of course, it's more appropriate in England, is the double square Freemasonry in London at the Parliament. It even says the octagonal Central Library in London has the double square Freemasonry. And of course, I think it's appropriate there because they do, in fact, finance and organize and direct all over the world. All kinds of bloodshed and violence all over the world is being organized, directed, and financed by the United States government and the British government together, Britain and America, are the reason for violence and the chaos that we're seeing throughout the world today. In Yugoslavia, it's all been planned. This is all part of something that the United States is doing in the Middle East right now, and Yugoslavia is going to pay for it. Again, we have the double square. All right. Here is the double square Freemasonry worn by the Queen. And this square is, the Masonic square is referred to as the Knights of Malta square. This one is the British square Freemasonry. The Knights of Malta, you'll see it's like four little triangles coming together, but they don't actually have a point in the middle. It's just a round or a nothingness in the middle. You'll see that again in Arco, where the four little points come together, but nothing in the middle. The Knights of Malta is, the square of Knights of Malta is the pyramid from the top, looking down on the pyramid of Egypt without the capstone. That's because, remember, on the dollar bill, the capstone is not connected to the body of the pyramid. So here is flying over the top of the pyramid, looking down on the Great Pyramid, you don't have a point because the chief cornerstone is not on the pyramid. And I just threw this in, I don't know why, but I did. Here's Under Life in Fascism. I wanted to make the point about political symbols. We hear a lot of people talking on radio and television about fascism and how bad the fascists are and fascism this and fascism that. Well, in most cases, fascism or fascists have come to power after the nation has suffered an economic collapse. Are we having problems economically or what? Right? A military defeat, Vietnam, and some other disaster. The fascist party wins mass support by promising to revive the economy and restore national pride. And that's exactly what the government's saying today. They need to restore national pride.
Restore.
Get Clinton in there to be president. And no one seems to realize Bill Clinton, as a Rhodes Scholar, trained at England and London, England, and Oxford University, bought and paid for by the Rockefeller Foundation, financed and organized his education. He is nothing more than a yes man for the power elites in this country. They want another enemy because it looks good.
Somebody thinks Castro is a communist.
Which is, I'm saying that's what we have here. And the government also controls newspapers, or radio, and other means of communication. That's why I'm not on nationwide television, right? And it issues propaganda to promote its policies, and boy, this government does that. Let's see. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. This is interesting. A secret police force crushes any resistance. I like the word crush, because that's what they do. You get in their way, they come out and beat your brains out, right? So, here is a symbol of fascism. I thought I had one.
You get in the way, they beat your brains out. That's what he says.
A bundle of sticks with a hatchet head. Here is another. Incidentally, you always see the red shield. In England, the story of Robin Hood.
We should try to invite some big fish.
Comes from Robin Hood. Always in the movie Robin Hood, which Errol Flynn played in. At the very beginning, Errol Flynn is standing behind a red shield. He's standing here. It says Robin Hood. Why? Because the red shield is German for Rothschild. The Rothschilds of England were a German Jewish family in England who took over the Bank of England and took over 5 other banks in Europe and became known as the Rothschild banking dynasty of the world. the richest banking dynasty on earth. Okay?
Rothschild.
Rothschild in German. Roth is red and shield is flag or a shield. So Rothschild is red shield. And red shield, everybody in Europe knew that the Rothschilds were the biggest murdering bunch of thieves and thugs the world's ever known. Oh, sure, they're very wealthy and they get banks, but nonetheless, these are just high-class thugs. And so they were called hoods, and that's where we get the word hoods. They went around the world robbing, and that's why they're called Robin Hood. Robin Hood is the hood that was robbing people in the Sherwood Forest, and that's where the home of the Rothschilds was, in the Sherwood Forest, the Robin Hood.
Yeah, so everybody's got the story mixed up.
Rothschild, and one of the symbols was the fasci, or this is a symbol for world fascism. And fascist was an authoritarian political movement that developed in Italy, several other European countries in 1919. Its name was derived from the fasces, this thing here, an ancient Roman symbol of authority consisting of a bundle of rods and an axe. That's incidentally why we had Axis powers in the Second World War. Here's the bundle of sticks with the axe, and this is on an American symbol. This is on the back of the dime, the symbol for fascism on the back of the American dime. There it is. I mean, this is a fascist country, and it says fascism is a dirty, evil government that takes over and controls the people. Well, of course it does. That's what's happening to us. We've been taken over and controlled by fascists. And why? And here it is, the President of the United States standing here giving a State of the Union message, and what's on each side of him? But fascis. This is in the Congress.
Well, I'll be darned.
Symbols of power for the President is two large fascis. Very few people have ever noticed them. They're looking at this guy, and they don't even see these symbols of world fascist power. Okay? And in case you're so blind you can't see, I blew one up and make sure you can see it. That is a fasci. A bundle of sticks with a hatchet head, and it was used in Rome. Let me explain why it's a bundle of sticks. The idea was in the Roman Empire that Rome could not police the world. What Rome needed to do was to collectivize a police force. That's why George Bush keeps talking about it's not just us in the Middle East. It's not just us in the Middle East. It's a conglomerate. It's a group of us. We merely represent a contingent of a group of nations there. It's not just America. That's the concept of fascism. It's not one stick. It's many sticks joined together with a hatchet head. So one person, one government can't do it, Bush says. What we need is a united nations where we can all unite our sticks together, and now we got power. Now everybody crawls on
We're not a fascist cult. Jesus Christ.
Because they have a collective consensus of fascist rulers. All these guys get together. That's like the East Side Mafia getting together with the West Side and bringing in the New York boys and some of the
we don't believe in
on
anything.
the West
That's
Coast.
what kind of cult we are.
Let's put this thing together and really rape these people good. And that's what the symbol of fascism means. They now have an axe tied together with a consensus of power. We have a fascist world government right here in America. Here's the United States Senate. Two fascis on the Senate.
Oh, there they go.
And even in playing cards, you got fascis with the king and the jack. That means something.
It's an old
There's
symbol.
a reason why the ace is the highest card in the deck.
This
That's
isn't really the high point of the
Aces
lecture
are
that
always
he
higher
does.
than the king.
It's good and entertaining, but
Here's another symbol, a geometric symbol used in Freemasonry by these secret societies, a triangle, the pyramid, within the circle again. And incidentally, the pyramid or the triangle is important because it goes back to the old pyramid of Cheops, which incidentally, I don't know if you know this, but the big pyramid in
that wasn't its original name, though.
Pyramid of Cheops in Egypt has no peak. It has no point. It has no point on it. The chief cornerstone of the point never was there. And the circle represents, of course, the sun. This is the sun, always the circle. And it has to do with Stonehenge. Stonehenge is a symbol for the sun in the old ancient Anglo-Saxon Germanic secret society. So that's why Stonehenge and the pyramid are connected. The numerology and Stonehenge and the pyramid are both the same.
It's a complicated
a lot
subject.
of interesting stuff there when you get into the numerology of the pyramid and Stonehenge. But here's an example of how symbols are used. All right, here's a dictionary of Freemasonry, and here, I'll blow it up, You'll see the triangle and the circle again, and here's the cross and
Triangle
the
and
crown. And
circle.
we'll go through that in Holy Bible, and the G again for God, which is actually geometry. But this is the triangle and the circle, okay? It's because of the triangle and
Wow,
the circle
Jesus.
here.
God damn it, I just
And it
ripped
has to do with God,
the wrong
the
end.
symbol of God. It's used in Freemasonry.
Son of a
It's,
bitch.
again, we'll go
That
through,
takes
here's the
horrible.
Bible,
Ugh.
Star of David, and up here at the top.
Okay.
Oh, and here it is. But over here on the bottom is called the Royal Arch. You may have heard of that in Freemasonry, the Royal Arch degree. And there it is again. And here you'll see it used in churches. The School of Theology
That was
at Claremont.
retarded.
Yeah. You see it right there?
God damn.
Used in churches because Claremont School of Theology is a Masonic college. It's financed,
Maybe I
organized, and
should throw
directed
this one out.
by a secret society in Europe. Yeah. And but people don't realize that.
Yeah, I'm throwing that
Because
one
it's a
out.
holy, it's
Jesus.
a church. It has to be holy. And there's nothing holy about it. This is a
fuck.
very
Can't even
powerful
waste a
secret
cigarette.
societies operating throughout the world, behind our government and behind governments throughout the world. And they have tied themselves in and set up what they call a religious
least the tobacco saved me
establishment.
from
And a religious
breathing in a
establishment
bunch of
is
burnt
nothing more than
fucking,
a front man for a very
cigarette
powerful
filter.
secret societies operating in the world. So they may look holy, but you better do your homework. There's more to religion than meets the eye. Here's the king
Designed
and
for
queen
the
of
great
England with the
Aoka.
triangle and the circle above them. And incidentally, this is a whole different subject of the British royalty.
Okay.
The reason why we call them the royal family comes from Egypt. Osiris, Isis, and Horus were the original trinity in Egypt that was referred to in Egypt as the Holy Family, the royal family. That's where they get the
Go
royal
backwards
family.
and
The
retarded.
triangle, the pyramid.
I'm going retarded over here.
God's son, Horus, rising. And so there's nothing holy about these people at all, okay? And
You
when the
cannot
King of
stop my
England,
retard strength.
interesting, when the King of England becomes king, the Archbishop of Canterbury, like we have our religious, I don't even know who it is, but when the King of England is crowned king, listen to what the Archbishop of Canterbury has the king say in his inauguration ceremony. Prince Charles, if he becomes king, incidentally he won't, but if he did become king, would say upon taking the throne, the Archbishop says, "You are now being crowned King of England for Jesus Christ. You are sitting on the throne of David for Jehovah, the God of the Old Testament. You are, in fact, Messiah, waiting for, or Shiloh, who is waiting for the Messiah to come back. So you are going to rule God's kingdom until Jesus Christ comes back." That's what the king is told in his initiation rites. The King of England sits on the throne of the God of the Old Testament for Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He represents God's kingdom. And of course we understand that God's kingdom is going to unite the world in some wonderful paradise condition.
People don't understand what
and
these
therefore
religions really mean.
England is referred to as the United
A lot more than
Kingdom.
what you think.
So this is
all a bunch
it's
of
very,
bullshit.
very interesting
Bring in
when
the
you
real
see
meaning.
where royalty comes from. They actually believe that God put them there. They're a holy family. But the whole thing is based on Egypt, pyramids, triangles. Give you an idea. El
I think
Salvador
my
has the triangle, and they have the circle and
Get
triangle.
the idea.
Prince Andrew is the Duke of York.
Okay.
The Duke of York, the York Rite Freemasons come to America. When America was founded, the first thing they did when the Columbians came over, the York Rite Freemasons came over. And they set up what they call New York. And New York is the Empire State. That's why we have an Empire State Building. New York is the Empire State because it's the new state of the empire, of the New World. It's the New World's Empire State. And the Empire Strikes Back. We get into George Lucas, Steven Spielberg with their Empire Strikes Back and all of that kind of stuff. Because there's symbolism in these Indiana Jones and all that, Star Wars stuff. But anyway, here's a Scottish Rite.
By the way,
3 degrees. That's the reason why you have degrees.
China and Russia have been testing nukes recently underground. That sounds fun, doesn't it? Isn't that just that should be mainstream news? Russia and China tested nukes underground. Mainstream news, that should be.
The Freemasonry. See, the first, second, and third degree that at the third degree, that's why, incidentally, when you're in court or the cops pick you up, they give you the third degree. Right? Reason because the police department is a Masonic order. They wear the Masonic symbols of power on their arm. Incidentally, that's why they call the armed forces, because they use their arm to beat your brains out. And here's the 3 layers of Freemasonry: first, second, and third degree. They're giving you the third degree. Then once you become a Freemason, you can either go into the Scottish Rite or you can go into the York Rite. The Scottish Rite is referred to as the Egyptian Rite. Everything that they teach and believe is based on Egypt. Or you go into the York Rite, and everything they teach and believe is based on the old York order, which is supposedly called Christian. Right? So at the here again, you have the Royal Arch Masons. Royal Arch is very important with the triangle and the circle, and there's the Knights Templar emblem again with the cross and the crown. The Order of the Red Cross is one of them, and here's the Order of Malta. When you're giving money to the Red Cross, just remember where it's going. It's going to a Masonic order. And that's why, incidentally, Red Cross can go behind enemy lines.
It's hard to find news
during wartime and negotiate for prisoners. Why can they go behind enemy lines and you can't? Because they're part of the war. They are part of the establishment. They operate on both sides. So we got Royal Arch Masons with the triangle representing the pyramid within the sun. We got the Red Cross, the Order of Malta, and that's why Bush went to the island of Malta. They have this summit. And the summit is the top of a mountain, and the pyramid is the old mountain of God. And here's the York Rite with the Order of Knights Templar again.
This is funny.
Now I'm just showing you this so that
the NPR claims, the NPR's headline for it: the U.S. claims China is conducting secret nuclear tests. Here's what that means. There's no claim. It's definitely happening. Fucking China and Russia. Rolled out.
Here is again. It says the pilgrimage to Virginia of the Knights Templars, with the cross and the crown, and the Star of David with the Masonic handshake. That's the
I don't think that's really
Knights Templar Masonic order. Here it is on the Watchtower Society of Jehovah's Witnesses.
The cross and the crown.
A lot of people don't. Poor Jehovah's Witnesses. The man that founded their order, Charles Cas Russell, was in fact a York Rite Freemason. He was financed out of London, England, by Lord Philippi de Rothschild. His money came from England to found an order called British Israel Freemasonry. He is nothing more than a Freemasonic conspirator.
According to the Bible, he rejected the crown for Lucifer,
take over our banking
and then
government.
The story mirrored the story of Gideon, which everybody's blind to.
On their knees and wait for God's kingdom, and Jehovah's going to come and save you. Don't bet on it. Cross and the Crown Lutheran Church.
Does anybody know what the story of Gideon is? Why that's relevant?
It's many places. Kingdom Identity Ministries, we got the cross and the crown. It's found in different churches throughout. Here it is again. These are like, what am I trying to say? A catalog for religious symbols and.
Yeah. Okay. So it's funny, because Mr. OTO and I don't know if he's OTO, but Mr. Timothy Leary said, "Make something you can chant." So make it so you can chant it. And that it's funny because his apprentice Terrence McKenna said the exact opposite. He said, "Never follow anything that you can chant." Don't follow that. Don't follow that shit.
There's a grinning chest-eye cat with his, and he's got the cross and the crown. So when you go to churches and you see this cross and the crown, just know there ain't nothing holy about it. It don't represent nothing holy. It represents a very powerful secret society. Same people who are printing your money are directing the churches. Freemasonic orders. Here's Christian Science, cross and the crown. Mary Baker Eddy's husband was a Freemason in Germany. He was connected to the cross and the crown of the York Rite. You find it everywhere. And I'm just making a point, and the point I'm making here is that so many things that we see in churches we think are religious, we haven't got the faintest idea.
You should probably unfollow everybody with 1 million followers. At least they'll need political society and stuff.
Commitment to Christ, and what they have Masonic symbols on the.
If it's some loser video gamer with $1 million, you don't really have to worry about that.
The Methodist Hospital right over there, walking distance. Methodist Hospital, Southern California, Masonic emblems from Europe with the cross and the crown. And they're called, incidentally, those this is interesting. Those Freemasons who are operating out of hospitals are referred to as Knights Hospitallers. They are the Knights Hospitallers. They are the ones that have control over the health in America. The American Medical Association, the American Health Associations, all hospitals come under the Knights Templars, or what they call the Knights Hospitallers. So when you hear all this crying and complaining on the news by the politicians talking about the absolutely prohibitive cost of medical care, what they're saying is our brothers in the Knights of
you want communism.
Need some more money. So they're jacking up everything. We're being had. We're being had by some very powerful secret societies that control our very life. Everything we see, everything we hear, our food is dominated by them. They're putting chemicals in our food. They're killing our people. They're beating people up in the street. They don't really care. These are fascists. They don't care a thing about you or anybody else. They have only one thing in mind, and that is the direct control over the human race. It's called the New World Order. Here's a community Bible church over in Van Nuys, off of Van Nuys Boulevard. Incidentally, you'll see pyramids all over it and triangles. And here's the front. And inside, you can't see it too well. I got to do a better picture of that. But anyway, it's the cross and the crown. Santa Anita Apostolic Church, cross and the crown. It's right here on the Santa Anita Boulevard. Here's another one. This is over here on Colorado Boulevard in Pasadena. It's I think it's a Presbyterian church or a Methodist, I'm not sure. Inside, here it is again. And so when people see all of this, it looks very holy. What you don't understand is that this comes from the Middle Ages. These are symbols out of the Middle Ages of secret societies of Freemasons. This are Freemasonic emblems, the colors. There's a reason for the blue. There's a reason for colors. There's a reason for the symbols. It hadn't got a thing to do with the Lord. It hadn't got anything to do with anything that's holy. These symbols come out of the Middle Ages, out of Germany and France and Spain and England. And as they move into our country and taking over our land and subverting us into slaves, they give us all of these symbols and emblems with their Masonic order of Knights Templars. And they think they have pulled it off. But like Lincoln said, you can fool some of the people some of the time and most of the people all the time, but you can't fool everybody all the time. They haven't fooled me. I've been on this for 35 years. I got associated with this through my mother's uncle when I was a little kid. He worked at the Vatican Secretary of State's office as a civilian. And every 3 or 4 years, he'd come home and talk about all of this stuff. So I grew up listening to this.
Dr. Gene Scott.
And
sounds familiar.
Here is a sovereign grand commander's flag for world Freemasonry. Okay? And on the supreme flag, which is, of course, they accepted all over the world. Incidentally, if you go into a court today, when you go into a court, if you see an American flag in any court, state or federal court, if it has a gold fringe around the flag, you know what that means? There's a very good reason why certain flags have a gold fringe, and other courts, the flag does not have a gold fringe. According to international maritime admiralty law, when a government is at war, it must fly its flag with a gold fringe to show sovereignty in a point of war, in a time of war. It's called martial law. In a time of war, flags have gold trim, which means
we've been under martial law for quite some time.
We were this country.
More than 30 years.
We're at war. You see that gold? That means sovereignty. We are.
When there's currently 44 states of national emergency, there is no law.
At war. Gold fringe means
yeah, they did a
Masonic
ceremony on the moon.
A courtroom to pay your fines or a ticket or anything, and you see the American flag with gold fringe, that means this is a military court. This is martial law. And they have the right to beat your brains out with a stick if they want to. This is not a civil court. It is martial law
one
court
Mr.
under
Joseph Love, who was beat to death in a courtroom
the
by
judges
police.
know that.
in Ohio or
And,
Indiana.
Most people don't understand that. But anyway,
In front of the judge, his family sued the court.
Freemasonry flag,
They didn't even win,
see the,
even though
the snake biting
their
its
family
tail,
was
that
beat
has to
up
do with something
and
occult.
killed in a
But
courtroom.
the words ordo
They didn't even win the case.
Chaos.
That's how corrupt it is.
You'll see it, ordo ob chaos. You'll see it in Masonic literature, the double-headed eagle. Incidentally, you probably have seen the double-headed eagle many times. The double-headed eagle in Freemasonry means the Masonic order is symbolized by the eagle. Incidentally, we have an eagle as our symbol in America. But the double-headed eagle means that it is a Masonic order that has jurisdiction, like the eagle of America has jurisdiction over us. The double-headed eagle implies, according to Masonic literature and all their reference works, implies that the Masonic order has jurisdiction over the Eastern world and over the Western world, over the East and West. So in Russia and China and all those bad, evil people over there, as opposed to Western Europe and America and England
China's
and
at the
West,
Hongman Society, which is Masonic.
it's still the same game.
See the square and the
Ordo
compass right on it.
Chaos, in Latin, order out of chaos.
Russia's got the Grand Orient, Theosophy schools, blah, blah.
So what we're talking about here is these people are causing, financing, organizing, and directing chaos. And for what purpose? To bring about a new order. To keep you frightened, keep you scared, keep you broke, and keep you on your toes. And while they're keeping this chaos going, they are instituting a new order, and you didn't even know it. In other words, it was bad enough as it was. Now it's really going to get bad. So, order of KO again, you see it everywhere. Incidentally, you'll always, when you see Masonic orders, you drive by and you see the, in front of Masonic lodges, you'll always see the double-headed eagle perched on a sword, always on a sword. Because they said real power comes from the sword. And that's the way you create chaos, is with the sword, with violence. And out of that violence, ordo ab chaos, order out of chaos. That's why they had television shows, comedy shows a few years ago on television. One was Get Smart. While they tell you, anytime somebody's telling you get smart means that you're implying you're an idiot. Get smart, wake up. Get smart. What were the two sides in Get Smart?
Well, it'd be
One
cool if
was,
Freeman came on. I'm trying to get him to come on.
And the other was
I
control.
don't think he's gonna.
Right? Get smart, wake up.
Let's see.
This is what's going on here. It's a scam.
Let's see if I can
So
send
when
some more
you see
links
that
out.
everything, all this rioting and all this killing, the gangs killing, that's all being planned. This government is planning gang warfare. They want the gangs to kill each other. That's part of the strategy. It's incredible. Ordo ab chaos. Anyway, order from chaos to control. Here's
The
a
Hegelian
California Senate,
principles.
California legislature,
Jacob
1953
Boehm.
Senate Investigating Committee, published by the state of California. Okay, and it says so-called modern communism is apparently the same hypocritical and deadly world conspiracy to destroy civilization that was founded by the secret order of the Illuminati in Bavaria, 1776, May 1st.
Because communism is fascism.
World Revolution
That's the
conspiracy
trick.
appears to have been so well organized and to be ever continuing and ever on the alert to take advantage of every opportunity presenting itself so that the conspirators could create.
Capitalize off communism and socialism, democracy.
It is significant in this connection
Magic
that as early
words.
as 1783, when unsettled conditions and dissatisfaction in some quarters had arisen in the American colonies, subversive anonymous sermons were circulated among the colonial army to incite dissatisfaction and rebellion. George Washington immediately called the army together, and in addressing them, he used this significant language. We're talking about 1783. George Washington said this, quote, "My God, what can this writer have in view by recommending such measures? Can he be a friend to the army? Can he be a friend to this country? Rather, is he not an insidious foe, some emissary perhaps from New York?"
New York?
So
New
George
York, New
Washington
York.
already realized that there are
Legendary rhyme
conspirators
for.
who are planning our demise,
knows
and
that
they're
song to
operating
me,
out of New York. Then the Senate goes on to say, it is plain that Washington believed the then center of this secret conspiracy, so far as this country was concerned, to be located in New York, and felt it to be his duty to make such a direct statement.
New York.
So, what we're talking about here is as far back as 1783. We've known what was going on. Incident. Well, I better go on to the next quote because it'll make sense. The recognition of May 1st, 1776, as the founding date, which is on the bottom of the pyramid on the dollar bill, 1776, has nothing to do with founding this country in 1776. It has to do with the founding of the Illuminati in 1776. The recognition of May 1st, May Day. That's why in military, when a plane's going down or there's trouble, they call it, it's a May Day call. It's a May Day. May Day means trouble. That's right, because these people are trouble. They cause chaos, violence, revolutions throughout the world, bloodshed in Afghanistan, in Yugoslavia. Anytime these people decide they want you, that's trouble. It's May Day, and that's the symbol for them was May 1st. That's when their conspiracy was formed in 1776. Now, the recognition of May 1st, 1776 as the founding date of this world revolution conspiracy is not difficult to understand when it is realized that May Day is frequently celebrated, even in recent times, by rioting and bloodshed on a worldwide scale. That's why the Soviet Union always had their May Day parades, because the Soviet Union was always going out and killing people and murdering people, and they would celebrate on May 1st, because what they were saying on May Day was that they're celebrating the world conspiracy. They're celebrating the world Masonic conspiracy that is financing the Soviet Union. And incidentally, and as it says, it's often celebrated, even in recent times, by rioting. That's when we had our last riot in Los Angeles, was on May 1st, May Day. I mean, the thing that happened in Los Angeles was set
everybody
up.
hates on Jordan Maxwell, but you got to hear what he has to say before you judge him. Because regardless of who he's connected with, he's saying what they're doing. The New World Order. He's saying what... See, any Mason can't talk bad about Masonry, period. Not at all. And he's sitting here throwing it left and right, saying it's fucking garbage. And fucking, everybody calls him a Mason. He can't be a Mason, because he took an oath. If he was a Mason, he wouldn't be able to talk about it. And that's not a joke.
Set up what we call the riot in Los Angeles. They set up those four guys to, the whole thing was a setup. Dick Gregory even got into this for a 3-hour talk on KPFK, where this whole thing of Rodney King beating was a setup. It was all planned. It was purposely planned. It was purposely designed because they knew the people would be angry and would riot. It was a setup. The whole thing, that's why in wartime, we call in this country in wartime, generals talk about the theater of war, the Pacific theater, the Atlantic theater, the European theater. The theater implies it's an act. It's a plan. It's just a theater. It's entertainment. You know, that's all it is. It's a theater of war. In other words, when you see all this violence and raping and killing going on in Czechoslovakia or Romania or wherever the hell it's going on, or in Yugoslavia, it's all been planned. Now, what do you think the Pentagon is all about? They're sitting there planning how they're going to take over different countries, what they need from certain countries. They're breaking the monetary systems of the world. It was all being well planned. There ain't nothing, like Roosevelt said, there ain't nothing happening by chance in politics.
Not a damn thing.
Anyway, in issuing this manifesto, the communist conspirators evidently believed the time had arrived when, with the aid of ignorant victims, a worldwide takeover could be accomplished, and there were not enough ignorant victims then, and the expected coup failed. The conspirators thereupon conceived a plan for the future of supplementing the long-established secret conspiracy in existence since May 1st, 1776, with an unremittent public campaign for victims among the ignorant of all nations, and in an attempt to hide from view the underlying hypocritical conspiracies existing since May 1st, 1776, it was decided that in such public campaign, the manifesto of 1848 should be heralded as the founding date for communism, and Karl Marx falsely proclaimed as its author. What this is saying is that we are taught in school that communism is directly caused by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels writing the Communist Manifesto. In 1848, Communist Manifesto was written by Karl Marx. No such a thing. History tells you that it was written, the Communist Manifesto was written in 1776 in Europe by an order of Freemasonry called the Illuminati. And it wasn't until 1848 that they decided, well, we better we better tell everybody that somebody else did it. So we'll say Karl Marx came up with it in 1848. No way. What we call communism is nothing more than a plan by the banking elements in England and America to divide the world between two divisions, to divide the world between the East and the West, so that you can have war. You've got to have war, chaos, before you can bring control. That's why the United States financed Adolf Hitler. The United States financed the Soviet Union. Soviet Union is called the Soviet Union, not because it's a union of states, it's because it was a unionized under International Labor Organization, the ILO, which was originally called the IWW, the International Workers of the World, which because they wanted to unionize all labor. Painters Union, the Carpenters Union, the Soviet Union, it's unionizing labor. And once you can unionize labor, get control over monetary and labor systems, now you can have them war with each other, and you've got control over them. These people are very, very smart. They've got this stuff together. And here's George Washington's, the writings of George Washington from the U.S. government printing office, from original manuscripts. Here George Washington says, I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan and doctrines of the Illuminati. It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and the principles of Jacobinism had not spread in the United States, see, on the Masons and the Illuminati. In the United States, on the contrary, no one is more truly satisfied of this fact than I am. So he's saying, you don't have to tell me about the Illuminati and what they're doing in New York. I already know. Here is interesting, though. On the Masons and the Illuminati, George Washington writing said, individual Freemasons of them, in other words, he's saying in this letter to the man who wrote it, I don't believe all Freemasons in the whole world are evil. I don't think all the Freemasons in the whole world are bad. But I know what you're talking about when you say that there is a secret conspiracy operating out of New York and in America and throughout the world. Nobody is more truly convinced of that than I am. Of course, there's a lot of ignorant people in Freemasonry that don't know any of this. But that individuals of them may have done it. I'm going to paraphrase this because it's an old English. Washington is saying, the idea I meant to convey was that I did not believe that the lodges of Freemasons in this country had, as societies, endeavored to propagate the diabolical tenets of the first, Illuminati, or the principles, the pernicious principles of the latter, the Jacobins, if they are susceptible to separation. But that there are individuals in the Freemasonic order who may have done this, or that the founder or instruments employed to found the democratic societies of the United States, later to become known as the Democratic Party, the founder or the instruments employed to found the Democratic Party in the United States may have had these objects in mind and actually had the separation of the people from their government in view is too evident to be questioned. What he's saying is that the Democratic Party was founded by a secret society of Freemasons that have one thing and that they would want to
Democrats
do, and
own
that is
slaves.
divide the people from their government. Because before, under a Republican form of government, the people had total control because they were sovereigns. Under a democratic system, when you elect a Democrat, they were already had the idea of separating the people from their government. You just elect some airhead here and send him to Washington. But what you don't know is that this person is not even allowed to run for office unless he is one of them. He's not even allowed to run for Senate or for the state or for any position without being a part of this thing. So if you want to run for office, you just go out and try and see how well you can run for office without being a part of the Illuminati or the Freemasonic order of things. If you don't belong to the right club, Jack, you ain't going nowhere, period. Here's a congressional report from the congressional hearings on steps toward British Union, again, Union, steps toward British Union, a world state in international strife. I'll run that back by you again. British Union, a world state. What are you talking about, a world state? You're talking about a one world order, a world state, an
British
international
Union.
war.
This is a brain
on page
surgery
13,
here.
this is a very interesting document.
It's all very
28 pages
simple.
long. But on page 13 it says, let me call your attention to the fact that on the reverse of the Great Seal of the U.S., which appears on dollar bills, you will find the exact symbol of the British Israel World Federation movement. This symbol is also carried on literature of other organizations promoting a world government and a world religion. At the bottom of the circle surrounding the pyramid, you'll find the words Novus Ordo Seclorum. This is the new order that was advocated by Clinton Roosevelt several hundred years ago. So this is a symbol of a thing called the British Israel World Federation. It is a connection between England and America and the Masonic orders of both and how they put this thing together. That's why, I guess, again, we say that England is God's kingdom, the United Kingdom. And as a matter of fact, there's a very big difference. A lot of people don't know this. There's a very big difference between being an English and British. British comes from a Hebrew word. Brit in Hebrew means a contract or a covenant. And ish in Hebrew means man. Therefore, British means the covenant man, man of the covenant. What covenant? It's the new covenant, God's covenant for a kingdom through Christianity, through God's kingdom, the United Kingdom.
The communism.
British and the British
world government
with America are involved in something called British Israel Freemasonry, and all these dopes in Washington, D.C., and these conspirators in Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, are nothing more than frontmen for a very powerful secret society is preparing us to accept something that's called God's kingdom. Remember, Armageddon's coming, the end of the last days, the end of the world, Jehovah's Witnesses, the Mormon Church, the end of the world. You better do your homework. There's something going on here. That's why we have a 51st state. Incidentally, a legal term in this country for a state is called the state of, like the state of Alabama, the state of New York, the state of Florida. State of is a legal term according to International Maritime Admiralty law. That's why we have a state of Israel. Israel's not a country, it's not a nation, it's called the state of Israel because it was set up as part of our federal system. It was set up in 1948 by the United States and England, and it was referred to under International Maritime Admiralty law as the state of Israel because it is an actual state of the federal system of America.
Yeah, it's 51st state.
You better figure out why too. There's a reason.
People don't realize that.
Here is a symbol taken from a Freemasonic book. They didn't know I had, and here's the fires of revolution and trouble, anarchy, the cauldron of fire, they call it in Freemasonry, of the revolutionary trouble. And here's the pyramid with the Masonic. And down here you have three contingents or three factions of Freemasonry, always at war with each other. You have the Pope, which is incidentally, the Catholic Church is a Jewish Freemasonic movement, founded in the Middle Ages in the year 325 by Constantine. It is a Jewish Freemasonic political
and everybody
movement.
trusts Constantine.
The Pope wears the little yarmulke. He wears the little yarmulke with the cardinals. They wear the tellus.
Keep in mind it's
all
Babylonian.
All of these symbols and emblems in the Catholic Church are nothing but
Hebrew.
Jewish Freemasonry. Kabbalistic Freemasonry. You'll see, I'll give you a lot of examples of that very quickly. This is
Caesar,
Rome, of the Roman Freemasonic orders. And
like
incidentally,
Malta
you'll see a lot of this stuff in Godfather 3. In the movie Godfather 3, there's a lot of this stuff talking about the secret societies and the Freemasons operating in the Vatican.
I need to watch that again. Godfather 3.
And
I forgot the right one.
The guy who directed those shows and put them on the Godfather series, Francis Ford Coppola. I was doing some research at the police department down at Parker Center, and in their files, they have a whole file on Francis Ford Coppola. Francis Ford Coppola's father was Carmine Coppola, who was a don in the mafia in the city of Corleone, Italy. Huh? Corleone? That was his father. He was in. His father was a don in the mafia in Corleone, Italy.
And then Francis Ford Coppola makes that movie, Megalopolis, or whatever the fuck it's called. That's some New World Order brainwashing.
Movie and know so much about it. Hell, his father is the don in Corleone. Yeah?
Look at how much money was put in that movie. Movie's fucking
Anyway,
garbage.
Incidentally, I think Francis Ford Coppola is great, but I mean, he's very knowledgeable. He's put stuff together. You better figure out where he's getting all that money to make, Apocalypse Now and all the, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Where's he getting the money from? I mean, where do these people get the money from? They're getting it from secret societies and fraternal orders that are the powers behind our government, okay? So here we got the Vatican, we got the Knights of Malta, and the King of England. They're all in there working up the fires of trouble all over the world. Here's the Pope with the yarmulke. Why, I ask you, are all of the politicians and all these world leaders all on their knees to the Pope? It's not because they're Catholic. I mean, here's the Emperor of Japan.
Because
Japanese.
he's the mob boss.
Getting ready. So how come these people are all on their knees to the Pope? It has nothing to do with the fact that he's Catholic. It has to do with the fact of who he represents. He represents a very powerful secret society referred to as the Knights of Malta. And in world Freemasonry, there is something we call today an unwritten code of ethics among the thieves. I mean, you may be the East Coast family,
well,
the
it's
West Coast
written.
family, but
You
when
just
you
gotta
meet,
look
there's
really
a certain
hard.
respect for each other. So the Eastern nations, they respect that he represents a very powerful secret society of the West. And so it's only honorable to show respect. It doesn't mean we can't have a war. It doesn't mean we can't kill each other. But this is a state affair, so we all on our knees. And these symbols here, the stripes going over the shoulders, all are Masonic emblems. They always represent who you are in the Masonic structure of things in world Freemasonry. That's it, exactly. That's why they killed John Kennedy, too, because the Pope, they were afraid. Freemasonry in this country was very much afraid that John Kennedy was going, the old Joe Kennedy was going to start a Catholic dynasty in America. And that's one thing they're not going to have in America, the Catholic dynasty. You can't help it once in a while a Catholic will get elected or something, but we ain't have no dynasty here. I mean, every time you turn around, Joe Kennedy had, 15 kids? My God, he was going to have kids galore.
Well, plus,
He wanted to have all his sons be
Rome's
president,
connected to French
congressmen,
Freemasonry.
senators, always going to be a Kennedy doing something every time
Kennedy.
you turn around. So somebody decided to take Kennedy out. It's interesting that Kennedy, all the stuff around Kennedy's assassination is just filled with secret societies, fraternal orders. All you need to do is see JFK and you know there's something going on here. Anyway, here you got the Knights of Malta on Nazi soldiers.
It'd be nice to talk about current events, but
with Adolf Hitler.
I know too much. I'm not
because
talking
Adolf
about
Hitler
current
was
events.
connected with the Vatican. The Vatican signed concordance with Adolf Hitler. And that's why Mussolini,
everybody goes around
and
saying
Adolf
stuff
Hitler
about
and
modern
the Pope.
stuff.
they were the enemies of Jewish Freemasonry in America. That's why if they're going to kill a few
No, that's
Jews
why I
in
only think
Europe,
about talk about. I try to only talk about the older stuff.
That's business, you know. That's why Hitler was killing Jews. Is because
Talk about the older
the
stuff.
Vatican
You're not gonna,
was a opposing branch of Freemasonry, which
get
was a
looked at.
Gentile Roman branch of Freemasonry, which is why Rome, Mussolini, and Italy joined together with Adolf Hitler because they were trying to reestablish what was called an Aryan system of laws and science in the world as opposed to the New World Order in America. So when you see all these things happening on a world scale, they're not just happening. There's reasons for all of this stuff. You know, here's Nazi officials. They look like some of the people who run this country. They're just like it, too. And they look about, don't they? Don't they look like governors and senators and whatever? And so here's an emblem right here. This is the Knights of Malta. They all wear the Knights of Malta symbol, Masonic Order of Malta, Roman Freemasonry. But then down here is this is the Military Order of Malta. Incidentally, when you see the round circle with the swastika was the old Aryan Hindu symbol for the sun, like the Egyptians had Horus, with the ancient Aryan.
Keep in mind the movie the man that would be king, when he goes to the other country and he opens the vault to Alexander the Great's tomb or whatever. It shows a Masonic square and compass, but in the book, I'm pretty sure it said it was a swastika. So Alexander the Great, the swastika.
Of India had the the swastika for the sun.
Third Roman Legion.
Incidentally, the swastika for the sun for the Aryans and the Buddhists, the broken legs went the opposite way.
Rome, the
Hitler
Romans,
inverted them and went the opposite way. The Aryans had it going clockwise, which meant something spiritually in the esoteric.
It's like there's commie Rome versus Nazi Rome.
Going back to the east instead of going to the west.
That makes sense.
So he was reestablishing the old Aryan empire on the ancient Eastern occultism.
And they're still the same Romes, but they're just
secret societies and subversive movements. But anyway, this Knights of Malta religious emblem here on this one is interesting because when you enlarge it, I think I need to. That's pretty good. You'll see that it is the same one as the other one we showed on the before, Knights of Malta, but you'll see it's two circles. There's an outside circle and an inside circle, all right?
Yeah.
Here it is again. Outside
the
circle,
inner circle.
Circle, okay? Knights of Malta.
The inner circle.
Religious Knights of Malta cross. And there it is again. But where is this at? It's in Pasadena. First Congregational Church in Pasadena. Right? It's on churches right here in Pasadena. The Knights of Malta, religious Knights of Malta symbol. So,
yes, smash that like button.
Oh, and something else you might be interested to know.
I said smash it, damn
it. All churches you'll find a pointed
I'm just playing.
Arches.
It just sounds silly to say smash the like button.
The pointed arch.
I'm so cool now. I said it.
The pointed arches symbolize the female. The pointed arch of the female. And that's why
the top half of the window is
that's why they would never allow priests, women to be priests in a church. Because the philosophy which gave birth to what we call Roman Catholic or Western Christian civilization was based on the female arch, and the priest wears the robe, or the robe, which is the female dress. A robe is a female dress. And a priest wears a robe because spirituality in the ancient world, according to the ancient world, spirituality was always in the hands of females, not the males. Men were never thought to be holders of religion or spiritual creatures. They were the ones that went out and killed and raped and murdered and brought in the food. The women were the ones that nurtured the child, brought civilization to males, because if you take all males, you lose civilization. You need the female to civilize society.
Female is the symbol of matter in the mystery schools.
Oh, yeah. Compass of the male. It has to do with that. And that's why I said the priest represents, with the long robe, he's representing
the two women,
wisdom, or something the Greeks
Mary and Martha, or Isis and Nephthys represent
wisdom.
Matter.
And within the female wisdom,
spirit
is the male.
And then the God is the heart and the mind.
Symbology, it all has to do with sex, the female, pointed arch, etc. All right, then we get up here to York Rite Freemasonry again, and here is the Masonic square.
I'm not saying that's what I believe.
The Masonic, the Malta, Knights of Malta cross. So the cross, that's the same one the Queen was wearing. Right? The Knights of Malta cross. Here it is again. Let me go back to that. Order of Knights Templars. That's why in Israel today, you see the Jews going to the Wailing Wall, and you see this in the news. They're at the Wailing Wall. And it's the wall in which they wail. They wail because of the Wailing Wall was put there. It's a very difficult story to say in a couple of words, but that's where we get Wall Street, from the Wailing Wall. The Hebrews who wail on the Wailing Wall of Wall Street. It has to do with symbolism, which goes back to Solomon's Temple. Solomon's Temple was the symbol
Wall Street.
and the home
I never
of what
thought
is called
about
the
that.
Knights Templar.
I heard this lecture like a million
times. That's why Steven Spielberg has the Jedi Knight.
Wall Street, the Wailing Wall Street.
The Empire Strikes Back and the Jedi Knight. Incidentally,
Don't forget
according
there's some
to, if you
Nazis
go
up
to
in
the
Wall
library
Street as
and look
well.
up the Masonic folklore, you will see that the spiritual connection between the Freemasons of the York Rite and God was a little spiritual creature they called Yoda, with little pointed ears, and he was a magician. They call him Yoda. Yoda comes from Yoda, or Judah. It has to do with Judah, Yoda, the Knights of Malta, and whatever. You know, you could make a whole study out of any of this. You could make a 3-hour lecture out of every single thing I'm saying. You could spend hours on it, but I'm just throwing all of this stuff in just to show you that there are connections that can be made. Anyway, the Knights of Malta with their Maltese cross. Here's another Knights of Malta, 33rd degree Freemason with the Knights of Malta. Okay. Here's the same one on Masters of the Universe. Right. That's what they intend to be, is Masters of the Universe. I mean, hell, they own the Earth. Now they're going for the universe, right? Now they want to go out to other stars, moon, own the whole universe. Masters of the universe. Blonde hair, Aryan. Remember Hitler with the blonde hair, Aryan. Knights of Malta, Catholic Church, kill the Jews. Hey, it's all connected. Right? Okay?
Yeah.
You get the Knights of Malta again.
All connected. I mean, he's summing it up. Might sound crazy, but
here, because you'll see it again in the fire department.
I mean, Jordan Maxwell is out there speaking bad about the mafia publicly.
The police department,
I mean, think about that. He's lucky he didn't get smoked.
Mayor's department, and everybody else's department is all demonic. The whole thing. We are in the hands of a very powerful secret society, and we call it law. Actually, it's nothing more than secret societies who have totally taken us over. And we just go along to get along because we're too ignorant and too frightened to death to do anything we did know. Yes. Yeah, on a red background. The Knights of Malta are a Gentile Roman Freemasonic order coming out of the old Roman Empire, which was the collective power of the old world of Europe, because Europe was dominated by Rome. And so the Knights of Malta is a symbol for a Masonic order coming out of the old world order of Europe, and it was called the Knights of Malta, and because it goes back to an old priesthood on the island of Malta. Malta was a symbol many, many, many years ago, over 2,000 years ago in the Roman Empire. Let me think of something that's comparable. You know, there are certain places in our country that are hot spots for occultism. And in the Roman Empire, Malta, the island of Malta, was a place where you go there, and those people are really off the wall out there. They got strange stuff going on there, occults and all that kind of stuff. So Malta was always a symbol for occultism in the ancient world. And so the Romans had what they call the Knights of Malta, the knights who operate. Yes? No, the Illuminati, the Illuminati is a relatively new phenomena in Freemasonry. It came in 1776 with Adam Weishaupt. But what the Illuminati was merely a course correction in Freemasonry. There was the Roman world under the Roman domination of Europe, Freemasonic orders. There was the coming out of Spain, France, the coming of what is called York Rite or Scottish Rite Freemasonry, England, Spain, France, coming into America to found a new world order, but above them, above the two orders, which is the eagle with the double head, implying that both sides, both the old world order and the new world order, are being dominated by a third one. And that's what Ian Fleming in his James Bond novels was talking about, that there's a third power over the two. And it's controlling both. And that's the Illuminati. No, this is just showing the Knights of Malta symbol, which is...
Oh, yeah. So I changed my name on here and on Twitter to Clint Eastwood, just because that's my nickname in the hood. Well, back 25 years ago. But so I was looking on Google and DuckDuckGo, typing in the name, typing in William Cooper, because I've got a bunch of William Cooper uploads, and that I was completely not on the internet in the search engine. So, welcome to the most blacklisted channel.
Roman Freemasonry, but it shows how they don't mind using both sides, as long as you remember that America is a York Scottish Rite country. They don't, they're symbols of Freemasonry, and what I have to do is I have to show you their works, their reference works that explain these symbols and how they connect, because they're very open with it. They explain their symbols and how they got here and what they mean and why they allow them to be used. Yes. No, they're all working together for the same goal. The same goal is to create chaos, to have Adolf Hitler fight the United States, have Russia fight America, have China fight. All of this stuff is being orchestrated from a higher Masonic order. Well, that's the thing that there's been a lot of conjecture on. There's been a lot of books written about that. Ian Fleming wrote his James Bond novel. He called it Spectre. Remember, somebody, the secret, petting the cat, and he's putting the West against the East all the time. And Ian Fleming, when he was interviewed on David Frost's show, they asked him, who is this specter, this third power group that's always getting the East and the West at war? And he said, England and America and the Western world are aware that there is a third power in the world that pits the two together. And that is operating, he said, out of Switzerland. That's what I think is why Switzerland is a neutral country, because that's where the big boys live. And you don't mess with, yes, the World Bank. As a matter of fact, in Switzerland, there's a large building in one of the cities of Switzerland, and I had a big color picture of it. I don't have it on slides now. There's a large building in a big downtown city in Switzerland, and it's a round, perfectly round building, enormous in size, look like maybe 2 or 3 blocks, round circle, and it's divided into equal 3, into an equal triangle. And 1/3 is it says in the article, 1/3 of the building, and then when you fly over it, you can see it. It's like the peace symbol. That's why the peace symbol was the Y within the circle, okay? It was called in runic, in the old German runic, it was called the peace symbol. Anyway, the 1/3 of that building in Switzerland is the world headquarters for the United Nations. 1/3 of the other third is the World Bank, the International Monetary
Remember what
Fund,
it looks like.
and the other third is the world headquarters for Freemasons, the Masonic World Congress.
Don't forget the so the building was meant to look like Arthur C. Clarke's monolith, and I don't remember if you mentioned that Union Bank or whatever, but
You got the Masonic World Congress, World Government, United Nations, and the World Bank. This way they keep it all together. You don't have to grab a copy. You can all work together.
Masonic World Congress.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I'm not familiar with
Here again, I show you the Pope with the
Sir
yarmulke. There's a reason why the Pope wears a yarmulke. That's a Jewish headdress. That has nothing to do with God. It has to do with Jewish Freemasonry. The reason why he's called a cardinal, the word cardinal means a hinge on a door. That's what the word means in Latin, a hinge. And the Pope, the word Pope comes from Papa, which is Latin, which means the door to the mysteries. He is the one that you must go through to open up the mystery of God. So therefore, he's the door and he's the hinge. The cardinals are the hinge for the door.
Whoa.
And it goes all the way back to Babylon. It goes back to the old ancient Babylonian and mystical religions. Here's a document I got from a Freemasonic friend of mine who got me this document. It's a color. It was on the wall, and I asked him if he had a color reproduction of it. He did. He gave it to me.
That's pretty cool.
And it shows some of the different
document.
What is called the different divisions of Freemasonry throughout Europe, and what they mean, and how these guys are all connected together. From England to France to Italy, Spain, it's all being connected. It's all being orchestrated. And yes.
Casa Roll, I'm pretty sure that means house.
I'm not even sure what those words are.
Wait, what does that mean?
I sat and talked to the librarian, the chief librarian.
The order.
He was the one that had a copy of this, and he was just explaining how these were the different concordant orders of Freemasonry in some of the different symbols that are used throughout Europe. I thought it was interesting when I first saw it because that looks like the Pope's tiara, Pope's diadem, right? And that looks like the Pope's diadem. And I called it to his attention, and he said, yes, it is. It's the papal headdress. With the, so what we're talking about here is huh? Yeah.
It's a Masonic order. They don't wear that stuff in the Mason lodges.
Yeah,
the whole shebang is Masonic. That's what it boils down to.
Do you read it?
That's the common denominator.
I forgot what the guy was saying.
There's a song about that.
He was an old man. He was telling me all this stuff, and he was writing it all down for me. And I J-E-U, D-La. Probably. That probably has something to do with it. Yeah. Well, whatever. Yeah, whatever. And he's part of the group. He's part of the plan.
He's got like a dagger in his hand. I think that was kind of cartoonized by possibly
York Empire.
I don't know if that was made by Masons or made by anti-Masons.
George Lucas. Oh yeah, the more we change, the more we stay the same. Nothing new. Here it is again, the Vatican with the Masonic symbols.
They're all bots.
Pretty quick. I don't want you to get too bored. But anyway, here's a papal headdress, but these are all accoutrements for Judaism, right? The Ark of the Covenant and the mercy seat, and here's the Jewish high priest, and he's wearing the same one you just saw, which
yeah, apoplexy is a cool word.
By the Pope.
Maybe that's what I should name my rock band.
The Pope's headdress.
J-Max.
We're not talking Roman Catholic. Unless, of course, you understand Roman Catholic is Jewish.
Well, it goes back to Babylon, the high priest, garment of Babylon.
Off of a page, it's called Chapter Jewels of Freemasonry. Symbols of the different departments of Freemasonry. And up here, you'll see the king, the scribe, and the high priest. And for the high priest, what you have is the Pope's headdress. The Pope is the high priest of Freemasonry. And the King of England, he's in there too. But that's why there was a war between the King of England, King Henry VIII. Had a falling out with the Pope, and the King Henry said to the Pope, "I don't like the way you're doing things here because you're hanging out too much with the wrong kind of people, and so our Knights of the Order of York are not happy with you, and so we're going to break it off. We don't want you ruling England anymore. So from here on out, we're going to be king of the kingdom. The keys are going to be." Those keys on the bottom of the papacy, on the Masonic, well, let me go back and show it to you. Come on, one more time.
Thought I heard a knock.
Where are the keys? I thought the keys were, okay.
Well, that's weird.
Anyway, on the papacy, you might see it here yet, there's always those two large keys under the Pope's.
Was that knocking on the video?
I think that's where we get the Florida keys from, because if you understand what the word keys and what it means, Florida keys, I think, is connected to it. Because those people down there in the Florida keys, I don't know who those people are.
It's probably just a possum eating cat food off the porch.
Home for some of the most powerful mobsters the world has ever known.
Yeah, they built that road to the Florida Keys.
They got a whole thing down there, and you don't. If you understood
Because
how
down in
many
Florida,
millions
Mafia was
and
running
millions
keys
of dollars, I mean, countless
from the Florida
millions of
Keys.
dollars went into just building that highway
Bunch
from
of
the coast of
scumbags.
Florida all the way out to the Keys. That is an astronomical feat for the military, and the military was in charge of doing that. The Seabees laid it all out, and the military laid out that. And if you've ever gone down there, that highway,
Yeah, I've been
is
to
a
that road to
beautiful
Russia from the
highway,
Middle East
going way out as far out as the eye can
for a lot
see.
more than just military
Right.
stuff.
Now, how much did that cost? And how come you put it out there for who? So, yeah, They didn't put it out there for me.
It's
I don't
Jordan
live there.
Maxwell.
175-mile bridge
You can tell because
out
he's
in the
got that
middle,
LA
nowhere.
attitude.
and I don't mean no little cartoon thing. I mean a beautiful bridge going all the way out to those islands, and there are hundreds of islands out there. Why? Because those families that live out there were friends like B.B. Rebozo, the friends of Nixon, always see the presidents going down to the Florida Keys. That's because these guys who are the powers behind this live out there in the Keys on those islands by themselves, like in the Sean Connery James Bond movies.
Yeah, maybe I'll put on another one.
These guys are absolutely horrendous.
Jordan's always
they got a thing going.
Bringing some good shit.
We have no idea in the world what's going on.
I'm not saying I co-signed everything he says, but most of it's definitely legit. Too legit to quit, Matt.
Again, let's say within the triangle of Freemasonry,
I can't finish that sentence. Okay, it looks like that's the end of it. Allow me to search for... Damn it, I was gonna get this other video, but couldn't get it. My internet kept fucking up. Let's see. Where did I put it? Let's see. Oh, fuck, it's in the other folder. Man, I swear you like put the USB in like a million times and it finally goes in the way you were trying to put it in like a millionth time. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, so anybody got any questions about Jordan Maxwell's thing, or any questions generally speaking? Where the fuck is the conspiracy folder? Okay, here it is. And oh fuck, where's that? Oh, I got a Sheldrake video. I don't know what Rupert Sheldrake that is. Well, that's probably science, so I don't want to skip gears here. Well, I mean Rupert Sheldrake. If it's bad, I'll just turn it off. Let's see what it is. Oh, damn it, didn't work. Okay, never mind. Okay, let me I'll try to find the folder faster. Let's see. Isn't that it right there? Should be like right there. Rupert Sheldrake. Maybe it's in the other hard drive. 1 second. Yeah, I could have sworn it was this hard drive. Well, I could put on this for a second, but I'm gonna have to. Oh Jesus, it's got horrible music. Okay, there's a part where he talks about AIDS in Africa, and I'm gonna have to skip past that part because I'm not trying to get video flagged.
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights from 9 to 10 p.m. Central Time.
Oh, dear, I should probably
on
fast
satellite.
forward a little bit.
Okay.
Number two, there's been a lot of people from the
don't call that number.
Coast
For the love of God, do not call that number.
And, talk. And I have an awful lot of research material that needs to be delivered.
So this is
to the
92 before Cooper.
That's what I'll be doing Sunday.
Sunday, Bill will be at the Universalist Church, Central Park West and West 76th Street, for those who want to come out to see him. I got involved with Bill's project I don't know, about 3 months ago, and I thought, gee, maybe there'd be some response to him coming out. The response has been so overwhelming. I mean, I'm amazed. They love it.
This looks old. What is this? Isn't even I don't remember where I got that from. Okay. Never mind. I thought that was a
The
bigger
material
video.
must be good and the information must be correct. Well, what we'd like the audience to do now, if they will, would be to call in if they have any questions, and we will be more than happy while we talk to answer your questions. Besides, well, coming into New York, where else have you been lecturing?
Oh, gee, since we last talked, I've been in Seattle, Washington.
Getting under the skin of the Ivy League, those 8 old, definitely distinguished colleges that are known for their ivy-covered buildings and their sometimes superior attitudes to other colleges and universities, which often gets under the skin of people who went elsewhere. Yale University is 300 years old this year, and were you to visit its campus, you would see that it still has exotic clubhouses, which look like tombs where Yale's legendary secret societies meet. Their prestige and importance have largely evaporated, but the rituals are still a secret. And so when we heard that some enterprising characters had managed to spy on the famous Skull and Bones Society, we couldn't resist. Here's ABC's Dan Harris.
The videotape provides a grainy glimpse into what appear to be the initiation rituals of a secret society that's been around since 1832, whose members have gone on to be leaders of Wall Street and the White House, the Senate and the Supreme Court.
They're sort of trying to scare the initiates, make them, you know, disorient them, frighten them.
New York Observer investigative reporter Ron Rosenbaum accompanied a team of Yale students who shot these pictures 9 days ago. Rosenbaum's curiosity about Skull and Bones was permanently piqued when, as a classmate of George W. Bush, he lived right next to the Tomb, the group's heavily fortified home. From their perch, Rosenbaum and his cohorts taped the Tomb's courtyard. What they captured, they say, was initiates, known as neophytes, being forced to kiss a skull. Then members...
Yeah, so you'll see one's dressed as a pope, the other's dressed as Don Quixote, the other's dressed as the devil. I forget what the
performing a mock killing. It may look like your average fraternity nonsense, but Rosenbaum says it's not.
Even though it may seem silly to us, it seems to mean something.
Remember that clip of Dr. Rima Labau? It's brainwashing. They are. I'll put that clip on next. It's
to them, and you can't argue with
something traumatic is happening to them, and then they become permanently in a post-traumatic state of mind, and when that happens, they are
the success of Skull and Bones.
True. Famous alums include senators John Kerry and John Chafee, to name 2, cabinet secretaries such as Averell Harriman, and 3 presidents, William Taft, George Bush, and George W. Bush, who's been reluctant to talk about Skull and Bones.
Does it still exist? The thing is so secret, I'm not even sure it still exists.
Yeah, he's playing
years,
stupid.
by many accounts,
I think the
on-campus influence and allure of Skull and Bones has waned dramatically, and there is no proof that the rituals recently caught on videotape are the same ones performed by the current president. Still, Rosenbaum says the tape is a valuable artifact, an extremely rare view into the secret society that groomed the American ruling class for generations.
This is not
Dan Harris, ABC News, New York.
That's our report on World News Tonight. Don't forget Nightline.
Okay. Let's see. Done with that one.
Salt Lake City, Utah.
Okay, let me find that other video.
Atlanta, Georgia. I've been in San Diego. I've been all over the country, actually, and we'll be in Orlando, Florida soon.
He's only got one leg.
Mexico.
Excuse me 1 second. May I help you?
Yes?
Yes, what is your question, please?
Well, I was just wondering what this information is that the gentleman will be delivering, because I haven't heard him mention the subject or the topic.
Oh, there's so many. Okay, go ahead.
It's a lot of subjects. It has to do with what's happening in the world today, what's been happening for the last 50 years, as a matter of fact. Over 20 years ago, when I was attached to the Office of Naval Intelligence, I saw top secret documents that told me a lot about what was going to happen in the future. I've made quite a few predictions over the last 5 years, all of which have come true exactly when I said that they would.
I'm the only one in the United States, and even the world, as a matter of fact, who has a 100% accuracy rate on predicting future world events. I talk about the New World Order, what it really is, and not what Mr. Bush wants us to believe that it's going to be, about UFOs, about a lot of things, AIDS,
okay. Yeah, I can't have him talk about AIDS on it because I got flagged for that last time. The fucking you can't even discuss fucking shit, you know. Which one is this? Oh, okay, here we go.
When I was a small child, my mother had an uncle that worked in the Vatican Secretary of State's office as a civilian, and on occasions when he would come home to visit the family, he would sit for hours and talk about the international intrigue going on behind the scenes of world government and religion, and it was fascinating to me, and I grew up with this. I have a senator and a congressman in my family from long ago. I have federal judges in my family, so I grew up in the atmosphere of politics behind the scenes, listening to very wise men in politics and religion talking about conspiracies and international intrigue. And so I was very interested in this subject in my teens, and then of course when I first heard your albums that you produced on the Illuminati,
the screen's been widened a little bit.
All pieces began to fit together better for me, because I understood there was world conspiracy. Something
Maxwell,
that the old man said many years ago. He said that conspiracies are able to deal with just about anything. They can buy you off, they can shoot you, they can deal with you in just about any way they want.
Well, they own the money system.
Right, but the one thing he said they cannot deal with is exposure. No conspiracy can deal with exposure. Once the truth is out and the people understand, then they have problems. And I am saying that the power of any government is in people. And a classic example of that, how would you like to go to a summit with the King of America and the King of China, and you being the King of Fredonia with 500 subjects? You might as well stay home, because the power of a king is in how many people are in his kingdom. So the point I'm making here is that there is a tremendous power in the hands of the people of America if they would just wake up, because they are the power of this country. The people decide what will happen, and the people have allowed these things to happen and allowed them to continue to go their way and be entertained and
compared to the founding fathers, there's only 3% of the people that was like, this is fucking bullshit, you know, we've had enough. Not saying that I have that attitude or anything. I love the golden age.
Facing, not only with the religious and political leaders that are part of this, but the real problem is the people have allowed it to happen.
Well, in the land of the blind, the one eye is king.
Okay, so this is where take a little I Ching philosophy, where like if there was many paths but all were the wrong path, what would you do? Which path would you pick? And the answer is you pick none. You sit and you wait, and that's what that's what everybody should do. Just sit and wait. Hang out, smoke weed, learn stuff, buy a generator. Maybe like a giant gas tank full of gas. You still play video games. If there was if China invaded or some shit. No, I'm just theoretically talking here. Okay.
Terry Cook, you came on strong and heavy just a few years ago, and you become the expert on this new computer chip that's supposed to go in the back of the hand. It all relates to this Council on Foreign Relations group, the Bilderbergers, the Club of Rome, this oligarchy who's trying to bring it all about.
That's right. Anthony, let's make a very complex issue as simple as possible for the people's benefit. The New World Order really consists of three aspects. There is a New World political system that everyone today is calling the New World Order. As well as that, there is an economic plan for the New World Order. and that is called the New World Economic Order. In addition to those two items, there's a third plan for religion. You see, the planners of the world know that men need a religion of some kind, even if it's a false one. So they have a plan to give us a new age world global occultic religion. So really there's three aspects to this new world order. A new world economic order in which a computer chip will be injected into our hands or foreheads as a means to track, control, and identify us, and will also be used to make our purchases and scan its.
Well, they've already put the program in Los Angeles. In fact, a trilateralist named Mayor Bradley, Uncle Tom Bradley, was responsible for putting this in dogs.
Right.
And your children will be considered like animals. And
but you know, before we get into that, which is later down the road, I think we should clearly explain to people what the Illuminati is. You know, for those of us who are acquainted with this term, we don't have to explain it to ourselves, but for the average person out there, they've never heard this term. Jordan, explain to people what Illuminati means.
Well, it comes from, the word Illuminati comes from the Latin word illuminan or illumin, which means light. And so anyone who is enlightened or brilliant, and of course those who are the most enlightened are called brilliant people.
Well, it comes from Lucifer.
Yeah,
what we're really talking about here is Lucifer, the fallen angel, and they have picked up on this, the Illuminati. And if you take a look at some of the Chevys, now they're called the Illumin. And they have the horns going up in the back of the vehicle, very subtly telling us that something is coming down by the year 2000.
Yes. Well, as I was saying, it implies those who hold the light, the enlightened ones, and they sent us a statue, as a matter of fact. Those ancient Illuminatis sent us a statue called the Statue of Liberty. It's holding the torch of illumination, which is the Promethean torch of Freemasonry. And if you go to the Statue of Liberty, you'll see a bronze plaque inside saying that this was given to the government of America by the French Grand Orient Temple Masons. And it is a symbol of Grand Orient Freemasonry in America, the holder of the light. And that's exactly the same torch that is carried during the Olympics. It is the torch of Prometheus.
It's not the torch of freedom.
No, it's not the torch of freedom.
Of the Illuminati.
Illumination.
So essentially, in a nutshell then, Jordan, these men whom we tend to call or group in an organization called the Illuminati. It's a loose-knit but tightly secretive organization.
Well, operating through the Council on Foreign Relations, through the Trilateral Commission, through the Club of Rome, through Global 2000, which wants to reduce the population of the planet by, 25%. 25, that's 1,250,000,000 people have to be exterminated by the year 2000.
Well, they can do that.
So essentially, this technology. This Illuminati then is the group of men who control not only all the money on the planet through all the world banks and the Federal Reserve and so on, but they control essentially all the governments. And so these men are planning to bring about a global form of government that's unique in all history. It's a total enslaving system of world communism and fascism, controlled by a hierarchy in Europe that Anthony calls what? The oligarchy.
Well, no, I call it the evilarchy.
The evilarchy.
The oligarchy of evil.
So these men are satanically inspired, and of course we get that term from the Bible, which means the devil. They're satanically inspired to bring about a global form of government to every nation on earth.
I wanted to add also that on the back of the Liberty dime, on the back of the old dime in America, there was the fascism, which you look in the encyclopedia or dictionary and look at the word fascism, you'll see that the symbol for world fascism was a bundle of sticks or bundle of rods with a hatchet head. That was on the back of the
Well, you see that
dime.
on each side of the speaker's podium at Congress.
Oh, absolutely.
So they have the fascism on each side.
Absolutely, and it's also the symbol for the United States Senate is the fascism. But the point I want to make is that was on the old dime. Now on the new dimes, you will see it has been transplanted a torch instead of the old fasci, because fascism was used at one time to prepare the world for the New World Order. Now the New World Order is in place. That's why on the dollar bill it says Novus Ordo Seclorum is New Order of the World, but at the top of the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill is Annuit Coeptus, which is not means our enterprise or our project has been crowned with success. So the point I want to make is that on the back of the American dime today, anyone can look at the back of the dime and see the torch of illumination, which is carried in the Olympics, which is the torch that the Statue of Liberty carries. It is the torch of the Illuminati, who are illuminated.
But what we need to do is explain this term New World Order, because do you realize how few people out there have actually heard George Bush and others use this occultic phrase that we're talking about, the New World Order? George Bush said it well over 200 times, and if you ask the average person on the street if they even heard it once, they'll answer no.
When Hitler talked about a 1,000-year Reich, and Bush talks about 1,000 points of light, there's more than just a small similarity. They are one and the same. We're talking about a Fourth Reich, the rich, and that's what we're talking about with the New World Order. They want it all. And that fiat funding money that we use isn't money at all.
Anthony J. Hilder, he's the guy on the right. He just fucking flat out is like, he's like, Hitler had 1,000 years of whatever.
Yeah.
And
1,000-year reign.
Yeah, and Bush says the same shit. 1,000 points of light.
Idiots. Yeah, that's
Skull
true.
and Bones. Oh yeah, yeah. How's New York treating you?
It's okay. You can finish the video. We can talk after, because this kind of sounds interesting.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's debt in the privately owned Federal Reserve. Well, the privately owned Federal Reserve is neither federal nor reserve. It's private.
That's right.
A private banking institution which is draining us. It's like America is an invalid in the hospital and dying, and they're putting up an IV bleed to bleed us of the remaining blood that we have to bring us down to the very bottom.
That's absolutely correct, Anthony. And since you brought up the Federal Reserve, let's look at the back of our dollar bill and analyze the symbol of the Illuminati. That's what this is, folks. It's also a Masonic symbol, but it's the symbol of the Illuminati, which controls, as Anthony said, all your money through the Federal Reserve, all the U.S. government money, and through other world banks, all the world's money. But this is their symbol, and this is basically the all-seeing eye of Lucifer, Satan, the devil. And what this inscription means here is announcing the birth of the satanic New World Order government. And Jordan, when was this placed on our dollar bill, and by whom, and what was the story?
Well, it was placed in 1934, 35, I think it was, originally on the dollar bill. But what I wanted to draw attention to is the fact that it's an Egyptian pyramid. And you had better look at the idea of why an Egyptian pyramid is on an American dollar bill.
Well, it's a symbol of slavery, Jordan, because that pyramid was put together with slave labor. And on our dollar bill, this is the reverse seal. And if we take a look at the schematic of Washington, D.C., we see the layout.
Right, but it was also one of the greatest bricklaying projects the world has ever known. And bricklayers are referred to as brick masons, so it is a symbol of the Masonic orders of the world.
That makes sense.
And it is a very powerful symbol that has been used by the ancient secret societies. And I am here to tell you that pyramid called Cheops Pyramid is a very important symbol to the world Illuminati.
And they're constructing the Illuminati Luxor up in Las Vegas.
Oh, I understand.
On Las Vegas Boulevard. I was up there with our cameraman here. And
is that a new hotel in Las Vegas?
A new hotel, 33 stories. I mean, with the capstone.
What's the significance of 33, Anthony?
Well, I think Jordan would be better able to answer that.
When we get into numerology, that is a whole interesting subject of how numbers are used by the ancient world. And 13 is an unlucky number, we're told.
It's a satanic number.
Well, but it's called an unlucky number because originally it dealt with Jesus and his 12. Jesus and the 12 make the 13, upon which a new order of life would be established on earth. The conspirators have then seized upon this term of the 13, Jesus plus the 12, and have begun to build on that a new world order. Something I wanted to bring out about this new world order, because we said we want to explain it. Let me make this point, that Europe is referred to as the old world, and anything coming from Europe is the old world. When you understand that Europe dominated the world for almost 1,600 years, and the Vatican dominated Europe. The Vatican dominated the old world order. Those banking families that were Roman Catholic banking families of Europe were the powers of the world. They dominated the world. With the coming of America, America becomes known as the New World. Remember, Columbus discovered a new world. When we hear the word New World Order, we're talking about a fraternal order of power, religion, money, operating out of the New World, America.
But a satanic, occultic, evil form
Columbus's
of power.
father-in-law
picture,
was
they want it all.
Grand
They
Master
want to enslave your
Rosicrucian.
child, your wife, your mother. There isn't anything that you ever had. There isn't anything that you own. There isn't any right that you possess that they're not planning on taking away. They want it all. You've got a choice. You can join in this fight, or you can die as a slave.
When George Bush used this term, he used several other terms that went along with this term, New World Order. He also said 1,000 points of light. He used another term, New Age. Another term, peace and safety. Jordan, who else in history has used this terminology?
Well, of course, all of the despots of history have used similar terminology, and it's always been the same concept of a total world domination. Go back to Nebuchadnezzar and in Babylon, talking about how he had gathered all the peoples under him and how impressed he was with himself. You go down the line, and all of the great dictators and tyrants of the world have always dreamed of taking over the world, but everyone tried it the wrong way. Everyone has tried to take over the world with military, and everyone has discovered that military will not work. You cannot police and militarize enough to take over the world. So the Illuminati in 1776 developed a whole new concept of how to pull this project off. Instead of trying to force people into a new order or a totalitarian dictatorship under military, which you cannot do because people are always going to rebel at that. The idea was developed by Adam Weishaupt to create enough violence and create enough chaos and enough bloodshed to frighten the world so that the entire world of mankind would one day come to the conclusion that there's too much bloodshed, too much crime, and there's just no possible way for the human race to exist unless we come together and pool our resources, and all of us accept one government and one order, and we will all live together in peaceful, happy, on one family, and nothing could be further from the truth.
Are the Satanists involved in the New Age movement? Is the New Age movement really sort of a cover for this whole Luciferian conspiracy, in your opinion?
I wouldn't say it's a cover. I would say it's the integral part of it, you know, the spiritual heart of what you're talking about, you know, a new world order. In fact, Alice Bailey, who coined the term New Age, who was a psychic and a channeler and an occultist, coined the term New Age and also coined the term New World Order. They both came from the same source. In her book, Externalization of the Hierarchy, she said that the New World Order would be based on the ancient wisdom or ancient occultism, which is where the term New Age came from.
Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky wrote a magazine. I've had the bound works of that magazine entitled Lucifer, Lucifer Magazine. She had a lot of followers. Adolf Hitler was one. He certainly incorporated a lot of the occult symbology.
Well, let me comment on that real quickly.
The Third Reich.
The term swastika, that is not a German term. The very name, swastika, is a Hindu word. And it's a symbol. Now, most people in the audience have probably never heard of this, but in occultism, it deals a lot with energies, with powers and forces. And these powers and forces come through something that are called chakras. And the word chakra is a Hindu word which means spinning vortex. Now, the swastika is a symbol of the chakras that are energized and working in unison. So the word swastika is a Hindu word, not a German word. And the word Aryan is a Hindu word. You know, it has nothing to do with ancient Germans. The Aryans were the Brahmin caste of Hinduism. So much of the terminology and concepts that Hitler used were from esoteric Hinduism and had nothing to do with, you know, ancient German culture or folklore at all.
Now, I've got a magazine which looks something like Time magazine. On the front cover, it talks about power places of the earth and a great meeting over in Egypt, where they were going to have a channeling conference. And of course, at the turn of the century, at the year 2000, I believe all of the leaders are going to be at the base of the Great Pyramid. Is this correct, Jordan?
Yes, it was in the Los Angeles Times. I still have the article, where all of the major leaders of the world governments are going to meet, and George Bush has an open invitation to be there. It's called the World Millennium Society, and they're going to meet there in 1999, and I guess one of the...
As in Millennium 2000.
Well, that's why one of the rock singers, I think it was Prince, that had the song Party Like It's 1999, because those who are in the know that something is coming for the year 2000, and most of the people are sound asleep and have no idea what's on its way. So that's why the song came out, Party Like It's 1999, because the LA Times had an article, all the major leaders of the world are going to meet at the base of the pyramid in 1999 to bring in what they call the Novus Ordo Seclorum, the new order of the world.
What we have in the New Age movement isn't just something from the top down. It's the masses are being conditioned also. It's not just, okay, most people, when they hear the term New Age, automatically, they think of fringe religious groups. They think of Shirley MacLaine, they think of crystals, you know. But this goes far beyond, you know, individuals like that, personalities. Not just mainstream American culture, but mainstream European culture, Japanese culture, is being redirected and restructured for a mystical experience of what they call higher consciousness, to be guided and directed in a mystical sense.
I did an
to the commenter, something happened, all right. It's called 9/11.
interview with Benjamin Krem, who's the representative of Lord, let's see, I call him Lord Betrayer. I talked about Adolf Hitler being influenced by Madame Blavatsky because he brought up Blavatsky, and I brought up Lucifer magazine, and he was very discombobulated. He really didn't know exactly know where to go. I thought he would hang up on me, and the conversation was coming from England.
Let's see, who's that third person?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, who is that? Okay. Well, I'm gonna put the video back on.
Was it a telemarketer?
I sent a lot of invites out on the open Twitter stuff.
Nah, that's a bad idea, bro.
Yeah,
I called up the Alice Bailey organization, Lucis Trust, which, by the way, used to be Lucifer Publishing Company. I was up in Ojai, California, and saw one of their old books, and it said Lucifer Publishing Company in it. But I called up the Alice Bailey organization and talked to their head person, and he told me that Benjamin Krem was like a renegade, that his Lord Maitreya did not have the official sanction of the Alice Bailey organization.
This is at the Meditation Center in Ojai?
Oh, New York City. By the way, Alice Bailey's group was in the United Nations Plaza.
There is so much more that needs to be said about this subject that we can never possibly get into, but there is something I really feel is necessary to bring out. We're not talking about something that's entertaining or sensational. We're talking about your government, where you live, your country, your freedoms.
Right.
And what we're talking about here is things which you see every day. Like someone said a long time ago, many will look with their eyes but not see, and listen with their ears but not hear. And that's us. That is this country. We have been looking at things all along and never realizing the significance of the occult emblems that we're seeing today. Okay.
We're talking about a global government that's in existence right now. We're not talking about a nation that is going, we're talking about a nation that is gone. We do not control the government of the United States of America. The United States of America is controlled by this evilarchy. They control the money system, they control the State Department, they control the presidency. And if you take a look at the fasci on each side of the Speaker's podium in the Senate, you're going to find that we have a new world order in place. What do we have to do? Incite a revelation to avoid a revolution? Or wait for the second coming? The choice is up to you. The privately owned Federal Reserve is just that. It's private. It's not owned by you. The national debt is to the international banksters. communism was never, well, run from the United States, or was it? You got to stop and think about that for a moment. And when you really find out what's going down, you really find out what's going down at the bottom line, you'll discover that communism was never run from Moscow, Hanoi, or Peking. It was run from London, New York, and Washington, D.C. On the backside of the dollar bill, you'll find the Illuminati pyramid, Annuit Septus, Novus Ordo Seclorum, the New World Order. What is all that about? I'm going to ask Jordan Maxwell. Jordan?
Yes, I will use this one I think would be better for. The Novus, let's start with the Annuit Coeptus. Annuit Coeptus is Latin, meaning our enterprise or our project is now a success or has been crowned with success. So then you say, well, your project is now crowned with success. What is the project? Novus Ordo Seclorum, which is novus, meaning new, ordo, order, the new order. Seclorium is the word secular in Latin, meaning the world, the new order of the world. You will notice that there are 13 layers in the pyramid. There are 13 letters in Annuit Coeptus. There are 13 stars above the head of the eagle. There are 13 berries and 13 leaves. There are 13 arrows. There are 13 stripes. Everything is done in sequence of 13 except the wings, which are 32 and 33,
Well,
of the 32nd degree and 33rd degree of Freemasonry. The 13 is said to be an unlucky number because it represents originally Jesus and the 12, because Jesus and the 12 are the basis for the world. And so this has been borrowed and used, and I think very cleverly. So it's an unlucky number, we're told, because you're not supposed to use it. To show you how this symbolism on the dollar bill is there's quite a bit of symbolism on the dollar bill here. I want to draw your attention to the right-hand side of the $1 bill at the top on the 1. You'll see at the top, right here on the little curvature, if you look very closely, you will see an owl that you can. It is used as a symbol because it sees things in the dark. The little owl on the symbol on the dollar bill is to symbolize something the Bohemian Society, which is incidentally meeting this month up in San Francisco. The owl is a occult symbol used by the Bohemian Society and the Illuminati in general because it symbolizes that you can. It is used as a symbol because it sees things in the dark, and that's why it's wise, implying that our political leaders are seeing things in the dark. They are aware of many dark things which are going on, and that's why they're wise, and you're not. So that's why they are the owls on the dollar bill.
It's important to bring up this particular point. The Bohemian Grove, and this is where all of the fellas meet and run around it in the forest nude, is where this new counsel for the President of the United States goes when he is on vacation. And his name is?
Yeah, well, all the presidents are
No,
there.
I'm talking about the new so-called Republican advisor of to the President of the United States. And, of course, we found individuals like Ronald Reagan, Gerald Ford, Carter, all dressed in black robes, hooded robes, looking up and worshiping what?
The owl. The owl in front of a bonfire, a large bonfire. And incidentally, we have pictures of all of the American presidents. This has appeared in 3 different magazines, which I have color pictures of. All the American presidents standing around the bonfire in capes and pointed hats, like the Ku Klux Klan type of regalia.
Well, I'm a little confused, and maybe others are out there. Look, what is this Bohemian Society? Where are they located, and are they another subgroup of the Skull and Bones, the Illuminati, the Bilderbergers? I mean, all these other cults, they're just another subgroup then, right?
Yes, but this is a social group. This is a purely a social get-together that they say they do not express business or discuss business.
Well, wait a minute, I don't think so. In a social group, you don't generally stand out in the woods dressed in Ku Klux Klan outfits. you know, worshiping the owl.
Yeah, in front of a bonfire. But there's a reason for that, because the fire is the fire of illumination. The fire is what
of the Illuminati.
Of the Illuminati, of course.
And we're talking about Ronald Reagan, who so many the conservatives supported. Maybe just to call him Red Ronnie.
Absolutely. Ronald Reagan is a member of this organization, just as and incidentally, in their own publication, they say that the reason they are called the Bohemian Society because a Bohemian is someone, I'm roughly paraphrasing, someone who does not live by the same morals and ethics that the populace does. And so they're saying that the people who lead this country meet in private because they don't live by the same morals and ethics you do. They have a whole different standard of behavior than you do.
Ronald Reagan was a member of the United World Federalists for 13 years. He wanted to bring about a new world order upon the ashes of American sovereignty. Is it possible that you haven't got the full message about Red Ronnie? In fact, Red Ronnie, that's not my terms. That's
Reagan were some kind of heroes or something.
Member of the American Veterans Committee, twice cited as an instrument of the Soviet Union. He was the first individual in the band, speaker, major speaker, personality at the Hollywood Legion Stadium to ban the bomb. He was developed. He put on a mask, and I think it's time that we take off that particular mask.
So these Bohemians, they meet once a year up in San Francisco?
For the last 2 weeks of July, from July 15th to the end of July, they meet for 2 weeks every year.
For 2 solid, continuous weeks?
Solid weeks. They meet in conclave, and some of the most important movie stars, national leaders from around the world, and they say it's the only place that that enemies, so-called enemies on both sides of a war, can meet quietly behind the scenes and be friends.
So they go out for this 2-week period of bonding and socializing?
Socializing and chit-chatting and getting together.
If Reagan was such a red-blooded American, why do you inflate all the money to an extreme point? Not to mention his ties with Earl Bryan and a whole bunch of other Phoenix scoundrels.
Plus, him and his wife consulted astrologers to make their decisions. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of famous people did. But he privatized the shit out of everything, too, which basically deregulated everything. Him and credits his successor, Mr. Bush.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What were the...
Everything.
Yeah, I knew Bush. I remember when the Skull and Bones, everybody knew that these Skull and Bones is like, I don't trust anybody like that.
Going to have next time, and who's going to be the enemy, and who will be the good guy, and so...
Now, Jordan, we have pictures...
And remember, war is good business.
Now we have pictures with the president with his hand stretched out, holding a red rose.
But I have about 15 major color pictures of communist leaders throughout the world holding a red rose in their hand, and these are from newspapers and magazines. I began to pick up on this because someone alerted me to it, that the symbol of the red rose implies not only socialism and communism, but a secret society operating behind socialism and communism that uses a red rose.
This way out Willie holding the rose. We find Khrushchev, we find
all the communist leaders,
all the communist leaders, and then we find the president of the United States over in his early years leading anti-American demonstrations in the Soviet Union.
Well, I know, but I'm saying that it's not enough to say these things. You really must show the pictures so that people will see that what we're talking about here are symbols and emblems.
Well, even Hitler used red and black, didn't he?
Yes, he certainly did.
And he said that Nazism is similar to socialism, didn't he?
Well, no, Nazi means National Socialist. National Socialist means Nazi. Benito Mussolini was, before he founded the Fascist Party, was associated with the Communist Party. In fact, Adolf Hitler, on February 5th, I think it was 1941, he said, basically, National Socialism and Marxism are the same. The whole of National Socialism is based on it.
That's interesting, because here we have Gorbachev very frequently using the term New World Order, and he says it's going to bring about a new world community, a new kind of civilization, in fact, quote unquote. And then we had Hitler using the same term, we had Bush using the same term.
August 23rd, 1939. What are the fellows doing here? They are putting together an agreement, the Communazi Peace Pact. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Peace Pact, the Hitler-Stalin Pact. They joined together, and then on September 1st, 1939, what did? They were talking about the invasion of Poland. And they did, in fact, invade Poland and rape and ravage that particular nation.
Now, let me bring up this point, that if you'll remember that Mussolini was an ally of Adolf Hitler, and that Adolf Hitler signed 2 concordant contracts with the Vatican. The Pope Pius XII signed 2 contracts with Adolf Hitler, that he would throw full Catholic support in Europe behind the new regime of Adolf Hitler if Hitler, upon winning the World War, would establish the Roman Catholic Church as the only legitimate religion of the world under the new order of the world. So there was a contract
in
signed.
Dr. Anthony Sutton's book, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, we find that the Bush family was heavily involved in financing Hitler, and the Kennedy family as well.
Right. Now, the point is, I want to continue with this. When you understand, we're talking about the Vatican, we're talking about Hitler and Mussolini. We're talking about the fascists of Europe in war with America and England. Now we're talking about the Empire Strikes Back, and as we said in the last program, New York is the Empire State. That's why you have Steven Spielberg and George Lucas movies talking about the Lost Ark, the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Who was going for the Lost Ark with Indiana Jones but Adolf Hitler? And in The Last Crusade, it's Adolf Hitler again. So what we're
Hollywood is
talking about
making
here,
figures not for the profit, but for the propaganda.
for the propaganda.
Yes.
But you see, they know what they're saying. And as I brought out to you before, the old magic practicing priest of England, the old Celtic priest, used to work their magic like Merlin the magician with his magic wand. And magic wands were always made out of Hollywood. So I'm saying that Hollywood has been used by, and that's why motion picture stars are called movie stars. Because in the Bible, stars were referred to as lesser illuminaries. So these lesser illuminaries are working for the big Illuminati. So the big Illuminati are using the lesser Illuminati. The lesser illuminaries are just stars.
So what you're saying, Jordan, is most of us are asleep.
We're totally
very
asleep.
subtly being conditioned by a number of occultic organizations, occultic attacks, occultic conspirators to condition us into this coming
we are being
satanic new world
awakened,
order.
really, to the New World Order. You take a look in like Time magazine. I'm going to bring it out again. You say you want a revolution, but are we willing to pay the price? They're talking, we don't want a revolution, we want a revelation. They say, who pays for Yasser Arafat? You know who pays for Yasser Arafat? Who gets Yasser Arafat's fat out of the fire? The United States government came over there to Lebanon when his back was against the sea. He would have been wiped out by the Israeli army. And the United States says no, 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 because they want to control this particular conflict. They brought up U.S. troops and U.S. ships to get Yasser Arafat's fat out of the fire and bring him over to Libya. Because they wanted him alive, because they want a controlled conflict. The same thing is happening in South Central Los Angeles. The same thing is happening in major cities throughout the United States and throughout the world. This is conflict control, and the symbols are everywhere.
Let me explain to the audience something very simple in relation to what you're saying. In Africa, and the big game hunters in Africa for many years used to, when you go out to hunt the big game, you wouldn't go into the jungle to look for the big game. You would hire many of the natives to go out with cans and bottles and surround about a 10-mile circle out in front of you and work in, beating cans and bottles and screaming and frightening your prey, the lion or the animal that you're looking for. And he's your prey. And you keep closing in until finally whatever is out there comes out into the open and he's a sitting duck. That is precisely what has been happening for the last 100 years. The Illuminati have been purposely organizing, directing, and financing wars, revolutions, violence, and bloodshed, so that it will sufficiently impress and frighten the world of humanity into accepting a new order, a new police state that will finally put down all the law and order, the disorder in the world. And it is the oldest trick in the book, Our greatest enemy is not in a crack house, it's in the White House. It's not in a bar room, it's in the boardrooms. And so the point I'm making is that we are being manipulated from the very top, and we need to wake up and find out that America is not the land of the free and the home of the brave, because we're not free, and we darn sure ain't brave. Any longer.
Well, it's time to wake the town and tell the sheeple. We are being led like sheep to the slaughter. I don't know if you've ever seen sheep go to the slaughter, but they are generally led by a Judas goat. The Judas goat will bring them all the way up the ramp, and right before they drop the trap on the sheep, the Judas goat steps to the side.
And that's why they have their offspring, these Illuminati refer to their offspring in their publications as their children, their offspring. They refer to your offspring as kids. You have kids because you're just like a goat.
Sheeple.
You're sheeple. That's why you have kids.
And your children are going to be slaughtered if you go along with the program. There's no question about it. They're going to be identified. They're going to be marked. Hillary, how much clout? Well, Hillary has brought in Janet Reno. I keep thinking of Janet Reno as sort of Hyman Himmler in drag.
Yeah.
There was a war waged on a Christian church in Waco. This is the first time there has been an armed military assault against the United States people since the Civil War.
And we ate it, didn't we?
Yeah, and the people sat back and said, oh, well, God, we got to get rid of that fanatic, those crazies out there.
Yeah,
they said, in the name of God, Time magazine, what happens when believers embrace the dark side of faith? Now, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Terry, Koresh never went in and attacked the ATF. He had never attacked the government. The government attacked them.
Well, there appears to be no substantiation for it. Those are allegations made by the government. But it's interesting.
And the orders to slaughter, Reno gave the orders which came down from the President of the United States.
Well, the very first indictments were sealed. We still don't know what he's guilty of. No. They have sealed indictments, and we'll never know what he was supposedly guilty of.
Mass murder in America, and the sheeple, and the people they're looking up. They don't know what's going on. They don't know what's going down.
But you know, the ironic thing of this is that the government used the fact that allegedly Koresh had been perhaps molesting some children, and so they said, well, we have to save the children by going in and killing them all. Isn't that paradoxical?
With American tanks, you see the flames are going up right up on top there. Right. No question about it.
So, you know, we can't allow this abuse
they said David was shot in the head. Yes, not by himself, but by, the flames are going up right up on top there. Not by himself, but by the ATF or agents from this multi-jurisdiction,
MJTF is multi-jurisdictional task force police. MJTF.
And we're going to be taking a look at FEMA coming in.
In other words, a national police force.
Right. The Federal Emergency Management Agency. We're going to be taking a look at FEMA. No question about that. What is that? Well, that's one of the New World Order's military operations.
That's their Gestapo.
Yeah, and then followed by whom? The United Nations troops in your homes. I was at Westwood in Wilshire, in the city of Los Angeles, taking a look at the city, and it looked like an atomic bomb had hit it. It was laid to waste. 5,300 fires going on at the same time.
And that was nothing compared to
And we're talking about black helicopters flying over Georgia. What are they dropping? Incendiary devices? Is this a created crisis that's coming on?
Folks, there's something going on behind the scenes that you may not even be aware of because most of America is dead asleep.
And remember that this thing that happened in Los Angeles happened on May 1st.
Ah, May 1st. The founding of the Order of the Illuminati.
And that's why in the military, when you're in trouble, you say a Mayday. A Mayday call means trouble. And there was trouble in Los Angeles on Mayday, and it was not by chance.
Now, one very important thing. This Illuminati was put together on May 1st, 1776, but the cover of the Illuminati documents is that we find the exact same pyramid. The exact same pyramid that is on the backside of the $1 bill. And you get into Washington, D.C., and what do we see here? This is extremely important.
Washington.
You say, well, it couldn't possibly be that these individuals had control over that city? Over that city way back in the 1790s? But if you take a look,
yeah, they did.
Is the Illuminati pyramid. The capital of the United States is at the top of the eye of the pyramid. You see the separation. And Jordan, Go on and explain that.
Yes, the obelisk, you'll see the Egyptian obelisk here.
Points
The
to the house of
Egyptian
the temple of
obelisk
the 33rd.
points up to the top of the triangle or the top of the pyramid. We're talking about occultic forces. We're talking about the five-pointed pentagram, which was used by satanic worshippers for thousands of years. If you take the 5 points off of a five-pointed star or a pentagram, you have left in the middle a pentagon. That's why the United States has a pentagon. The pentagon is directed toward the North Star because, according to the ancient Babylonians, that's where you gathered power from the gods of the North in war. We're talking about sex, drugs, rock and roll, violence. We're talking about a concerted effort to manipulate the human beings of this country into a new order and a new world, and the people are going along with it, docile, and have not the
And
faintest
it says
idea.
Novus Ordo Seclorum. That's
Well,
on
you know,
the
that
dollar
really
bill.
interests me. That the term seclorum. You said earlier that meant
Secular.
world. Now, doesn't that secular really mean more than you know?
Well, these
anything else?
people think of themselves as God, Terry.
Well, but
these are the new gods.
But secular, if you ask a minister what secular means, he'll say the secular world and we Christians, meaning that it's a world, a secular world without the God that created us. Isn't that true?
That's right.
So what
Totally.
we're looking at is we're looking at a new God, a Luciferian God, a satanic God who will be the leader of the New World Order. So the New World
That's
Order
right.
is the New World Order without the old God of the Bible and with the new God, Lucifer, Satan.
Now,
And
you
want to
take a look at the pentagram.
We want to bring out one point here in relation to what he says. We're not talking about an evil genius somewhere in Bavaria. We're talking about America. Here is the New World Order. We are in the middle of the most diabolical, conspiratorial movement ever developed on the face of the earth, right here in America, in Washington, D.C.
And the pentagram, it goes right up to the White House.
And the skull and bones. For example, when Christ was murdered, he was murdered on the hill of what? Golgotha, which means what, literally?
Place of the skull.
Skull and bones, you see? And so since then, the pirates have had on their flag, all the satanic evil men in the world have always utilized the skull and bones. And I believe, it's my own personal interpretation, that it's to mock Christ for what they did to him at the hill.
The Illuminati came to the United States through a fraternity, a Faustian financial fraternity, in 1832. And if we take a look at this Faustian financial fraternity, we will see that we have the skull and bones, and we see a little 32 underneath the symbol. Now, George Bush was in there. William Buckley, Jr., who would talk in very Edwardian tones. I asked Bill Buckley about his membership in the Skull and Bones in New Orleans. He got up and almost went running out of the room.
He refused to even comment.
George Bundy, I addressed this to George Bundy. He just came completely discombobulated on the stage. I wish I had a picture of that.
And George Bush was asked one time, and he changed the subject.
Of course.
So
that's what it's all about.
People are talking about our national leaders.
But it's time that we get down to the bottom line, and we shall return with just that.
There is something going on here on an international, worldwide scale right before our eyes, but that so many of us are unaware, and consequently we're not really seeing what is happening. There is, in fact, a conspiracy or a
What's wrong with his eyebrow?
world domination coming by this thing that George Bush calls a New World Order. On the back of the $1 bill, there are a lot of important occult symbolism on the back of the $1 bill. On the left-hand side, you'll see the pyramid, and the pyramid of Egypt. That's an Egyptian pyramid on an American dollar bill. The significance is very important. Above the pyramid, you will see the words annuit coeptus, which basically means in Latin, our enterprise is a success, or our project has been crowned with success. And the project, which is a success, is on the banner beneath the pyramid. Novus Ordo Seclorum, being Latin for New Order of the World, or the New World Order. On the bottom of the pyramid, you will see the Roman numerals for 1776. This exact identical emblem of the pyramid within the circle, the Novus Ordo Seclorum, it was not original in America. It was first found on writings that are today in museums in Europe in the year 1774, 1775 by a man named Adam Weishaupt, who founded the Bavarian Order of the Illuminati, a secret society of Freemasons operating in Europe that had designs on the entire world and to bring about what they call a new world order. So that emblem on the back of the dollar bill on the left-hand side with the pyramid is not an American symbol. It is a very old symbol coming from
you should bring out the fact that this is the order of the Illuminati.
Yes.
And the May 1st, 1776 did not signify the creation of the United States of America,
no,
but the order of the Illuminati for the enlightened ones or the Luciferians.
Yes.
And this is a satanic symbol.
Totally.
It is on the cover of the Illuminati documents from May 1st, 1776, which obviously precedes the birth of this nation on July 4th, 1776.
Okay.
Well, the Jesuits were suppressed in, I think, 1774 or 1773. And that's why they allowed the United States to be created. That's why they encouraged it. Because, I mean, even our Constitution isn't, it has origins in other constitutions that have existed. I think, like, what was it, the Treaty of Mecklenburg, I think it was, had a very similar concepts to ours. So they founded us to turn us, because I do believe that the proto-United States, like colonial America, was anti-Illuminist. That's what I think. That's why I think even a lot of
originally back in the day they had a anti-Illuminati or anti-Freemasonry party that was running for government. Yeah.
Well, I separate Freemasonry from Illuminati because it's not like people use them interchangeably, but it's actually because Freemasonry is upon the earth. Illuminism is rebuilding in the head, rebuilding of the mind, rebuilding of the human.
Yeah, that's what Freemasons do too. Yeah.
No.
No.
What was I gonna say? Damn it, I'm stoned.
Well, what else is new?
Yeah, what was I gonna get at? The whole skull and bones thing. The skull and bones has an identical initiation oath as the Illuminati.
Yeah, and what I caught earlier on, he said Alice Bailey came up with the idea of New World Order. Maybe I misheard it wrong, but that's not true. I've got a book written in the 1800s by Count Spiridovich, and he talks about the New World Order.
Oh, wow.
I think she was talking about. She was talking about the externalization of the hierarchy.
Yeah, which is a different thing altogether.
Yeah, well, that's what I think they mentioned her in regard to. I think they mentioned her in regard to because she's the one who talked about that, and she actually said that. That's why I thought it was Blavatsky, but I guess it was, or maybe Blavatsky commented on it. But they said the externalization of the hierarchy would begin sometime around 2025, which is
originally back in the day, it was supposed to be 1975. Because I have the externalization of the hierarchy by Alice Bailey.
They'll say 2025 as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, because remember in the 70s and 80s, this character Benjamin Cream, like I mean. He was supposed to talk about all this, Benjamin Cream, and like I bought this book back in 1985, so I knew about all this shit, and they took out full page ads in major newspapers saying that Maitreya was going to be revealed, PDQ, but he was never revealed. I mean, they had some stories that he made an appearance in London, in one of the suburbs of London, and then he appeared in Africa at a healing event, and he healed a bunch of people. But nobody's ever heard of Benjamin Cream or Maitreya ever since.
Well, I think the idea of the Maitreya being one person was a ruse, in that it was really all the initiates of the world that they would initiate.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing happened with, who was it? Gurdjieff? Was it Gurdjieff, or they had primed him to be the Maitreya, but he bowed out in the end. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that thing about the guy, what's his name?
Oh yeah, the new guy. The new guy. Where is he
I'm
from?
talking about the one the one that predicted World War II or World War I 2 years before, on September 11th. He made the prediction on September 11th. Baha'u'llah, like 1917 or something.
Oh, the Baha'i guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Baha'ism is part of the conspiracy of both world wars. Literally.
Well, it's universalism, so.
Yeah.
The base of a lot of this is universalism.
Yeah, that's why they're symbolized the 9 points with all the religions on each point.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah,
so
they're doing the same thing as Rome wants.
When was that episode recorded?
I'd say like 95 or something. 90.
Was it on national TV, or was it a private thing?
It's probably just public access or something.
Yeah. Okay.
That's not public access TV anymore. That's how we got rid of a lot of shows like this.
Yeah.
Now it's on YouTube, and unfortunately, YouTube is an algorithm, and it's actually it gave a lot more people an audience, but it also diluted, because I've heard that there were a lot of really interesting things on the public access channels, like stuff like conspiracy shit, like really fascinating, like esoteric stuff. I mean, it was usually on at 3 o'clock in the morning, but when people things usually awake.
Typically, like back in 79, maybe 79, 80, I used to watch this show. It was a half-hour show, but they only put it on after like midnight. And it was David Maines, and he interviewed this guy that went back through history and studied, what happened after the flood and all the different people. Anyways, yeah, there used to be a lot better stuff on TV. Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a lack of archaeology going on. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, just go on.
This lack of archaeology going on. There's all the discoveries that they claim are just so mediocre, and it's like, where's the big stuff? Where's the huge archaeological and scientific discoveries? Excuse me.
Yeah.
And I think they're hindering some kind of archaeological study in Israel. I think that there's something huge under there.
Oh yeah, probably.
It would make sense.
Yeah, they're because remember in Indiana Jones 3, they were protecting a secret.
Number three. What was number 3 about?
The Last Crusade with Sean Connery.
Okay. Oh yeah. That was in Petra, in Jordan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now it's all under the Vatican. Now the problem is that anything of value, anything that that's actually anything like that is all at the Vatican underneath in the Vatican 53 miles of Vatican archive that you can't get access
Yeah,
to.
totally. My daughter actually went to Petra and saw it, so
Oh yeah.
she was lucky.
Yeah, you got to be really lucky to get into that because they do not let anybody in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Unattended.
My ex, the cougar, went to Petra and brought me a stone back from Petra.
Went to what?
A stone from Petra because I don't like souvenirs.
Oh.
You know.
Oh, from
Neither
Petra?
do I.
Yeah. It's
I
like
mean,
bring me
all these,
something that can't be bought.
yeah, all these stars want to sign their CDs and stuff like that, and I say, no, you don't have to sign it. I'm just glad that I met you in person. That's all that matters to me. Because I mean, I guess signatures are worth something maybe someday. I don't know, but whatever. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, now if you go to a famous person and ask them for a signature, they're going to make you pay for it because they know you're going to probably go put it on eBay right after.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Like Britney Spears gum, used gum. Remember that one?
What?
Yeah, back
I'm not familiar with that.
15 years ago, somebody put on eBay Britney Spears used gum that she had chewed.
No, it's bizarre.
I know.
People are weird. They buy
They are.
cornflakes with Jesus on them and shit.
Yeah.
Like a piece of toast with Jesus on it. It's like what?
Yeah, that's a little bizarre. What the hell? What was it that had something with for that? Oh yeah, back in the day, like when the internet first came out, and I was I used to really be into '60s music, and I found the website for Country Joe and the Fish, the guy who played the song at the Woodstock. And he had a thing where all you had to do was send him a message and he would send you an autographed picture of him from Woodstock and some guitar picks, which I thought was cool. So I had my little crush in junior high school and I'm like, I'm going to get one for Emily. So I put it in. I'm like, hey, can I get one for me and for my crush? And he sent me two. I have it actually here. I have it on my wall now. That's from when I was a kid. That's the Broad City Girls, and that's the guys from Impractical Jokers. I brought them to Luna Park in Coney Island, and whatever. But what happened is when I was working in the marketing department, I found the autographs just sitting in a folder when we were moving offices. So I just said, all right, I'm going to hold on to them. If anybody asks, I'll be honest. Nobody asked. I took them. So the autographs are the Broad City Girls, the Impractical Jokers, and that's my Country Joe and the Fish autograph from when I was like 13.
Huh.
Wow.
Yeah. I got some autographed Magic cards, but that's it.
I've got autographed books and CDs and stuff like that. Yeah.
I have an autographed Vonnegut book. Because I
really? Wow.
Yeah, it's a
Which one?
Let me see if I have it here or if it's at my parents' house. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's Hocus Pocus.
Okay. I've never read Hocus Pocus.
Donuts got an autographed Lost Light book.
Which what?
Donuts got an autographed Lost Light book.
Really? Wow.
I told him to get the book, and he's like, "Oh, there's an autograph one." I'm like, "Wow, that's crazy."
My sister had no idea what she was getting. She just saw Hocus Pocus, so she bought the book, and then we realized when she got it, it's autographed.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty cool.
Once I ordered a book off of Amazon, and there was missing about 50 pages of the reference section was missing, and I heavily rely on reference sections because I always look up the references. So I wrote the author, and he sent me a free autographed copy of the whole book. Like, yeah.
Maybe we should start writing authors and shit.
Yeah.
You should be able to do that.
I've written a lot of authors. I talk to them quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you can still do it, but like through email and stuff. But you used to be able to write to a lot of people. Like Ulysses, there was a kid who famously wrote a letter to Ulysses Grant, and he wrote him back a whole letter. People, they would do that. Like they would correspond with people.
My friend's related to Ulysses Grant.
Wow. I'm related to people who ate boiled turnips for dinner.
Well, you made it, so.
Well, what's wrong with turnips? I miss turnips. I haven't had a turnip for a long time. Yeah.
My ancestors had enough. That's when they came to America.
Oh yeah, turnips are probably better than cabbage.
I don't know. I like cabbage too. Just in cabbage rolls and stuff like that. Yeah.
My grandparents would always have boiled cabbage. That's like all they would eat.
Well, back in the war, my dad used to. The Germans would come into the Netherlands and they'd have this soup truck and they'd spoon out this cabbage soup to everybody, and that's what they had to live on, was cabbage soup. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, that's
I
why
dated
war
a
is
girl
bad.
from Northern Italy, from Vicenza, and their nickname up there is Mangiagatti, cat eaters. And I something to do with World War II, because they used to call cat meat roof rabbit.
Ooh. What the fuck? Roof rabbit.
Well, and pigeons too. Pigeons. Yeah.
I'd rather eat a pigeon than a cat.
I don't know.
When the leather boots have run out, when the wallpaper has run out, and when there's nothing else to eat, anything looks good at that point.
Well, I'll just go fishing. There's a lot of lakes around Michigan.
True. That's true. That is true. That's why I bought my house. I bought it where I made sure there was some property over there. Oh shit, that reminds me. I gotta pay bills for Pennsylvania. I made sure that there's a water source nearby, so we can all go fishing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, back in the war, or WW2. I don't know if it was my grandfather or my dad mentioned that they'd take that people would take pages of the Bible, because it's India paper, real super thin paper, and they'd take cigarette butts out of bus stations and roll up the excess tobacco with pages of the Bible and smoke it.
That'd be pretty rough.
Yeah, that's how bad it was. Yeah.
The Holy Spirit.
It might be good luck.
As long as you're not smoking Revelations.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I used to bale hay with this old dude that was a farmer would bale hay with us. He was in World War II. He was really old. He was like baling hay in his 90s. It's crazy. He like lived on ice cream.
Ice cream. Wow.
Milkshakes. Yeah, he never talked about the war though.
Yeah, my grandfather, he fought in the Dutch underground, but he never talked about the war at all. He refused to talk about it, and he said that if ever a war happened again, they'd have to shoot him, because he'd never go back. Yeah.
My great uncle wouldn't talk about it. My great uncle was a combat vet in World War II. And he threw all his medals, all his shit, he threw it right off the boat into the water, and he refused to discuss it. And then when he died, he decided, you know what, I want a military funeral. So we had when he died, we went to the funeral, and he had the guy with the horn or whatever it is, and the flag, yada yada.
Yeah.
But
yeah, well, it's the more modern veterans. Like my uncle was in the South American Contra, and that he was like he gave everything away that he from the military when he got out or whatever. He didn't like what happened and stuff. He said it was all really bad, and I don't know. But then he would like go around and be like, "Oh, they deserve to die" and stuff, talking about South American weed farmers and stuff. And it was like, what the fuck? It was like, I don't know. He's cursed.
I knew a guy who his dad was part of an Israeli intelligence unit that operated in Africa, and after he finished, he moved to South Africa, and because his thing was they were called all they knew they were called the pirates. That was their code name. That was all his dad told him. And the Israeli government, when he was doing citizenship, when he was getting his citizenship, they said, "Oh, we like, your father, he passed away, and the dude's like, "No, he didn't. What are you talking about?" And it turned out that to keep his identity a secret, his dad was registered as dead by the Israeli government when he left the country.
Typical. Yeah, that happens quite a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I've read about that in different cases. Yeah.
Like, my dad's alive in South Africa. But nope.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
I see Operation GCD is
Oh, yeah.
I'll put a link out if you want to come on.
Yeah, put them on.
Yeah, so I'm pretty stoned here. What were we talking about?
Canadian Vampire Alert. Yeah, totally. Except I'm allergic to blood. I mean, when I had to get a blood test when I got married, I almost passed out. Like, I hate needles and blood. Ugh.
Oh, yeah. So you're saying you're a Moroi? No.
Okay.
That's a spirit vampire.
No, not spirit.
I'm
either.
just joking.
No.
Yeah, what were they talking? They were talking about Reagan in that video.
No, JJ, I love garlic. I think it's one of the best foods. Yeah.
Whoa. Excuse me. Whoa. Yeah, so what were we talking about earlier? So I think it's interesting that that whole Reagan thing, the people that he assigned to all the seats and stuff. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure Reagan was at Bohemian Grove.
Was it what?
Wasn't he at Bohemian Grove? Or am I off?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look back in my books that show the attendees, but I can't remember. He probably, likely. I mean,
well, the thing Anthony J. Hilder said, where he's like Bush said 1,000 points of light, and that Hitler said 1,000 years of rain.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing about Bohemian Grove, even though you think of it as a leftist outfit, most of the attendees for Bohemian Grove were rightist, conservative, Republican types.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Reagan was there.
So he probably was.
Yeah. I got a picture of him at Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Bohemian Club is, I think it's connected with that Asha Shafaria, that some kind of Italy fascist club of Bohemian type stuff.
Yeah, I've seen a slight reference to that. Yeah, somewhere. I can't remember.
Yeah, they worship the owl. Same fucking.
Yeah, and what they didn't talk about in that video, they didn't talk about the cremation of care. I mean, that's the whole point of that bonfire and that
Druidism.
Yeah, it is total Druidism. Yeah.
Yeah, the bonfire. I forget what bond in the etymology goes to, but fucking had to do with some sort of pagan fucking festival spring.
Yeah, it goes back to the Wicker Man and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think we talked. Burning Man was started on summer solstice.
Yeah.
Burning
Great.
Man's the modern Wicker Man. Yeah. For the tech bros from Silicon Valley. Yeah.
Yeah, what was it? Yeah, it's interesting. They JJ informed me that Nicolas Cage's uncle is what's his name? Francis Ford Coppola, and Coppola's father's like mafia or some shit. And that well, I don't know if you said the mafia part, but the Nicolas Cage is in the more modern version of the Wicker Man.
Yeah, yeah. I can't remember if I've seen that version. I think I've seen the original, but not the Nicolas Cage remake, which I'd like to see because I like
Pretty
Nicolas
decent.
Cage. Nicolas Cage is one of my favorite actors. Yeah.
It's a pretty decent movie. What was I going? I was trying to look up that Millennium Society thing that he was talking about in that video. Cause I found references to that in books, Millennium Society, but not as like a modern thing. Which it is a modern thing, but it's also an old thing. I think that the writers of the X-Files, when they wrote that Millennium show, they were talking about some kind of secret group, and that I think that the Millennium stuff is those people are
No, JJ, that's wrong. I haven't seen any of his vampire movies. Sorry.
Oh, there's a to catch Dana. There's an ongoing joke of JJ saying that Harry's a vampire.
Yeah.
The whole film industry is connected to the mafia. I mean, if you ever see like whatchamacallit, you can find a lot of pictures of even the Sopranos cast. All have friends in the mafia, all connected. All the way back to Sinatra, the whole industry's still connected. I mean, there's a story of like if you ever watch the Sopranos when Carmine Lupertazzi, the boss of New York, tells Tony that, if someone went over to a barbecue at your house, yeah, the boss does not wear shorts. The Don does not wear shorts. And apparently they say, oh yeah, he got a phone call one time in the middle of the night, and that's what the voice told him. And I'm like, nah, bullshit. He was hanging out with some mafia buddy, and they were like, by the way, the Don does not wear shorts. And they had to make it seem, but it was like, dude, there's literal pictures. They say like, what's his name? Tony Sirico was a Colombo family mobster. Albert Baris Jr., I forgot the guy what his real name was, just got arrested again, if I'm not mistaken. And even like if you watch one of the first episodes of Kitchen Nightmares, Peter Pasta, the Italian restaurant out on Long Island, where the mafia shows up to money collectors, bill collectors. No, motherfucker, those are straight up mobsters. He's connected, I think, to the Bananos. The whole industry is connected to the mafia. And
I think the Satanists are connected to mafia too.
Yeah. Has anybody heard of Alfred McCoy? He's written a lot on this type of. He was just on geopolitics and empire, and he talked about how the mafia is the way they work is so compatible with the way intelligence agencies work, so that there's a natural bonding that occurs between the mafia and intelligence agencies. Sorry, JJ, I can't answer you in text because my stuff doesn't show up. Otherwise, I'd answer you more directly. Sorry.
Yeah, the mafia does the same initiation as witchcraft. The dagger to the heart, the rose, the blood oath, it's all the same shit.
The same as Freemasonry, yeah. Yeah.
I think I mentioned Roy DeMeo. Roy DeMeo they said he was like the guy who created the Gemini method for killing, for like mass murder. And they wrote a book. The book about him is called Murder Machine. And they said he would do satanic blood rituals, like him and his crew would kill people and do satanic blood rituals. And they had like, you got to wonder, they didn't have Google at the time, but how did they have this like ridiculously professional method of killing people that was like down to a science, like, and everything from like bleeding them out, like they say, oh, he was a butcher at one time. It's like, I don't know about that. I don't think, I don't think so. I don't think that's true. One of his guys.
Well, they also use classic cement shoes type stuff. There's lakes around the edges of Chicago where they say that the Al Capone would dump the bodies in the cars and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lakes in Michigan too, but
the last what is it called? The one-way car ride or something. But yeah. And then even now, like I think didn't we talk about it last time with the Ndrangheta? The Ndrangheta they have a secret inner circle, and there too, it's like it's a blood oath. That's one. Number two, it is. Yeah, it's way off. It's definitely something like weird, satanic, esoteric shit going on there.
Sabrina doesn't know what cement shoes are.
Same precise time that DeMeo was made. Sorry, I just remembered. I gotta remember to look at the comments sometimes. That's interesting. I gotta look that up about if DeMeo was made around that time. He had one of the guys in his crew was they called him the vampire, and apparently he was pale white and like he slept in the apartment in the back where they murdered people.
I've never heard of the DeMeo guy. Who the hell is?
It's a mafia dude.
Roy DeMeo. He was part of he had the DeMeo crew, and they were an infamous crew that it was involved in everything from kiddie porn to murder for hire. And they had the club that they met in was called the Gemini Club, which is now a church, interestingly enough. And they had a very professional method, like system for getting rid of bodies. And when they were done bleeding them out and doing all this stuff, they would dump them into it was in New York. It's called the Fountain Avenue dump. Now it's a park. They did like a landfill.
That reminds me, was that an X-Files episode where there was this remote farm where they all the dead bodies were delivered to the farm? Yeah. Anyways.
Could be. I don't know. I was so young when the X-Files came out, and even though I watched it, I don't remember much of it. I still watch it.
It's pretty good. Should
watch
it again.
Yeah, I rewatched the whole 9 seasons last year. So
yeah, Dottie did fear DeMeo. So I got to look into that. That's actually really fascinating. If he was part of that, if he was part of the that's very fascinating.
Satanic Nazi church.
Well, it is a church. Oh, it is a church. Yeah.
JJ, I don't. You'll have to explain it a bit more. I know.
Wait, what? Long story short, the process is satanic Nazi church. That's what I mean, like literally.
Around the time it was the son of Sam. Yeah. They say that Bernie Sanders was the Zodiac. Was it the son of Sam? They say it was Bernie Sanders. Like, if you look at like the drawn descriptions of him, and he was in New York around the same time too.
I got to take a leak real quick. Be right back.
I would say that's pretty fast. I would say that's kind of interesting. If a camera is that accurate portrayal of Harry. Oh, is that new? Yeah, like that would like There's a lot of, because the mafia is always connected to intelligence, especially here in the United States, and intel is connected to all sorts of weird shit. You know.
Yeah, there's a Romanian guy. I think he was Romanian. He wrote a book on intelligence from Babylon up until Byzantium, and how the intelligence was done by postmen and different people like that all throughout history. That and how it was connected. Yeah, it's a good book. You can't buy it. I've tried to buy it. I think I've got it on PDF, and Jay Dyer has a copy of it somewhere. Yeah, it's a good book.
And they're making it a lot harder. I still use eBay to get books because eBay is still like a free for all. But like, yeah, they're making it a lot harder.
Yeah, I've bought the occasional book from eBay because you can't get it anywhere else. But yeah.
There's like people who buy up these collections and then they just sell the and they just sell they sell them, and someone just pops up with book that's like, wait, this is hard to get. You know?
Yeah.
I know.
I mean, there's several books on Amazon that are like $1,000 they want for them, and I'm saying no, I'm not going to pay $1,000 for a freaking book.
Yeah, try to get a copy of the Corpus Juris Secundum. That's like $3,000 to $4,000.
Or even a simple document like the changing images of man. You can't get a copy of it anywhere. But I mean, you can get a PDF, and I've got the PDF, so yeah.
Yeah, I can't get into reading books on the screen. I tried, but I can't. I don't know. There's something about it that just makes my ADHD act up. I need to. I need like a book. Like I need to sit on and read a book.
Freaking books is because I need a physical copy where I can highlight and write notes in it, and you know
exactly. Like I always like to point out my copy of a woman. My copy of A Woman Rides the Beast with all it. Well, I have notes all messed up.
Dave Hunt got 20 of Dave Hunt's books, but I totally disown him.
What?
Because he's an anti-Calvinist. He wrote a book against Calvinism, and
what is Calvinism? I'm familiar with Calvin, but not.
You're Dutch, he said. So
Dave Hunt should stick to cults. He shouldn't get into theology. That's what I said. Because he's a not a Quaker, but what is that outfit?
Catharism, or is that the total opposite?
No.
Not
a Quaker.
John Calvin, the Protestant Reformation, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, Protestant. Okay, wasn't he
Baptist?
Okay,
No, Seventh-day Adventist.
That later.
Maybe
no, Reformed.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about
like Presbyterians or Christian Reformed Church or churches like that.
Yeah, New York was full of Dutch over before the invasion. There's still like a couple of old Dutch Reformed churches out here, but they're mostly now Korean churches. Spanish. They've gotten rid of the good, all that culture's gone. Right now, my friend lives in a part of Staten Island that didn't even have internet until like 5 years ago, and they actually filmed part of Boardwalk Empire there because it still looks exactly how it did. All they did was throw dirt on the ground, and it looked exactly like it did in the 20s. And literally, if you see, you could find the scene. And and it's like on the block. There's like his old house. There was like a cemetery, a big cemetery, and then it was connected to an old Dutch Reformed church. If you look on a map of it, you can look up. It's Ann Street. You look up Ann Street, and it's right near I think it's not. What street was that? Forest Avenue? No, it's not Forest. It's Richmond, Port Richmond Terrace between and Ann Street. But yeah, it's like a really old, spooky little neighborhood.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, my map doesn't show Staten Island to. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, maybe I can find Ann Street on.
You're gonna look.
Ann Rice.
So go from the bridge and find Port Richmond Terrace, and or.
Wasn't Ann Rice's father some kind of high muckety muck in I don't remember which society?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, it'd be Port Richmond. Where is it? Where's Port Richmond?
Let's say the Frankenstein story was
Close
about
to the Bayonne Bridge. It's not that far from the Bayonne or the Outer Bridge.
Oh, okay, yeah. Port Richmond, yeah, I've got Port Richmond.
So if you can find it, Ann Street is a small street, and I can't remember. I think it was on Port Richmond. I think he lived on. There's Port Richmond because all the streets here are annoying over there. It's like Port Richmond Avenue and then Port Richmond Terrace, and we got off of that.
It was to Castleton Avenue and Jewett Avenue and Richmond Avenue. Yeah, I don't know. It's not maybe not detailed enough. Yeah, but I recognize it. You know, has anybody ever read F. Paul Wilson?
Nah.
Okay, he's written like 30 or 40 books on which mostly took place in New York, and that's why I have an atlas, so I know. When I read a book, I want to know exactly where all these people are going and stuff like that. And he wrote the Repairman Jack novels, like there's about 30 of them, the Adversary novels, Secret History of the World novels, and stuff like that. And they all take place in New York or Long Island or New Jersey. He's the one that told me about the New Jersey Devil. And I never knew why they called the team New Jersey Devils. But F. Paul Wilson explained, hello, in the pine forest or the pinelands, that there was this fabulous creature called the New Jersey Devil. And yeah, so I learned.
Well, I know all the variations on that story.
Yeah.
I got a friend from New Jersey.
So when I read books, fiction books, I like to map it out. You know, I want to know what they're talking about. Yeah.
Well, his New Jersey story was different than all the variations I've heard over the years. It was he said that back in like the 20s or something, that the 1920s, that some lady threw her baby in the fire, and that the baby lived somehow, and it was all burned up, and that fucking and that it lived in the streets, and fucking people fed it food and stuff, and fucking like when I used to live in the hood and stuff like 25 years ago, there was a dude that was all burned up, and that he didn't have no nose or lips or eyes. Fucking, I mean, he had eyeballs but no lids. It was fucked up. The you see weird shit in the hood. Don't go to the hood.
New Jersey has a lot of occult, not just occult shit, but like a lot of that, like a lot of haunted, I guess you could call it. I went with a buddy of mine. I went when he ruined a day at the water park, and on the way back, I was like, "Yo, we're not that far from Clinton Road. Let's go drive Clinton Road." And it was the middle of the day, so it wasn't like at night. But Clinton Road is infamous for, apparently they, like, the KKK used to meet there, and there's like a lot of witchcraft and state and like occultist shit that goes on along Clinton Road, like in the woods nearby. There's like a bridge that if you throw a coin into the stream, it'll throw it back at you. And if you drive there at night, you'll get followed and chased. You'll get chased by like mysterious headlights and stuff. And
there might be some kind of secret military base there.
Yeah. In F. Paul Wilson's books, he has a secret society. I forget what it's called, but they're sort of like a Freemasonic lodge, and they're trying to steer what's going on in society and stuff. It's a great series of books. JJ says 3 vampire books by F. Paul Wilson. Well. I haven't read those books, so I don't I don't I don't know what you're talking about, JJ.
Oh no.
He just wants to associate me with vampirism. I don't know. Whatever. How about Vampirilla, JJ? Do you like Vampirilla?
So, well, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something, but I can't remember. Yeah,
he includes Tesla in one of or 2 of his books.
Tesla.
He has a Tesla's tower on Long Island at what is that?
Oh yeah. Well, I think Tesla was involved with the occult.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a vegan. I mean, that's
I don't know. I hear varying accounts.
You remember what Cooper says?
The Tesla, the hero, and Edison was the asshole, and I've heard contrary.
No. Well, I know what you're talking about with that. But okay, so in both the Illuminati oath, the Weishaupt's order, and Skull and Bones oath, they say they will only eat rooted vegetables.
Yeah, that's Pythagoreanism. Yeah, totally.
Well, then they say that they will, if they betray the order, they will drink from the aqua tofana, which is a reference to that cup where you poured it one way and it poured water, you poured it the other way, it poured toxic.
Okay. Wardenclyffe, that's right.
I forget what that goes back to.
It was called Wardenclyffe. But put an E on the end of Wardenclyffe. Yeah.
Wardenclyffe, isn't that German?
No, it's a town.
Well, I know it's in America, but isn't
it's on Long Island. That's where Tesla built his super tower that he was trying to do his electricity.
Probably out on Montauk where they have the
Montauk. Yeah, totally. And I mean, there's a book on Montauk that I've got. Conspiracy on Montauk.
Isn't that about the Chimera stuff or something?
Well, it's related to
experiments. That's where they did a lot of weird experiments. It was like a weird base, a naval base there, or just an experimental lab.
Yeah,
they see stuff washed ashore and stuff.
Yeah.
Also, the disappearance of a ship, like how it disappeared, and reappeared. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my friend who lived in New Jersey, he said weird shit would wash on the shore, on the Jersey Shore. And he had some kind of weird conspiracy about that TV show as well. I forget what it was.
Well, you should read Nelson DeMille's book called Plum Island.
Plum Island, that's it.
Yeah, that was based on real things. Also, his book about the jet airliner that got shot down over Long Island.
Flight 800?
Yeah, no, 8 something, yeah. And that's a good book too.
What was the I'm thinking of TWA 800, I think.
Yeah, TWA. Yeah, it was in the 80s. And Nelson DeMille basically says it was shot down by a missile. Yeah.
Well, somebody says it was I think it was Cooper that says it was some Iranian or some shit, some other country did it because we got one of their boats or something. I don't remember how the story went.
A lot of tip for that happens, and the key is understanding who were the passengers, like what was the passengers on the plane and what were they affiliated with. Same with that flight was shot down close to Japan by the Russians, I think.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
were the people on board? And they had political significance at the time. And
I know what you're talking about.
They killed the whole Polish government at one time in the plane crash, which is bizarre to me because typically in situations like that, like the royal family doesn't fly together in the plane. They'll fly separately. They won't, like, even most, like government officials, they won't fly together. They'll fly separately in case, God forbid, something happens. And meanwhile, the entire Polish government is on one airline when it gets blown up or when it crashes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I didn't know that the royal family did that, but I mean, it makes sense. Totally. Yeah.
Like Prince William and Prince whoever the hell, they won't fly together.
And yeah.
I would probably hope that Meghan Markle.
Ugh, man, this weed tastes like DuPont made it or something. This weed that I got tastes like DuPont made it. It's like, what the fuck?
The weed that I got, which I could take a smoke actually, but I should next time. Maybe I'll take a smoke next time I come on. Roll some of my Michigander weed up. Not the craziest thing. I got Michigander weed.
There's a lot of farms all over everywhere. I go and work at a farm sometimes and get paid with weed. Just go like water or trim or but my car gets such shitty gas mileage. It's like I have to drive to go. Yeah, the where were we getting at? The well, I think there's something to that Skull and Bones connection with the some kind of Italy connection with all those different military groups that use the Skull and Bones for their
carbon free. Yeah.
Well, there's two Carbonari. There was one that was pro-Constitution. The other one that was pro-Illuminism White Hops.
Yeah.
What was that? Hussar de la Mort. That was the Skull and Bones.
Friends, Antonio Gramsci and his crew. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting that video they were saying it went back to Rome and the Golgotha, the Skull and Bones.
Yeah, I don't know if that's stretching it, but I mean, yeah. That's something that Donut would have to look into because he's into eisegesis.
well, they were implying that the people that killed Jesus, if the story was real, was the people that the same members of the same society as the modern Skull and Bones and
I think
the German totem cop.
No, that's a stretch. Yeah, I don't find any evidence for that. No.
Right. Yeah, the
it's like Manly P. Hole. He likes to project onto history, his remote origins of the secret societies and stuff. There is some.
Are you saying we're not from Lemuria? What? What? Nah.
Well, and now we're getting into Blavatsky. Yeah.
It's weird that Randall, what's his name? Ralph Abraham talked about. No, both of them did. Randall Carlson and Ralph Abraham talked about Lemuria. It's like, well, where's that in the book?
I know.
It's just a symbol of consciousness.
Lemuria was a made-up place, totally.
Well, to the occult, it's a symbol of evolution.
Back when I was a teenager in junior high, I read Lynn Carter's Songer of Lemuria, there was 5 books in that series. It was totally fantasy. Like it was like Conan the Barbarian, only set in Lemuria.
That sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, they were cool books. I mean, they were good reads for, you're 14, whatever. That's what appeals to you at that age. Yeah.
Well, people don't really read books these days.
I know. Yeah.
I used to. Okay, so there used to be those books in the 90s and the 80s where you'd turn to a certain page and it'd be like, you go this way or that way, turn to this page or that page.
Yeah. What were these?
Well, I only had one of those books, so I got both.
I never read one since they never appealed to me. What was Find Your Own Way? No. What were they called?
I don't know what they're called, but they were
something Quest or something. I forget
really
what they.
Popular or something for a minute.
Yeah. You read so far into the book, and then it says if you choose X or if you choose Y, turn to page whatever. Yeah.
I used to read those when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
My summer camp reading. Where is
freaking I had that window open. It got really cold in here.
There's one, like the Where's Waldo thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I like these big adventure books.
What's up? What was
Yeah, something adventure. Yeah. Pick your own adventure. Is that what they were called? Pick your own
adventure. Yeah. I remember because it was funny because I was talking with somebody about how like kids these days don't read, and I remember when I used to go to summer camp, my mom would hand me a pile of books, and be like, read them over the summer, while you're at camp. And, we had downtime and before bed, we were running around, playing. And I still managed to finish books at like 8 or 9, 10 years old while at summer camp. It's like I could have just been like, yeah, I'm not going to read it. What the? But I remember a lot of the kids we would read. We would like, whatever we liked, but they were talking about how the kids these days, they're barely literate anyway. They can't read at all. And,
they graduate from high school and they're illiterate idiots. Yeah. I mean, I remember, I don't know if you ever heard of Encyclopedia Brown. Like, those were a favorite. Encyclopedia Brown, the Three Investigators, the Hardy Boys, books like that, like Tom Swift. I read all that shit when I was in elementary school.
Well, you remember we used to get readers, the weekly reader. You remember that? We used to get like the weekly reader, and they'd give it out to us in class, and it was it was like all different, and it was on like someone like serious. I remember there was like, because to this day, whenever somebody comes out and says they've invented a new type of needle that doesn't hurt, and I'm like, man, they had that in my weekly reader like in the 90s, like early 90s when I was in like kindergarten. They were talking about it, and like every couple of years it comes up again as like, but they had like really interesting topics, and I remember I used to read the whole thing through, and like everybody did, but.
Yeah, I used to spend my time in the library in public school, and the librarian was my favorite teacher. She always if there wasn't a book there, she'd get it for me. Like she was great to me always. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you had a busy library. You had library period, and you used to go and they'd meet and you'd take out books and you'd actually read them and bring them back. And it was like, I remember when I was a kid, like the library, the Brighton Beach Library was always popping. Like, there was always people there. They used to have the weekly, they would do like, even for like kids. Cause I remember like, there was like this hippo kid. It was like this hippopotamus Berenstein Bear family that I used to like. And I remember like, they did a reading of it. And I went because they introduced like, the hippo kid goes to camp or something. I can't remember the name of it. But I was like, oh, I'm going to that,
Well, what we had was Scholastic books. I don't know if they're in the States, but they're in Canada. Scholastic books would they'd have a fair, and they'd come once or twice a year to the school, elementary schools, and they'd put out these big tables with all these books on it. And my parents, even though we were dirt poor, they always let me buy at least one book at the book fair.
Yeah. They used to
Yeah.
also have, they would come around. I don't know if it was Scholastic, because we did used to have the Scholastic book fairs. We did have those. But there was a thing that we used to get. It was like a catalog of books on, you know, and you could order them through, like you would order them through the school. Your mom would give you a check, give it to the school, and then you'd get a box with all these with all the books in them. Because I remember, like, I used to like reading about like UFOs and crime and stuff. And it was a book. I still have it to this day. I think it's probably somewhere at my parents' house, unless they got rid of it. But it was called Wrongly Convicted, and it was all about like criminals, like people who were charged with crimes, and they were wrongly convicted. And I was like, man, I must have been in like elementary school when I was reading that shit.
I know. Yeah, I can't remember the books that I read in elementary school. When we moved to the farm in grade 5, at the start of grade 5, and we went to Sylvan Lake School, the library was cut in half because it was grade 1 to 12. So the library was cut in half, and grade 1 to 6 were only allowed on one side, and grade 7 to 12 were allowed on the other side. And by the end of grade 5, I'd read all the books on the elementary side. So the librarian, because she loved me, I don't know if she was a good girl, a good lady. And she said, okay, you can go on to the other side. So I started reading books on the other side.
By the way, Pedro mentions Reader's Digest. My grandmother had in her basement a copy of a Reader's Digest from, I think it was one of the probably the 20s or 30s. I think it was the 20s. And there were no ads in it. There was 0 ads. And from the first page all the way to the back cover was just words. It was all written. No ads that I remember.
I remember we used to do vocabulary tests, and
I remember Barry. Sorry.
Test to see if I knew the definition of the words.
Yeah.
So you guys see this book? This was one.
Studies in Intelligence was it written by William Colby?
Yeah, I think so. Well, at least the first part. Wait, no, that's Material P. Ford. Okay, never mind. I don't think that's the book I was thinking of.
John Montgomery, I think I know him. Yeah.
I don't remember what, oh, here's the Inslaw stuff. Yeah. I don't think I opened the right folders. Excuse me. Yeah, there was something there about what the fuck was that guy's name? Lyndon LaRouche. I think that's the folder I was looking for.
Let's get into Lyndon LaRouche. What does anybody know about him?
He's definitely a character.
I've got 7 of his books. I've got
his books. Are you in his secret Lyndon LaRouche society?
I've got a book against him. I've got a book about the trial that he went through, and Courtney's been filling me with all this stuff about how he's not a good guy.
Well, I couldn't figure out if he was running with the commies of Russia or the Nazis, because there's so much more than intelligence apparatus.
Originally, he was running with the commies, but then he separated from them, apparently.
Well, for a large period of time, he was being paid by the intelligence thing to do research for them, and it was like, what the fuck?
I know.
How can he not be a part of it if he's
he's
getting paid by them?
He's got a book called The Economics of the Noosphere. Like, hello, that's Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. That's total new age, new technocracy thinking. Like, I don't know. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I have time to dig into them too deep. I trust Courtney because Courtney, I love Courtney, and she's done excellent research that I've investigated on other levels, and so I'm going to bow down to her analysis of the situation. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the situation's apparent to me. Everybody's worried about it coming, the new technocracy. It's already here.
I know. Here. And
we're all being tracked through our phones 24 hours a day. Everything that you do, everything that you buy and sell is, you got to report it to the IRS. You got to, the whole thing. They know everything. It's the world's slowly coming to a point. Because remember, they're taking away the penny. I think it's for copper or something. But
they took away the penny in Canada years ago. We don't have it.
Well, pretty soon there won't be any physical money in the future.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Well, that's why I do believe that's what this whole point of this, like, I like this, this AI, I like the AI government and shit. The whole idea of like your government's too corrupt, you need AI for government. They have in Albania, they have an AI like minister in the parliament.
Totally. And unfortunately, all the people that voted MAGA and pro-Trump and stuff, they're going to be surprised when Trump puts in all this shit. Like, I mean, the Trump administration is totally run by technocrats. I mean,
well, I still think it's the Nazi commie situation. It's like
just one step above that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like with the intelligence apparatuses and like the tech stuff, it's like China and Russia versus the U.S. and Europe, which, well, that's a whole conspiracy, because I think that there's Nazis still lurking, and there's also commies still lurking, and that there's secret Cold War, and that.
Yeah, I read this book because Jay did it. Jacques Adler's Millennium. It was written quite a while ago, but
you remember that New Lies for Old thing? What's his name? The Perestroika Deception.
New Lies for Old. Who wrote that shit?
Yeah, that guy. He's like a defector or something.
I can't even think of who it is.
Well, I mean,
Victor Ostrovsky, or is that who you're thinking of?
That's the Mossad dude. Are you thinking of not Yuri Brezhnev? What's his name?
No, that was different, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the only one I know.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
New Lies for Old somewhere around here. I don't know where it is. Yeah.
Well, I think that that's why I think there's still possibly a separation of the Nazi intelligence versus the commie intelligence.
You rubber
I don't think so. It's totally, if you study Fabianism, like, there's no difference. No difference.
Well, that's where it's confusing, because it's like well, like, for example, the Russians, when they what is that called? And when Germany separated or whatever, or they took the Berlin Wall down or whatever, East Germany, I think it's Stasi.
Perestroika?
Right, that's what I was about. Yeah, okay.
Well, the Stasi, which is the Russian intelligence, they found like 15,000 garbage bags full of shredded papers.
Yeah.
And so
I haven't heard that one. Wow.
Yeah, well, then the iron curtain of fucking books that you only find, like, after a certain point in time, you only find pro-communist books from Russia, but nothing else really.
Yeah. That's why it's good to read Alexander Solzhenitsyn. I mean, he's helped quite a bit. Yeah.
Has he been translated into English?
Most of his stuff, I've got 200 years together, but I have only volume 1, and apparently there's a second volume, but I've only got volume 1.
What was his name again?
I can't pronounce Solzhenitsyn. But the last time I heard, he was only in Russian, French, and German. That's why. I mean, that's what I heard. I don't know. It was a while ago, so I don't know if they've translated it.
August 1914, the cancer.
Wait, what was his name again?
Alexander Solzhenitsyn.
Gesundheit.
And he wrote the Blue Archipelago, 3 volumes. That's in English too. Most of his stuff is in English. Yeah.
Have you heard the band Renaissance? Have you ever heard the British band Renaissance?
No.
Oh, they have it. They have a song about him.
Okay.
So that's why I was curious because a lot of people don't realize the song's about him. So cold, so true, Mother Russia, he cries for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've read what's his name?
Damn it! Sure, you fell out of my joint.
Yeah. First world problem.
The Russian.
Ouch. What?
Come on.
What are you thinking of?
Oh, Dostoevsky. Like you got to read Dostoevsky. Yeah. His Crime and Punishment is a classic.
That.
Brothers Karamazov is a classic. The Devils or The Possessed. 2 different titles for the same book. News from the Underground. All these books, they're great.
Yeah. I think after this winter, because they rightly predicted a bad winter. And
you know, we've been in the pluses for 3 weeks in January and February. We're finally going into the minuses next week. Yeah.
Oh, we're just getting out of the minuses. Now we've just slightly gone above freezing. But I think that, and then they proclaimed like the safest January in New York City history. And it was like, well, yeah, it was -6 degrees. Even, nobody's going out shooting each other and and it was still a ton of crime on the subways. But I have a feeling that once the weather gets nice, because now that the weather's been nice already, there's been a lot of crime going on. And they keep talking about, like, the head of the NYPD is a technocrat from the Jessica Tisch, from the Tisch family. And I have a feeling that they talk about drones, a lot of, it's time to get into the 21st century and, like, no more pen and paper. We need digital. And I think that they're dumbing down the police department in order to be like, well, now we have to bring in like drones to watch people and like the Chinese style, because the crime, I think, is going to skyrocket once we have our first spring day.
Yeah. Especially under Modani. Yeah.
And I think it's not even just here. I mean, even you could see in Europe right now, shit's starting to pop off. In London, and a lot of places.
Yeah, because the average Brit is finally understanding what the fuck's going on in England, and they're saying we don't want this anymore. But I mean, it's too late. It's almost too late. Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. That is a big problem. It's like these people are not going to go willingly, and that's how they made it. It's like
cause strife and civil unrest. Yeah.
And that's what I think they want to do here too, because they can't keep for these illegals.
Totally. And unfortunately, even though I agree with ICE's program, I think they're going about it wrong.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Tom Homan worked under Obama, and Obama was known as the deporter in chief. He deported over 3 million people from this country, and yet, bizarrely enough, he wasn't. What's up?
Yeah, that's a shocking statistic, and I'm thinking, why can't Trump do the same thing? Like, come on. Yeah.
Well, they should just have places that say, we're going to make you a citizen, and then just lie.
Well, I mean, one thing is that they need to go to the prisons. They don't let them into prisons like in New York. They won't let them into prisons or jails to arrest the illegals in there. And to be honest, for New York, the only way I think it can be done is every legal citizen is going to have to be armed. You're going to have to let people exercise their Second Amendment right. And you go to the migrant hotels and you say, we'll give you $1,000 or $5,000 to get on a bus, get on a plane, and get the fuck out of here. And if you try stupid, everybody's deputized. You know, everyone's got their James Bond license. So try something.
Yeah. That would be radical. Yeah.
That's the only way it's going to get done, honestly speaking. And that's it. I like Europe doesn't have that, you know, doesn't have that option.
Well, I wanted to bring up the 68 Convocation of the Rose Cross book, because in the book they directly talk about
what the fuck are you talking about?
This
Glenn?
has to do about with what we're talking about, because they talk about how they wanted to merge America with Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's been the Trilateral Commission's program forever. Yeah. Yeah. And that's part of the technical program is to merge all of North America all the way to Colombia as one super state. Yeah.
Started with the highway, with that one highway that they built that goes all the way from like Panama, what goes down from like almost Tierra del Fuego, stops at the Darien Gap, and then starts again after the Darien Gap and goes all the way up to like the top of Canada, I think. Or what is it? Trans America.
Yep.
Map.
Oh, yeah.
And it's all it's all these posts that recognize your vehicle's ID somehow and allow you to, or track you and allow you to proceed. Yeah.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because here in New York they want to lower the speed limit again. It used to be 30, went to 25, and now it's 20. And they're talking about like a system where, like, you know, where they would be able, where they would track you, but also where you wouldn't have a driver's license, because they're like, oh, nobody drives with a driver's license anyway, so let's just have a digital form of a driver's license. And it's like, go fuck yourself. You know.
Yeah, totally.
A man, a plan, up canal, Panama. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
what is it called?
That's a classic palindrome. Same way Abel was I before I saw Elba. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. I used to know a bunch of those now. Now I'm trying to remember.
There's one about Adam and Eve too. I can't remember it.
Damn, I got the munchies like crazy. I better smoke a cigarette. That's the only thing that'll kill it without eating a pizza or something.
Pizza? Shit.
You like pizza?
I love pizza. I haven't had one for a long time.
Yeah, but I got barbecue chicken pizza in the freezer.
Oh.
Yeah, what was, I forgot what it was. Yeah, so I got a ton of like books and all sorts of weird shit to go through. I mean, but I don't know if I'm gonna bring all those up right now or anything. I was looking for a certain book about the LaRouche thing.
Yeah, I have it somewhere, but I don't know where it is. That tried to debunk LaRouche.
Well, so then there was what was it? There was some kind of what the fuck was that country called? I was looking up something and it was going over some kind of Kobe operation, that Bill Kobe guy, and it was some kind of massacre or something in some other country or something. It seemed pretty fucked up.
Yeah, that sounds familiar, but I can't think of it either. Sorry.
Yeah, some island. Like there was some dude that used to be the head of the. Well, I don't remember if he's the head or not, but he was really high up in the intelligence, and he was involved with this really fishy operation where a lot of people got massacred, basically. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's in this one video. Hold on, let me just bust this out.
Bonnet, I think you got the last Madame in Edom wrong. There's an error in that. Yeah.
Yeah, showed you guys this video before tonight. Was it playing or what?
I think it was.
There it goes. Yeah, look who that is right on the right.
We're not what the agency was limited to in any way. There were definite.
Has anybody learned anything from the church committee? Nobody's learned anything.
Well, I mean, I don't think the suicide is usually accomplished.
Nobody on the street knows anything about the church committee.
Particularly a gun that can.
Come on.
And place the dart in a human target in such a way that he doesn't even know that he's been hit.
There's no question about it. It was also for offensive reasons. No question.
Have you brought with you
yeah, the church committee exposed. Was it? Didn't they expose MK Ultra? And nobody.
For killing.
There was no response to it. Like,
yeah, this is like a court or something. I'm pretty sure I think they got subpoenaed to go there.
Yeah.
Don't point it at me.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if.
Yeah, this video is crazy.
Now, does this pistol fire the dart?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman. The round thing at the top is obviously the sight. The rest of it is what is practically a normal 45, although it's special. However, it works by electricity. There's a battery in the handle, and it fires a small dart.
So that when it fires silently?
Almost silently, yes. Very little.
What range does it have?
100 meters. 100 meters, I believe, about 100 yards, 100 meters.
About 100 meters range.
Right.
And the dart itself, when it strikes the target, does the target know that he's been hit and about to die?
That depends, Mr. Chairman, on the particular dart used. There are different kinds of these flechettes that were used in various weapon systems, and a special one was developed which potentially would be able to enter the target without perception.
Without perception.
Right.
And did you find such darts in the library? In the laboratory?
We did.
He almost said library, like JFK. Yeah. No, that was a book depository.
Yes. Isn't it true too that the effort not only involved designing a gun that could strike a human target without knowledge of the person who'd been struck, but also the toxin itself would not appear in the autopsy?
Well, there was an attempt.
Or the dart?
Yes, so that there was no way of perceiving that the target was hit.
As a murder instrument, that's about as efficient as you can get, isn't it?
It is a weapon, a very...
So you notice the way he answered that. He didn't say yes or no.
Yeah.
He's walking around it.
Very serious weapon.
Because he didn't want to say that the autopsies would show that there was no, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think that weapon ever existed. I mean,
what do you mean? We just watched a video of it.
I mean,
that was a real meeting there, a press conference.
It could exist today, but back 50 years ago, no.
Well, I mean, that's how Cooper says that the JFK was, done in by. Cooper claims it was the driver.
Yeah, and my neighbor in my building insists that it was his wife who killed him.
You know about that's fucked up, but he's retarded.
I know.
Well, you know about JFK's missing brain.
Yeah, totally.
The brain was missing because they probably hadn't developed a foolproof method of. So they would have found some kind of venom in the brain of JFK if they would have found it.
That just kills me.
Well, why else would a brain go missing? What's the motive behind that?
Well, any autopsy made. You look at what's his name, Mr. Crook. No autopsy. He was incinerated, and yeah, there's no autopsies. There's no evidence that we can use to either prove or disprove whatever theory.
Yeah. Well, that's where there needs to be some kind of secure investigation unit or something that starts investigating all this stuff.
Where's that going to come from? I don't know. Like nowadays, yeah.
Maybe we could vote it into.
I don't think
vote it into existence.
No, I don't think so.
We'll base it all off the Epstein stuff. We want a citizens ran intelligence organization to analyze the Epstein bullshit.
As if that will ever happen.
That'd be cool. I mean, I would want to analyze that fucking case.
I know, but I mean, sorry if I'm so jaded. Whatever. Yeah.
And the Epstein thing was was an externalization of the hierarchy kind of situation. I think it's
totally
that. I don't even believe it. It's like, who even knows if Epstein was even real?
Danny, externalization of the hierarchy was her metaphysical approach about the New Age religion, but in modern terms, it's called the revelation of the method. That's what the political aspect is, revelation of the method. So that's what's happening. Yeah.
It's true. That's a good. Yeah, that's how I used the term before. That was a good term. It's definitely a good term because I used the other, but I didn't think of that. But I didn't know about that way of phrasing it. But yeah, that's a better phrase for like what we're going on now.
Yeah. That was my 101 when I started discovering conspiracy bullshit. Was externalization of the hierarchy is Alice Bailey. Revelation of the method is, Anthony Sutton, millions of others. Not millions, but a lot of others expose that. Yeah.
Yeah, as my very wise uncle used to say, the masses are asses.
Totally. I unfortunately, and that's why Plato wrote his Republic, because he knew the masses were asses. And, you know, you can't fault him for trying to come up with a solution to it, but I mean, he contradicted himself later when he wrote the book called The Laws. He contradicted, he presented an alternative schema for the ruling society. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And everybody's focused on the Republic, of course, because it's his most famous book. But I mean, if you read more of Plato, you understand that, you know, that was just a thought experiment, typically. Yeah. Yeah. Can you believe people? I mean, people are no different from nowadays. Back then, 300 BC, when he wrote The Republic, I mean, he had a thought experiment. Like, we have thought experiments nowadays. Like, come on.
Well, that's where Cooper says Plato is making the he was the originator of the Hegelian dialect, where he would turn the words into.
I mean,
well,
if
I'm not done with the statement. He would turn the words.
Okay.
He would have the people's minds built in the model of the reality that he made, and that they wouldn't see the material realm for what it is, because the words would be strewn up in a way to which the person would be locked into compartmentalized thought. That's also why they would change the languages and stuff.
Yeah, and that's why I totally agree with the, because I've read ancient history and all that occult shit, and I agree with Jamie. You know, the Hegelian dialectic started in Babylon. Totally. Yeah.
Well, that's where Cooper says that Plato's Republic is the new Atlantis of Sir Francis Bacon, just rewritten.
Yeah. And City of the Sun by Campanella, or, I mean, any number of modern utopias. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah, freaking. This is interesting because it's saying we got a 500-page thing about Ted Gunderson. It's saying he failed to. Where to say that he failed to return certain bureau property, and this would prevent it. Had S.A. Gunderson been more alert. Well, he also what was that before that? Here it is. Since his assignment to see or failure to advise the superiors for information regarding allegations of corruption on the part of certain public officials within the Houston division, and for inadequate. So I wonder if he was aiding and abetting someone.
Yeah, shit. I have read about Gunderson somewhere, and I can't recall all the pertinent data related to it. But yeah, he's a key guy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because they speculated it's strange that he goes public and pretends he says all this stuff that doesn't really lead anywhere. It's like he's beating around the bush or something.
Yeah, typical. I mean, this has happened numerous times. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, what if he was in charge of that? What if he was doing that investigation by the Presidio base? And what if he was making the stuff?
The Presidio is a occult center. Yeah.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying, like, what if he was covering up something of Gorbachev's and Aquino's when he was on that case that he claimed that he was supposedly using his own money to dig up that school or some shit? He supposedly he did a some kind of archaeological investigation and found tunnels, and supposedly it was in the shape of Asmodee's sigil, and he claimed that he found shoes and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, what if it was some kind of
anybody that was an associative Michael Aquino is totally suspect. Yeah.
Yeah, like what if it was some kind of like, the slappery of the OJ case where the guy that was involved may have purposely planted or some kind of evidence or something, and that the
Wow.
possibility that Ted Gunderson could have planted evidence.
Wow, that's a new one, and I'd like to entertain that thought. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, like because it's like Cooper could never figure out why Ted Gunderson kept believing everything that Rikano Shudo said, and that Rikano Shudo was some kind of hacker or something that was in the penitentiary, and that Gunderson was going there, and then he was being fed information through Rikano Shudo, and that he was going along with it, believing it, or he was part of Rikano Shudo's conspiracy.
So S.A. Gunderson is grade GS 14. I thought Mulder was only GS 13. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
This is from 1964.
Yeah.
I think it's just like every record of his career.
Wow.
13 grand.
Wow. Of course, J. Edgar Hoover, anything associated with him is totally sus. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Anderson.
Yeah, it's the better files are probably the later stuff. Yeah, what was I saying about the I mean, what if all the modern software all has backdoors and stuff that are, controlled by secret
They
intelligence?
do.
Yeah.
They do have all backdoors. Yeah. I mean, that was part of the contract that they committed to. Yeah.
Your refrigerator connects to Wi-Fi for some bizarre reason. Like everything does. It's all, and there's definitely, you can hack into somebody's TV and watch them.
I know, with smart TVs. Yeah, totally. Yeah. That's why I don't have a TV. Yeah.
You don't have a TV? You got a computer?
Yeah, I got a computer, but I don't have or I don't have the what is the spy camera called? I don't have it hooked up.
You cover it. I cover mine. I cover
I bought an older monitor, so I bought the spy camera, and it only works when I plug it in. So yeah. But my telephone is a different thing altogether, because basically you don't have much control over your telephone or your cell phone. Yeah.
Well, Google follows you around. Google just follows you around.
I don't use Google. I use DuckDuckGo. I don't know how secure they are, but I don't use Google at all.
Well, it's whatchamacallit. It's DuckDuckGo was bought out by a major company. It was so it's trustworthy anymore. It's got its algorithm. But if you have like a Gmail account, that's
yeah, I'm fucked. I haven't even read my emails for at least a week or two. And I get 50 a day at least.
Yeah.
So they're probably stacked up to high. But, I don't know. I get more information from YouTube and Twitter and stuff like that I don't even look at my Gmails hardly ever. When I do look at my Gmails, I'm just delete. Yeah.
And they know everything about you. That's why it's also like, even all this AI shit. I was talking to somebody because I'm just like, I don't know. I think this AI bubble I mean, it's gonna. I personally think or hope it's gonna burst because.
I do too. I agree totally. I think it could burst, and yeah, totally. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like even they were trying. They were like they were trying like AI, HR departments, and somebody showed they're trying to find like apps, like they had like an AI program that was supposed to pick resumes that best fit your company. And one of them found, like an HR manager found that it constantly rejected everybody. And he submitted his own resume to the AI program and rejected his too, you know?
Totally.
Or you could still go on Craigslist and find good jobs, like because people are like, yeah, I don't need the AI software. I'd rather like somebody writes me an actual email and says, "Hi, my name's Bob. This is my," like I just got my job now because I have experience driving and I have experience in food service and I have experience in events and customers. So I'm like, hey, I have experience in all these things, and I'm a good fit for your company. And sure enough,
Well, yeah, we got to get back to that situation. Yeah, because more and more people are getting pissed off with AI because AI is so fake and you can't tell what's real and what isn't real anymore.
Yeah. Well, they want to make a law here in New York City that would forbid you from making AI memes about politicians. But
yeah, which is kind of sad in a way because I mean an AI meme. I mean, come on. I
well,
mean,
so far that's the best use I've seen for AI is making memes.
Yeah, totally. Memes are the way to go. Yeah, totally.
And it's like the only thing AI does good, and AI does right. I mean, everything else is just crap. Like everything else about it is just complete crap,
Oh yeah.
And it's like then they want to use it for like law enforcement. They want to even like the AI in the drone still has like a human intervention.
Yeah, and they want to use it for legislation and everything. Like, come on, come on.
Listen, if they tried, I mean, it would actually. If they were like, here's the Constitution, here's the Bill of Rights, here's the writings of the founding fathers. Now make law based on that. It's like you ever watch Futurama when they have the robot court, and it's like judging, and it's like if they actually, it's really funny because it's like a preview of coming attractions. But if they actually did something like that, I mean, most of our laws would be overturned. Like, oh, you can't own a gun, overturned, violates Second Amendment. That's the only good. Like, that's the only reason why I don't think they'll use it for judiciary purposes. Because if they tried to use it for like judging cases, then it would basically, it's like the cops broke into my house and arrested me for something I said. Well, that violates the following constitutional rights. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like
But
overturn shit.
It depends on who's writing the software. I mean, all that can be fixed from the negative perspective. Yeah.
True. They can always turn around and have to change all the like the way they do now, where they overturn laws and they're like, okay, now this doesn't exist anymore. This nuance,
Yeah, and that's what Court's is trying to fight against. She goes back to the Constitution, even though the Constitution isn't totally perfect, but at least she goes back to the Constitution and tries to fight for that. But I mean, AI could totally obliviate the Constitution. Yeah.
Oh, I got to figure something out because that's why I think like even like the vaccine mandates in a way were a preparation for like an AI system because it got rid of a lot of people with integrity. And interestingly enough, the courts were mandated. Like a lot of judges, the judiciary system was in New York at least, and a lot of judges and a lot of good lawyers, they left because of it, which allowed them to open it up for psychopaths. And that's what our whole system here has become. Like,
I don't know. Is it the same in U.S. as Canada? Like a
New
mandate?
York is a lot like Canada. Every time I speak to Canadians and we compare notes, New York and Canada are like neck and neck.
Yeah, but I mean the definition of mandate. Mandate doesn't mean you're required to follow it. It's just a suggested thing.
Well, a mandate also under Black's Law Dictionary, a mandate requires that both sides agree. So,
yeah. So if you don't agree, you can say "fuck you."
Yeah.
And that's what I did during the COVID shit show. I said "fuck you." I never wore a mask. I never got inoculated. I never got any of that shit. I rode the public transit and they stopped me once and they said, "Oh, we're just doing this for PR purposes." And the other cop said, "Oh, my wife totally thinks this is all bullshit." And so they let me go. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I never followed any of the mandates, the 6-foot mandate, the mask mandate, all having people in your house mandate. Like I said, screw you. That's all bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that also set up for like an AI system, because I think a lot of it allowed like so many people who were like had integrity, they left because of it, and it allowed them to open up for people who are ideological, because that's what like it all is. Like even with DEI and stuff like that, they're not bringing in diversity of thought. It's like, oh, we're gonna hire all more black people and stuff, and it's like, well, why they all got to be ideological psychopaths? Why can't they be
totally.
conservative, or like rational? Why is it always got to be Jasmine Crockett and fucking Eric Adams? Like, come on.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I hate to say this, but I ride the public transit. We have not a subway, but it's called the C train in Calgary, and every day I get on it, I just get more and more depressed. I just say, what the fuck has happened to Canada? Like, we're totally asses. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I grew up, compared to where I grew up as or elementary, high school, junior high, like nothing is the same anymore. Like everything's gone to shit. Yeah.
Well, they say 2000. I mean, esoterically, they say in 2019 was the last year of normalcy that we had, and then they said we hit a timeline switch because the world ended in 2020. I mean, I don't know. Just I'm starting to believe it.
It's definitely metaphorically accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it ended before that in Canada when they passed the Multiculturalism Act, which allowed anybody to come in and transform our society into a non-Canadian society. So that's where my roots go back to. So when Alberta wants to separate from Canada, I've said I've waited 50 years for this opportunity to say, fuck you, Canada, you're a bunch of assholes, and we want to be but I mean, even if we do separate, we're still going to be in a fix, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy here too. I mean,
look at even in the U.S. I mean, if a U.S. state like wanted to be separate from the Union, I mean, like Utah. Utah's a pretty good conservative whatever state. Uh, what would happen? Like, I mean, they've been inundated by all these peoples from with different cultures, different religions, different world views. I mean, can we escape that? We can't escape it anymore, I don't think. Like, yeah.
Well, don't forget the Civil War in the United States wasn't necessarily about slavery. They tell you that. They make it a big thing of slavery,
Yeah.
but it was about rights. And the thing is that the southern states, a bunch of them, had secession clauses in their constitutions. And that was what they were trying to exercise. They were trying to exercise their right to secede from the Union.
Yeah.
And that's what the war was over. It was over the state, because they would have had to end slavery anyway. If they became an independent country, they would have had to have ended slavery. You know, they might not have had Jim Crow, or they may have had Jim Crow or like a separation, a separate but equal clause, but they couldn't have kept the slave labor market and been in any way industrious or even agricultural. So,
yeah, that's a very complicated thing that I've tried to revisit through the years. I was always pro South for years, but then I realized that the South was intimately tied with Britain and the cotton trade, and Britain was supporting the South, whereas the North was independent. And even though the North had Irish slaves and all kinds of, slavery going on in the North, and as well as the South had all the blacks and stuff like that. But I mean, it's a more complicated issue, and I don't know how, looking back on it, I'm thinking, I don't know, if the South would have separated, like, would it have been okay? Or would they have been totally tied to Britain, which would have been not a good idea. But I mean, I don't know. It's a complicated issue. Like, history is so full of nuances that we have to try and navigate. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm trying to remember that incident during the Civil War. Hold on, let me look it up quick. Civil War. What the hell was it called? I'm looking up like that. There was a point in the Civil War where the North was trying to block, the Union was trying to block European, whatchamacallits, like a European embassy from visiting the South, and it almost drew the Europeans into the war.
Yeah.
What the hell was it called?
Yeah, it's so much more nuanced, and I don't know all the facts about it. Like, so I find it. I mean, initially I was totally pro South, but now I'm thinking there's so much minutia involved in this that I don't know enough about. So I'm gonna have to step back and say, not that I support the North totally, but I mean, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Well, there was a whole bunch of nuanced reasons for the Civil War. One of them was also the fact that it helped to create the 14th Amendment, which made us federal citizens instead of state citizens. Because
that's a sick thing, and I disagree with that because I believe in the states above the federal. But
yeah,
yeah,
but that's the whole point. The federal government should be this big, and the states should be that big. Like, it should not be,
totally,
this massive federalized government, that we have now.
And unfortunately, even though the North was battling against British influence, they were taking a page from the British and enforcing their British federalism on all the other states. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's a complicated affair. I mean, either way you look at it, like it's I don't know. That's why I want Alberta to separate and be an independent republic. And if other provinces want to separate and be independent republics, they should be. And I don't think we should necessarily join with them, but we should be just equal separate republics partnering on certain issues. Yeah.
Well,
And I think that's what the states should do. They should separate from their federal government and be independent. And where it works out okay, they should cooperate. And if it doesn't work out okay, they should be totally independent.
Yeah. The only independence we have left is our driver's licenses. That's pretty much it.
I don't even know if that's true anymore.
Well,
yeah, it's true. I have a CDL, so it's federal. What's up? Sorry, Clint.
Well, if you try to argue your Fourth Amendment, you know, when you're driving, they'll just, when it goes to court, they'll just be like, "Oh, well, you signed the license, didn't you?" And so they'll use that as an excuse to take away your Fourth Amendment.
Yeah. Well, that's why they're allowed to piss test CDL holders, because under their theory, even though it's not, they can say like, "Oh, well, you drive on federal roads." Federal.
Yeah, yeah.
So right.
I mean, everything is fucked, and yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting for the eschaton. Sorry.
Well, I'll tell you, if Alberta does the separate, you'll have a lot of Americans move there.
Well, and a lot of other Canadians will move to Alberta too, because they know that, you know, that there's so many Canadians that despise the federal government. Yeah.
I don't blame them. Feel the same way.
Yeah.
Wow, this is interesting because it's saying Gunderson was involved with handling 5 double agents operating against foreign intelligence security agencies, 3 Russians, 1 Polish, 1 Albanian.
Sorry for distracting from your message, Clint.
Oh no, that's fine.
Yeah, get back to it.
Well, I'm just randomly pointing
I know.
out. It's not necessarily
we were off on a tangent. Sorry.
Well, I'm just looking for anything fishy. Yeah.
There's always something fishy going on.
Well, I think one of the dudes was connected to the Black Panthers.
Of course, the Black Panthers, yeah. I mean,
maybe that's a separate thing, possibly.
I would think the Black Panthers were initiated by the CIA or some other intelligence arm. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that was Angela Davis was, right?
Yeah, Angela Davis, yes.
I think she was affiliated with Santa Clara University, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, no, that was a huge, when they killed Malcolm X, they became a huge COINTELPRO operation. COINTELPRO took over all that, you know, and they killed Malcolm X, and then they put in Farrakhan, who was a stooge for the COINTELPRO.
Yeah, I've got Malcolm X's biography, or I think it's his biography, and even though I'm not pro-black per se, I liked his stance. Yeah.
Well, I think that's also why they got rid of even John Rockwell, because John Rockwell, there's pictures of him at, you know, black separatist events, and he would show up in his Nazi uniform with his crew, and he would, like, you know, he's like, yeah, you know, totally. because he was like, yeah, we want to be separate. You want to be separate from us? We support that, you know? And like, it wasn't necessarily like, you know, racism to that extent. It was just, you know, separation. And I think that when they got rid of those kind of people who had a like maybe extreme but pragmatic extreme, they set the tone for like the Farrakhan's who are just full of like vitriolic hatred and feeling sense, you know.
Yeah, and what's his name? Jesse Jackson and all the rest of the students that came afterwards. Yeah.
My mom went to school with Al Sharpton. He's in my mom's high school yearbook. He's on the debate team.
Pretty sure he's a Prince Paul Mason.
I don't know if this sounds radical or not. I think they should have separated Atlanta or Georgia or Louisiana and allowed it to become a total black state, allowed their independence, allowed them to self-determine their destiny and blah, blah, blah. They should have allowed that. But I mean, maybe I'm extreme.
Oh, Baltimore has basically been like, that's pretty much Baltimore. I mean, it's a city of Baltimore itself.
Yeah,
you know?
Baltimore too. Yeah. But I mean, Baltimore's in District of Maryland, isn't it? And yeah, that could have posed serious issues. But I mean, maybe it would have got rid of Washington. And Washington is a fucking, the Freemasonic, occultic center for the New World government. So maybe it would have been a good idea. I don't know. I mean, all things we can't look back on history and say what if. I mean that's science fiction.
It is funny, you know. Sorry.
Speculation is good.
What's that?
Speculation is always good. I mean,
speculation is good. Yeah.
I wonder who this Polish double agent was. Oh, sorry.
I mean, and look at Philip K. Dick. I mean, he extrapolated on so many themes about what was going on, and he, whether you like him or not, or whether you agree with his extrapolations. I mean, he was a nutcase too. He went to mental hospitals and stuff like that. But I mean, he was dealing with reality as he saw it. Yeah. He's an amazing author. Amazing.
Okay, so this is interesting because it's talking about McCarthy, and it's mentioning either a person or a place, which is redacted, and it's just a really long name. Like, I wonder what
Yeah, who is
wonder
this?
what it's saying.
Yeah.
I mean, that's quite the name.
And he was a double agent? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, some kind of Soviet. Interesting. Yeah. Well, what were we talking about? Yeah, they say James G. Singleton was a Soviet agent.
Oh, yeah. He was the asshole of the whole network. Yeah. Who is it? Not JJ, but there's another podcast. Oh, History Homos. They do a podcast and they sing a song and they mention James Jesus Angleton. It's so hilarious. You gotta watch their podcast sometime. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Trying to do a day podcast. I'll be able to get a couple of people on. But,
who?
I'm pretty stoned. Well, I guess. I forget his name. Let's see.
Yeah. Bob
on sometime, but I gotta.
History Homos is a great podcast. I know they got a shitty name, but they're a great podcast.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you need to get more stuff on that Info Technologies company. Let's see. Yeah, the what was I doing here? It keeps turning off the reduced background noise thing on your guys' mics, so I keep turning them back on. Just so there's no echo.
No echo here.
Oh, yeah. What was I getting at? Well, so Cooper says McCarthy was killed.
Yeah, he probably was killed. Yeah.
Yeah,
they wanted to go after the Soviets.
I've got a book on McCarthy that tries to
my bad.
lionize him. I don't know enough about McCarthy.
I mean, so we've seen that video of that guy with that dart thing. What if that dart thing was around a lot longer than just, than what we think? What if it's been around for quite some time? I mean,
yeah, totally. If you look back on the history of Hollywood, that might give you a clue, one or two. Yeah.
I mean, they had poison dots. They had all sorts of different methods for, I mean, I think that's what happened. That's what I think happened to the Meet the Press guy, who, when he died after bringing up Skull and Crossbones to John Kerry and George Bush.
Oh yeah, yeah, that guy.
Totally, he was offed. Yeah,
I think my cousin was too. My Georgetown educated cousin, Mal Kolkauer, who was a lawyer for, interestingly enough, the same law firm that represents my old union, which I asked him about. I got to remind him, but I think he prosecuted Aldrich Ames, and
nice.
Yeah, and he was involved in, I think, defending BlackRock. Not BlackRock. Whatchamacallit, from the mercenary company.
I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about too, and I can't think of the name. Yeah.
So he dropped dead of a heart attack at 53.
Wow, that's ridiculous. Yeah.
Some actor that just died recently was 48.
Yeah. Oh well, that was a turbo can. That was a COVID. That was a jab turbo cancer. James Van De Beek.
Yeah.
Blackwater. Thank you, Pedro.
Blackwater. Yeah.
Yeah. If you look up Mark Holkauer, you'll find out all about him, and he's got a lot of interesting stuff in his. He had a lot of interesting clients, and it makes sense that after defending Blackwater, he would end up.
Yeah. Yeah, he might have got freaking something might have bad happened to him.
Yeah. Fucking Eric Prince. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't have anything to say.
All right, good. It's the witching hour, so
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's midnight. Well, it's 1 a.m. here in Standard.
It's 3 here.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in your time, Michigan. Yeah.
Yeah, 3:33. The devil comes out. And then he poops in your toilet and doesn't flush. No.
What? So that's who's been doing that. God damn.
I'd be pissed. I'd be like, what the fuck? Yeah. That's definitely brutal. Yeah, he said bad. Well, no, it was my friend that had bad roommates. My friend's roommate's old lady would shit in the toilet and fucking like leave a bunch of tampons and shit all over it. Like,
oh. Okay, don't talk about it. Too gross. Too gross.
Yeah. We used to call her SpongeBob.
Oh.
I don't remember why.
I don't remember why.
Oh shit! Wow.
Yeah, so I'm wondering.
I'm wondering. Oh, there's a song. I'm wondering.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, maybe we should. What subject should we? I thought about going to the Epstein thing because I always forget to screenshot some shit.
Oh no! Fuck Epstein. Fuck.
Well, there's some documents that were incriminating. Let's see
I know.
here.
There's thousands of documents incriminating everybody, left, right, and center. Yeah. Even Prime Minister Mark Carney, he's mentioned 69 times in the Epstein files. Like,
oh wow.
Yeah.
Hello, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Yeah. As if we didn't know, we knew he was a friend of Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, we knew that 2 years ago, like, or more than 2 years ago.
Ghislaine.
Yeah. I don't know. I still have huge doubts about the Epstein thing. Because I honestly, it's like, who knows if this guy even existed? Like, who even knows if this guy is real? Like, I was thinking about it. He taught at one of the most elite private schools in New York City. He taught at, I think it was the Dalton School. And like, I've never heard any of his like former students come out and be like, "Oh yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was my math teacher. Here's him in a yearbook. Here's him here."
The weird thing, Danny, is the same thing could be said about Albert Einstein. He apparently taught at a school, but there's nobody that can report on what he said or what he taught or anything. Albert Einstein, a total fabrication. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, they say that, like, if you try to look up Trump's pictures, if you ever see that guy Fit Flat Earther, he brings up a lot of this. He brings up like how these people are like repeat, like Jeffrey Epstein was Andrew Jackson. They look exactly alike, and then like Walt Disney was Hitler. And one of the interesting things that he brings up is that Trump was Elvis.
Oh no! Oh no!
The king is back. No.
Yeah,
that's funny. It is.
One of the most bizarre ones, but I do got to give it credit is from Breaking Bad. What's his face? The guy from Breaking Bad was Ulysses S. Grant.
Yeah, I've never seen Breaking Bad. I refuse to.
Well, it could be related.
I have a haunted bathroom. Yeah, it's true. I do. I do. Actually, that's what I thought when the ghost was doing something the other night. I was like, "Shut the fuck up, ghost."
Oh, yeah.
I'm the worst person for anyone to haunt, just because I don't care. Sent a freaking plank flying off my wall.
Yeah, people used to, when I used to live at this other house, fucking in the city, people would come over and be like, we'd smoke weed, and they'd be like, "Oh, you hear that?" And I'd be like, I don't hear it.
Yeah.
But I mean, some of the times it was weird noises. but usually it was just like a shift in like temperature or something would make the pressure in the house change.
Get that cold effect. Breaking Bad was a great show, and you want to know the funniest thing about it is the fact that when I first heard about it, because I've always been I suck with TV unless I have a girlfriend or a roommate, then I really don't watch TV. And when I first heard about Breaking Bad, I thought it was actually a documentary. I thought it was real. I thought it was going to be. I thought like it was actually going to be about a science teacher, and they go underground with him while he makes meth to like leave. I thought it was going to be a documentary. I really did.
They made it like a documentary.
But there is one scene where he talks about Ulysses, where he happens to mention Ulysses S. Grant, which is actually funny because he's on what is he on, like the $20 bill, something like that. No, that's Andrew Jackson.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the idea of like past lives and stuff. I mean, it could be something to it, or it could be like just somehow the same genetics, and that the person just looks like them or something. I mean, they could be related.
Or it could be immortal.
I forgot to take a screenshot of this weird painting.
It's a tutorial. It's funny. When I was in, I took a horticulture class in high school, and my teacher was this like he completely stuck out from everybody else because we were New Yorkers, and he had an old Southern drawl. And the funniest thing to listen to him talk about was how much money he could make if he decided to break, quote unquote, break bad. Obviously this was in the early 2000s, so this was before Breaking Bad. But he used to tell us, he'd be like, because we had a couple of kids in our class, and from my school, like Stephon Marbury came from my school. His cousin, who wasn't as famous, came from my school. We had a lot of, Neil Diamond went to my school, to Lincoln. And we had a kid in my class who was basically they wanted him for either the NFL or the NBA. And he didn't give a shit about anything. He didn't give a shit about any of the topics, especially horticulture. But my teacher used to be like, if I decided to apply my trade and like, go underground, he's like, I would make tons of money. And he could probably grow cocaine in like in a greenhouse. So my teacher, what was his name?
Well, seriously, I haven't watched TV for 16 years, and I've heard about Breaking Bad and the premise of it, and I thought that's a shit show that I want to watch. I mean, I never watched The Godfather or The Sopranos. I hated watching shows that promoted idiot assholes. So
That's true.
I refuse to watch those shows. I like shows.
I think they were programming people.
The good guy wins, not where the bad guy. Fuck.
On that Pluribus show, that director of that Pluribus show is the same director as Breaking Bad. I think that they were pulling some kind of theosophical story or something.
Have you guys ever seen The Last Starfighter?
Yeah, I think so. It's like an 80s movie.
I think that's the perfect fantasy movie. I mean, it's not as great, production quality, etc. It's not as great as Star Wars, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, he's a trailer trash boy, that's playing this video game, and he exceeds on the video game. And all of a sudden he's recruited to be a starfighter in the universe. I mean, it's a perfect fantasy, and he ultimately wins everything. Like, come on, that's a perfect fantasy.
Well, they should have done that, they should have remade that movie because I seen that a while back. Yeah, they had a scene like that in South Park with Kenny where he's fighting on the PSP against He's playing like World of Warcraft or something, but it's for angels or something.
Okay, I've never seen it.
It's
Because
pretty funny.
I don't watch TV. But
Sopranos? But yeah, sorry.
Well, Sopranos is pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I refuse to watch it because
Well,
I
a couple
don't.
of the episodes suck, but most of them are really good.
Yeah, shit. I can't support all that crap.
Well, that's the thing. It actually does. It actually gives the opposite. There's whole channels that just break down the psychology of the Sopranos, and one of the biggest takeaways is that it's the opposite of what you see. Oh, what people think about like the mafia, and they think it's like a glorified life, like, oh, you're a wise guy, you're slick, you're rich. It just really shows them to be like degenerates, and it sucks. Like the lifestyle sucks.
But I know that they're degenerates, so I don't need affirmation that they're degenerates. I need affirmation of people that are, exceeding and succeeding and making a difference in the world. That's what I want to watch. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's a good way. I see what you mean, but yeah, they don't show stuff like that. But yeah, they're like, you used to meet a lot of women who would be like, oh, Tony Soprano's so hot. And it's like, he's a fat, bald, middle-aged dude.
Yeah, that's James Gandolfini or whatever his name is. He's a ugly duckling. Yeah.
That Sopranos episode where they're running through the woods or something trying to find that guy. They lost their shoes or something, and he's like, "It's cold."
I mean, watching X-Files was bad enough because I knew it was a total predictive programming scam, and yeah.
Well, it's still good. I mean,
I like Mulder. I like Scully. They were good characters. Yeah. Sorry. So that's why I liked X-Files and rewatched it again. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it like a million times.
A million. Wow.
Yeah, I remember. I used to watch them every episode.
I think a little bit of an exaggeration.
Well, I used to play them on repeat when I'd fall asleep.
I saw the movie Kids probably about a million times.
Which movie?
Kids.
Kids?
Kids, yeah. It's was it?
Have you ever watched Kid Spies? I don't know if it was called Kid Spies, but they were spies and they were two underage prepubescent kids.
So, speaking, this is Jeffrey Epstein's closet. Look at his coat.
Fuck. Yeah.
He's got an Antarctica coat. That's weird.
Yeah, totally.
Oh yeah, look at that. This guy got around, huh?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know that was the comment was clicked. Yeah, I'm looking for some kind of army coats or something. I'm trying to find Epstein had army coats.
Okay. Go back, Clint. What do you think of Nanny McPhee?
Nanny McPhee. I don't know what that means.
It's sort of like Mary Poppins, only modernized.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure Mary Poppins is theosophical.
Yeah, totally. Mary Poppins. Jamie wrote an excellent review of it. Yeah, she totally exposed it. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Spy Kids.
Chimney Sweep.
Spy Kids. Bob Patch, Chiggle Rules. He mentioned Spy Kids. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to go back into these Epstein files because there was pictures of bags of dirt everywhere, and I wanted to take screenshots of that because I thought it was fishy.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that Epstein was burying people on the property or something.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's if it's not all some kind of huge game that they're playing with us. Like, oh, here's all this stuff. Let's see how smart people are. They got like notes in it that says we're playing games or something. Oops. Yeah, which one was I on? 106. Nope. Anyone else clicked out? Yeah, there's some documents that was that show that I forgot to screenshot. Also,
That were.
What's that?
You meant to say that were documents that were.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm being an editor. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Well, you would have hated how I used to talk like 25 years ago, because it was just straight up hood slang.
I read so many books, and I see where they made editorial mistakes, and I'm thinking, come on, people, that's a simple error. You could have corrected that, but whatever. Yeah.
Correction. I'm just joking.
Zorro Ranch, Bob's patch chiggle shit nigger, whatever
Whoa,
his name.
don't say that word.
Well, chiggle rulers.
What?
I can't pronounce it because it's so convoluted. Yeah.
We can just call him Bob.
Bobby, how are you doing, Bobby?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the ranch, Pedro. It was called Zorro Ranch, and he Epstein tried to impregnate all these women to have his babies. Blah blah blah. I mean, what the fuck's going on there? Like eugenics, Supremo Manifesto. Yeah.
Well, one of his last emails was to the they were to the Muslim Brotherhood.
Really?
Rubber band. Did you say that again? You rubber banded.
One of his last emails, Epstein's, was to the Muslim Brotherhood.
Wow. Yeah.
Why do you keep rubber banding every time you get to exactly what you're trying? Like, that's the weirdest thing. Say it one more time.
Rubber band. Rubber band.
One of Epstein's last emails was to the Muslim Brotherhood.
Muslim Brotherhood?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. It's funny because now when you said it that time, it stopped. All I heard rubber band, Brotherhood, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you know
well, for some reason it keeps turning.
Brotherhood was created by MI6 to destabilize the Middle East. Totally. Yeah. I mean, read your history books.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Nazis were involved as well.
Totally fabricated outfit.
Yeah, the Nazis and the CIA were involved.
Okay, Bobo Patch, Chigler, or whatever. There is an email talking about supplying Mormon blood to Epstein. Yes, I've read that email. That's
Mormon.
True. Yeah. Yes, totally true. Totally true.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. I've read that. Yeah. Yeah.
Mormon. I wonder if they mean like physical blood or if they mean like.
Yeah, physical blood. Physical blood.
That's bizarre. What are they doing? Some kind of weird curse against the Mormons?
Well, you know, the Mormons are a cult and they're involved in the weirdness of everything, and so why wouldn't that interact naturally? It's obvious that it would. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Joseph Smith was was a Mason. He was also, he looked through the crystal. He scribed things through this crystal ball, and
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that was some kind of deception. That whole thing that they wanted. It was like a dummy test to see who believed it. Okay, you're in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Like, yes, he read the golden tablets.
Yeah. And where are these golden tablets? Nowhere to be found. Like, hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was created to create to be kind of an American manifest destiny, religion. It'd be like.
Yeah, but
God's
as far as in the sense that Mormons ran for president, Joseph Smith did, and Mitch, whatever his name is, he ran for president. But I mean, I don't see it. Yeah, yeah. Mitt Romney, he ran for president. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
With the Mormon.
Well, that's what's the Mormons used to use the Eye of Providence, and then it switched when Brigham Young possibly had Joseph Smith killed.
Yeah, I don't know if that was Brigham Young's responsibility. Obviously, there was something weird going on there that we don't know. We don't have enough. We don't have enough evidence to prove it one way or the other. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for that note on that door. One of these Epstein file pictures. So I remember the note was really incriminating. I haven't seen that floating around the internet.
Hey, Heidi Love is on the channel. I love Heidi Love. She's an amazing girl.
What, is she in the comments?
Well, it says somebody said shout out to Heidi Love.
Because we're talking about Mormons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heidi Love's a great commentator. She's pretty spot on.
Yeah, I was on JJ's show with her, and I think it was his show that she seemed pretty well versed.
Yeah, she knows what she's talking about. Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
Yeah, because when she said porch Mormons, and that
woman.
Well, that's not a racial reference. That's a reference to.
Yeah.
It's
a different thing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what they say about Masons as well. This is the Scottish Rite says about the Blue Lodge and stuff, that they're porch Masons.
Yeah, totally.
The
well, and it's what I call Joe X, Joe Jews, Joe Catholics, Joe whatever, Joe Mormons,
Joe Arians.
Yeah, the average person on the lower level that doesn't know what's going on.
Well, no, I thought you were. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, but they don't know. They don't know what's going on in the grand scheme of things. But I mean, they're part of the system, and they're just flunkies, Yeah.
So it's a machine made out of words.
Yeah, totally.
Each initiate's a gear. Moves along the machine. Damn it! I still can't find that file. Yeah, once I can find that file, I'm gonna bring it on the screen and try to read it.
I mean, maybe I need to enunciate this topic a bit more clearly. Is that there's Joe X, Y, and Z in every paradigm or every movement.
Yeah. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Well, they don't. They're just adherents to whatever, but they don't know what's going on. They're just, they're innocent. you don't want to say bystanders, but I mean, they're innocent. They don't know what's going on. They're just partaking of the flavor of the month. Yeah. And yes, yeah, Joe. Oh, sloppy Joes. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I speculate that the inner core of Illuminism had to move to stuff like Mormonism and Scientology to trail away from the anti-Masonic movement, stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like they knew they were had in the Scottish Rite, and so they started making new organizations. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Investigate L. Ron Hubbard and his mystique or his.
yeah, he was like a protege of Crowley's.
Yeah, I mean, he was a follower of Crowley and Jack Parsons and the whole shit show. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, there's too many of these stupid files.
They each created their own, variation of the theme of blah blah blah.
Lima.
Yeah, Thelema, OTO, Temple of Set. Well, Michael Aquino created Temple of Set. And
there was sorry. There was a thing. There was a thing on what was it? The OTO. How it was connected with the Illuminized Prussian 1782 meeting, and that but there was a thing where that there was a depiction in some of the OTO literature which talked about the dawning of the new age and the letting go of the shackles of religion, and so them destroying religion was part of the Weishaupt
totally.
Communist Manifesto, basically.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And you throw in the Rosicrucians, you throw in Francis Bacon, you throw in the Royal Society of England, and yeah, I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, people, if you study history, you know where all this shit comes from and how it's been transferred through the ages. Like, come on. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even okay, let's go back to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. She was a Russian agent.
Yeah.
She was also a British agent, and she went to India. She performed her magical bullshit rites that she sleight of hand and all that bullshit. And she initiated Alice Bailey. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, people just think about history and go throughout history. Sorry, I'm belaboring this point, but I mean, it's so obvious. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry for interrupting, Clint.
Oh no, I'm just one of these files is which one is it? 210 is not found. File 210 is missing. And this Epstein thing, these pictures.
Weird.
Well, so is that's 210 again. Yeah. Damn it. Which I hope 210
figures Dalai Lama is in the Epstein files. I totally don't. I'm not surprised at all because he's a diddler. He's a fucking diddler. Yeah.
Yeah, the Dalai Lama was some kind of huge pervert.
Yeah, totally. Oh.
Yeah.
Damn it. Hopefully that file isn't missing that had that letter like taped to the door that was in the Epstein files. Because that letter was definitely incriminating. I don't remember who was on it, but it was like, whoa, that's crazy.
Okay, Bob Patch, Jiggle Rules. Michael Aquino's writing partner for Mind War is tied with TPUSA. I've got a copy of Mind War right here.
Who was his writing partner?
His writing partner was, I don't know.
But I've definitely studied a bunch of Aquino.
Yeah, he loved Asimov, George Orwell, Peter Ouspensky, Jose Delgado, Walt Disney.
Delgado.
Ian Fleming, Sidney Riley, Grace.
He probably worked under Delgado.
Grace Slick of all people. I mean, I love Grace Slick. Oliver Stone, Thomas Sazaz, Mark Twain, John C. Lilly. Hello. Jules Verne and H.G. Wells. But I don't know. Who did? Oh, the guy that wrote the foreword is Gregory S. Cesi. I've never heard of him. I don't know who he is. William H. Anderson. Yeah. These are all guys linked with Michael Aquino. This is Michael Aquino's book. I don't know if you Mind War.
Wait, hold it down a little bit. It's all white like the Beatles album.
Yeah, Michael Aquino, Mind War. It's written by Michael Aquino.
Yeah, that symbol was interesting.
Yeah, totally.
It wasn't. It looked like some kind of
I mean, I've read this shit. Like, come on, people. I mean, you think I'm full of bullshit? No, I've read this.
That's what they're doing. They're weaponizing consciousness evolution.
Yeah,
that's what they're doing.
Totally.
Let's see.
And it's mostly about mind, like how to control people's minds. Like, I've got tons of books on mind control and stuff like that. But I mean,
don't let JJ know; he'll turn into a vampire joke.
Well, yeah, it's a vampire joke.
He actually wrote the book 500 years ago.
Yeah, I'm a direct descendant of Count Vlad.
The presidents.
The Impaler. I'm a direct descendant of him. Blah blah blah. No, it's bullshit.
That means you're related to the presidents, because all the presidents are related to Vlad the Impaler too.
Harry's actually got like a sword from like the what the fuck is that? Lord of the Rings, and it glows when radical Islams are around.
Wow, that would yeah, like Sting in the Lord of the Rings, or is it The Hobbit, where Sting starts to glow blue whenever there's orcs around? Yeah.
You guys seen that video on Twitter of the Islam guy that's super inbred, that was a scholar, that he's like, no, we can't, we must use bicycles or something. I don't know what the fuck he said. I didn't actually listen to it.
Yeah, there was a video earlier of like the two, like a couple of kids from England, and they're talking about how like England basically pays all this money to these people who are having these deformed kids from like years of inbreeding.
Yeah, they're calling them rat people.
Yeah, that's
I would call them rat people too. Sorry.
Well, they were feeding them like they couldn't feed themselves. I seen a video of it. It was fucked up.
I mean, yeah.
It's like ends up. You can get Down syndrome. It doesn't matter like whether you're a 8 feet tall Aryan from Scandinavia or like Asian. It doesn't matter what everybody like. They don't have like in some countries because of abortion they basically that's how they considered it eradicating Down syndrome. But like Down syndrome, okay, it's not but like this is just straight up inbreeding. These things are just straight up from just.
Which is what Muslims do. They inbreed with each other. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Pedro mentioned Twin Peaks. I love Twin Peaks. It's my. I never watched TV for years, but I mean, I got on a service that showed Twin Peaks and watched Twin Peaks, and then I turned out I have the first 2 seasons of Twin Peaks on DVD, and
wow,
I love Twin Peaks. I know it's a terribly.
Ooh, that's what you gotta do.
Get
the third season.
Yeah, it's a weird show. I mean,
I think it's about Area 51.
No, it isn't. But I mean, it's a good show.
I mean, like secret. It's once you see the third season, you'll be like, "Whoa, that's weird."
Okay, I'll try and get the 3rd season. Yeah.
Yeah, put that ahead of your book list because some of it's pretty entertaining.
I mean, it shows how America is really run. Totally.
Well, I mean, the 3rd season gets really crazy. I mean, it's
yeah. In the first 2 seasons, they reveal, what's going on.
Well, there's a portal in the 3rd season.
Okay.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it gets pretty crazy. And then the idea that they connect it with that that one researcher connects it with that Jack Nicholson movie. And then
I hate Jack Nicholson. I hate him.
Some kind of Roswell thing as well. I forget how the story went, but yeah, like the Jack Nicholson thing, the movie The Shining.
Yeah, The Shining. Yeah, I didn't like The Shining too much.
People claim that the NASA shirt in the Shining movie was some kind of reference to some kind of to Apollo 13, I think it was, and that it was a psyop, but at the same time that it had to do with
how did they connect that through the movie? I don't understand that because I've seen the movie.
I'll have to send you a link to the documentary that connects.
I don't believe in the moon landing. I've never believed in it. I think it was all a hoax.
Well, I mean, we're dealing with the Magi here. For all we know, it was some kind of magical thing, some kind of deception, some kind of symbology.
I mean, if you look at all the films from Apollo, whatever 13, I mean, they're totally fake. There's total bullshit in the films. The flag waving, everything, the lift off of the moon. Like, come on, it's all bullshit. Total bullshit.
I think the film was definitely, because if you compare it to the audio, they're saying they're seeing all sorts of weird shit in the sky, all sorts of UFOs, and that
you've seen Capricorn 1. I mean, Capricorn 1 tells it all. Totally.
But like they were saying, but so and then all the official photographs of NASA stuff, the sky on the moon doesn't have anything in the sky, not even stars.
I know, it's total bullshit. And
well, so that's where it's weird because it's like, why does their audio testimony that they say they see stuff in the sky, but then there's no pictures of it.
Yeah, it's happened in 1969, and all the records have been destroyed. Come on. All the records are destroyed, and they had telephone contact. I mean, Nixon was allowed to talk to these people. What a bunch of bullshit.
Baloney.
Yeah.
My favorite thing is if you look at the space thing that they landed on, it's literally covered in tinfoil.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've seen landscapes that they were supposed to land on, and these landscapes are on Earth. Like,
well, you remember who it was that became the Grand Master of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry after their NASA?
and even the guys.
Do you remember the guy? I can't remember his name.
Glenn, whatever his name is, Buzz Aldrin. They all admit that it was bullshit. They all admit that it was bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that might be a double cover up. I think they went there.
Yeah, I understand that. But yeah.
Damn it! For some reason, StreamYard keeps turning your guys' fucking reduced mic background thing off. It's like really annoying.
Sorry.
Oh well, it's not your guys' fault. It's just the website's retarded.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still looking for that Epstein door thing.
Okay. Yeah. Epstein's another factor that. Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like he had a lot of files and stuff in his closets.
Yeah, that's a whole nother scenario that I don't know. I mean, we'll never know the truth. I mean, you seen that one document that they presented for public consumption, and it was 20 pages, and the whole document was detracted. What do you call that?
Redacted.
Redacted. The whole document, 20 pages, were redacted. Like, what? Come on. If you want to expose the truth, why aren't you showing us what the fuck that it says? Yeah. It's all bullshit. They're covering it up supremely because there's too many high-powered officials in Washington that are implicated in the whole shit show, and yeah, and they can't show themselves. Yeah.
Well, I think that there's I think a lot of it has to do with witness protection.
That's true.
No, it's all high-powered officials that are implicated in these rotten.
Well, I'm sure that's true as well, but I think it's witness protection. Any of the witnesses, because that's why we haven't seen any of the faces of the female witnesses of Epstein.
Yeah, I know, and this is what pisses me off. Even in Canada, there was 11 government officials charged with collusion with Chinese infiltration in our government, and they were never prosecuted. Nobody's held accountable. Same thing happens in the US. Whatever the Epstein files reveal, nobody is ever going to get prosecuted or held accountable. Like, it's bullshit. Like, I'm so sick of the whole shit show. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. We have a big problem here in New York. They've caught Chinese agents all over the place. They found a Chinese police station on the Lower East Side, a secret Chinese police station.
Same in Canada. There's Chinese police stations. And how does that allowed to happen? Like, I mean, fuck. how are the Chinese? You know, they're terrorizing ex-Chinese citizens into flying with whatever, and like how is that allowed to happen? And nobody's getting prosecuted. Nobody's held accountable. Like, come on. It's the whole shit show is bullshit. Yeah.
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 I think the Chinese are going to be they're going to dominate in this current new world order to come. I think it's going to be a Sino-Russian domination. I think it'll be the Russians and the Chinese that are going to dominate this new world order.
Yeah, it pisses me off because I thought Trump was fighting against that, but apparently he's not. And, you know, Canada is in bed with China. I mean, Mark Carney goes over to China and signs all these bullshit agreements. Like, come on. Yeah.
Yeah.
So sick of the world that we live in. I'm pissed off. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pissed off with everything that's going on.
Well, trying to let suffocate your emotions.
What?
You must think clearly. One who is blinded by emotions.
Yeah. I mean, we do our best. You know what I think? I hope I hope God's going to intervene in the end and resolve all this bullshit. But I don't know. I mean, that might not happen until we're totally in a dystopian nightmare. I mean, it might not happen till then. Yeah.
Well, William Cooper says that's what's wrong with religious people. They think God's going to intervene. But my dad had a saying. He said, "Wish in one hand and shit in the other one. See which one will fill up first." And so, and so it's obviously not the hand with the wishes.
My dad always said, "Shit or get off the pot." Like, come on. Yeah. I thought that was my dad. I love my dad. Yeah.
That's a great it's a great way of putting it, but unfortunately it's like we get this young generation is going to be impossible. They're not going to rebel. And if they do, it's going to be a controlled rebellion. I remember when somebody said that these
that's what pisses me off is it's going to be a controlled rebellion.
Well, I liked what Anthony J. Hilder said in that video. He said,
what shape does that take place?
Well, so Anthony J. Hilder, though, he said we don't want a revolution, we want a revelation.
Yeah.
Like
revelation. Yeah, totally revelation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even if people are revealed to the truth, is that going to matter? Like with the powers that be in control, even if we are awake to the truth, how is that going to help us? I don't know.
Well, then we could boycott stuff better.
No, boycotting won't make a fucking difference in the real world. No.
Well, I mean, it would if everybody got on board.
I hate to be pessimistic on that level, but I'm more optimistic on the level that I think divine intervention is going to happen and straighten all this bullshit out. Yeah.
Well, that's the only thing that's gonna at this point, because this young generation, like these masked kids, these kids who grew up masking, and the ones now they're just going all in the wrong direction. But that's because they're illiterate, you know.
Oh, yeah.
They have no common sense. That's the biggest problem too.
With the information that's capable on the internet, I mean, you can find out everything. I mean, come on, people. Fuck. Sorry. Yeah. It just pisses off that they can't. I mean, everything's available. You can research everything nowadays.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, the internet eventually might get censored, but I mean, right now it isn't censored as much as as the powers that be would like it to be. I mean, we can still find out all kinds of shit. And come on, people, you can research anything, and you can find out what the fuck's going on. And I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I mean, to a degree. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff that's not on the internet that has to do with conspiracies and.
Well, that's the problem.
I know that. I know there's certain things that are censored. But I mean, if you
well,
have.
even with like the Illuminati conspiracy, there's a lot to the well, I mean, in any secret society, there's stuff in the books, but there's also stuff that's never written down, and that it's only passed down verbally.
There's enough in the books that if that's why I have a library and I want to pass it on to my sons and my daughter, because I mean they can look it up for themselves and they can see what the fuck's happened. And I mean, even on the internet, I know it's very algorithmic, censored today, but I mean, you can still find stuff that'll
reveal.
So
you remember what Weishaupt called England?
What do you call it?
Weishaupt called England the New Israel or something.
Yeah, and what did?
I think that goes along with the British Israelism Aryan race
what
conspiracy.
did Robinson say against him? I mean, Robinson was a voice back then that fought against Weishaupt. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I need to reread that because I only got like 3/4 of the way through or something.
Yeah.
It's definitely a good book.
I mean, I know we're censored and blah, blah, blah today, but at least there's some semblance. I mean, people can still find shit out on the internet that it hasn't been cabalized or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like old books.
Yeah. And that's why I have a huge library, because I want to pass it on to my descendants, because I say, I mean, look, read history, look what happened. I mean, see what went on. Like, come on. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. So who's Stephen the Smart, I think it is.
Yeah.
Stephen the Small. Stephen D. Small. I think it's D-E. This is a letter that was in MC's. One of the letters that I forgot to screenshot. Stephen D. Stall. Or Small.
He's pretty small. I think he's a little bit too small. I'm just joking.
Crimes revealed. Sick new details about New York Post has his name in it in 2025. It looks like. Or wait. No, I better put it in parentheses.
New York Post, really? I wouldn't trust them with my left nut.
Okay, so it's got the letter right on the website already. Those sons of bitches. Well, I think there's parts of it that aren't redacted on this this version though. Okay, so it says that he hates that
How
they got
could
in with.
how could they redact something that was written as a letter to the New York Times or New York Post or whatever it was? Like,
Well, no, this is some
how
letter that was
could
evidenced.
how could they redact it? Like, I mean, come on, you're redacting something that was a letter written to the editor or whatever. God, wow.
What does it say?
Oh, I'm just screenshotting it real quick. It says, I hate that you got. What the fuck does that say?
This mess with.
With the girls over the years. I think he's referring to the hookers. These girls know. Oh, I remember reading this because fucking he spells new without a K. These girls knew what they were doing. You didn't. What does that say? Put
Put a gun. Spelled
Okay.
wrong.
Whoa! I didn't notice it said that. Bless him. Jesus. But
Yeah,
you.
this is all fake. This is so.
Oh, he's talking. I think he's talking like metaphorically.
No, but I mean, like that's not even spelled correctly.
Yeah, it's weird weird letter.
It says all rich people are targets in this world. I think he's talking about getting sued or something.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to question this guy's letter because if you can't spell properly, like, come on.
Yeah, I think they're just talking about getting bribed by hookers or something. Really watch your step.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably tons of letters like this, but I mean, this isn't a good example. Sorry.
Well, there was another one that was spelled out. It was typed out. You know, why does the background thing keep fucking up? Oops. Well, yeah, I'm more so looking for that typed out one because that was. Let's see, a lot of the hookers, runners, first place. Okay. Yes, I remember already seeing that one. Oh wait, I don't even have it on the screen. Okay, so here's another one that was. Well, no, I guess it had some pictures that were.
Seriously, Pedro, fuck off.
It's got him with the Pope, him with some kind of Saudi dude. There's Billary. There's him with like I don't know who that is. Yeah, let's see. So those are all recognizable. Yeah, I don't know who that dude is right there.
Yeah, on that lower thing.
Oh yeah, I seen Mr. Golden Age down
Okay, of course.
there. Billary, I don't know who that is. Let's see. So there's
Epstein and company. Yeah.
Mr. Golden Age, Ghislaine, some
How do people
models.
so many photographs? Like, I never take photographs at all, but I don't know. Weird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these days people freaking take all sorts of pictures for Facebook and stuff.
I guess so. I don't know.
Okay, maybe it's. Ah, damn it. Let's see. Maybe it's my mic settings. Okay, there. Turn mine on. I didn't know those were off. Might have been my mic the whole time. My bad. Okay, so yeah, what was I getting at? What if there was some kind of like Nazi program or something that was collecting organs? Or so, you remember that X-Files where the Chinese in Chinatown were collecting the organs?
Yeah. Totally. And they had that lottery type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was made in the 90s. I mean, that's...
Yeah, totally. I mean, and that's what's happening. That's what's been happening for decades now. Yeah.
I mean, the show. What was that Korean show with not the where they kill people with the games?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
They were taking organs there too. That was implied.
Yes.
Oh wow, I didn't catch that part. That's interesting.
I only watched like an episode or two of it, but I don't even think I watched a full episode, to be honest with you. I just know that was a theme.
Weird. I mean, X-Files had I forget which year. I think season 7. They had 3 or 4 episodes that dealt with religious cults. It was amazing. Like I thought, what? Come on, you guys. Religious cults? Wow. But anyways, in season 7, I'm pretty sure it was season 7, they dealt with all various religious cults. And I thought,
yeah,
wow, that was amazing.
Well, there's one in like season 4 too. Where they had like the pretend Waco group where Mulder thought he was like in a past life.
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, the writers of the show were definitely, you could tell they were cultists. Mulder's...
Yeah, and they were totally predictive programmers. I mean, the whole, when I look back on it after watching all nine seasons, and I'm thinking back on it, and I'm thinking, come on, they totally predicted everything. Not everything, but a lot of things that happened afterwards. Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah, it was an amazing series. Yeah, and it pissed me off because I loved Mulder. I loved Scully. They were totally sympathetic characters, and they're predicting all this bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. It was hard to coagulate in my mind, all this bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember watching it as a kid, and I was like, man, I just watched it. I understood everything, and it was like, how are I don't know. I didn't really think about it at the time. You know what I mean? Like,
I know. Originally, in the first iteration that I watched, I didn't see all the episodes. I watched an occasional episode, but when I rewatched the whole series, like I said, what? They're really talking about this stuff? Like,
well,
wow.
some of those UFO episodes are about all sorts of real UFO cases.
Yeah, totally. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, freaking what was it? Remember that one with the church one where the guy was like some kind of devil or something, and he kept like killing fake saints or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that
They
one.
had the drill sergeant actor who was like pretending to have the crucifix wounds.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that series or that show, that series, whatever you want to call it. I mean, they totally predicted so much. Well, not only predicted, but I mean, recapitulated what had gone on throughout history. Yeah. And people didn't understand that, I don't think. I mean, they thought it was, entertainment, I guess. I don't know what they thought it was. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Jose Chung episode. That one was good.
Yeah.
Jose Chung. About, I don't know if these potatoes are real, man.
I love their ninth season episode where they did the cell phones and the communication bullshit. That was amazing. I thought, hello, you're finally dealing.
You remember
Yeah.
that WoW episode where it went over the WoW signal, and he's in like Nicaragua or some shit.
I don't.
He's at that telescope, and some kind of thing happens, and then Jose runs away or some shit.
Don't remember that one. No, sorry.
It was pretty good. Well, him and Scully like escape in like an '80s Chevy Blazer. they escape down some crazy.
I remember the stupid episode where they were abandoned on this ship that was lost in the North Sea, and they couldn't get out of the ship, and everything was going to pot. And oh, that was an amazing episode.
Yeah, that's one of the ones. I don't think that was based on anything real. It was interesting though.
Yeah, it was interesting, but not based on anything real. No. Yeah.
Let's see. Damn it, I'm like in the 500s. I still haven't found that.
So, Pedro, you should take my advice in stride. Admit your assholery. What are you talking?
Hey, calm down.
What is he talking about?
I'm not sure.
Pedro, I love you. You know I've always loved you. I mean, what are you talking about? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what were we just talking about? Damn it.
Interrupting? You think I'm interrupting? Come on. Come on.
Don't worry about the chat. Otherwise, we won't be able to stay on topic.
Come on.
Way gang, you should see. I posted on Jesuit World Order one time. The St. Joseph's Church in Wuhan has a big IHS in it. It's pretty wild. I don't know how I came across that, but I posted. I actually just there's two things I needed to post, and I haven't posted it yet. The stuff that I think it was JJ mentioned last time about, I still have it sitting here. I'm just checking right now in my open tabs about the Eric Chenoweth and Robert Stephen, but it was a different Stephen. I have her name.
I know Chenoweth, but I can't link the name to the books that I've got. But I mean, Danny, you're talking about shit. Sorry, you were talking about fuck.
Wuhan.
Yeah, Wuhan.
Wuhan.
The
IHS. Yeah. You've read Dean Kuntz's book on Wuhan.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
I gotta catch it. Maria Stephen. That's the other one. Maria Stephen. Chenoweth and Stephen.
Okay. Okay.
These are the two of them. I needed to write up an article about both of them. And I have all the information sitting. I'm just checking in my tabs. I forgot I had all this stuff open.
Okay. Thanks.
Damn, I got the munchies like crazy.
Oh, munchie.
Yeah, these fucking Epstein files are boring as shit.
They are boring. I mean, there is total revelation on certain topics, like Mark Carney's mentioned 69 times and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't know.
Interesting. Well, Mark Carney said New World Order. I mean,
yeah, I know he went to Xi Jinping and talked about the New World Order. What the fuck, Mark Carney? What are you talking about? Like,
yeah, the World British Empire. That's what they're talking about. For all we know, I would bet money that Epstein was literally MI6.
Yeah, he was MI6 as well as Mossad. Yeah, totally. And they were inclusion.
Well, I don't know what the Mossad part, but I mean, he was pictured wearing a Mossad shirt, but he could have been MI6 and just visiting, and they're like, "Oh, here you go. You know you're on our team."
Yeah.
So, it's in the original. That post was in the original one, and not the new one that Steve Drake made. It's in the new one. It was in the old one back before it became impossible to post because Eric777 kind of disappeared. I had reached out to him a couple of times to see if I could take over moderation, and I don't know where. Nobody knows what happened to him or Nick and good. So Steve Drake started JW. If you look up my name on user Baked Philosopher on Reddit, you can go through my post history and you can see where I posted it. But it's in the original one. I keep forgetting to sign into the chat so I could actually interact with it, because if I try now, it's going to knock me out.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I totally don't subscribe to Reddit. I've got nothing to do with them. I think they're a weird iteration of modern technology. I don't subscribe to Reddit. So.
Well, mainstream Reddit's mostly bots. That I will. It's definitely the case. There's a few still like esoteric subs that are normal, but if you post in any of the normal subreddits, anything that goes against like anything that's like popular opinion or anything, you're you know, it's like Twitter. You're a retard, and then on like Reddit, it's like just nonsense. Also, so I just stick to a few subreddits and.
Okay. Yeah, I have no interest in Reddit or TikTok or any of those newfangled iterations of communication. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I'll.
That's cool. I understand. I mean, I got into Twitter because it's freedom of speech, but Reddit used to be a lot better before it got taken over by bots. But thankfully, they stay out of certain. They were only on like the mainstream. Yeah, I heard that too. Ghislaine Maxwell was Reddit mod. Yeah, I miss Eric77 also. I don't know what happened to him. Nobody really knows. Him and Goods just kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. They're both Canadian too.
Yeah, it's weird. Even X is hard to deal with, or Twitter Twitter. Even X Twitter is hard to deal with right now. But I don't know. I mean, what are my options? X, Twitter, or Facebook, and Facebook is totally shit-faced. So I don't know. It's hard. It's
yeah.
I was
Facebook
actually kind of surprised on the reels that I can find on that. What people put, like the reels that you can get on Facebook. Like I go through them sometimes, and there's some pretty crazy information that I'm like, wow, I would think this would have
yeah.
never been allowed. I mean,
I'm shocked sometimes to find certain things on Facebook, but I mean, I post to Facebook every day. I watch news channels on YouTube, so I automatically post them to X and to Facebook just because I love those channels. But I mean, I don't know if they ever show up there. I don't know if it's working. I don't know how to assess it even. Should I should I go to my page and see if those posts are showed up? I don't know. I don't have time to do all that because I mean the media landscape is so diverse and complicated nowadays. You can't keep track of everything that's going on. Yeah, hard. It's hard. Yeah.
Yeah, I try
Sorry.
to just specialize on certain subjects.
Yeah, totally.
This whole true crime YouTube.
Yeah, true crime works, but I mean, news. If I promote news on Facebook, apparently Facebook doesn't allow Canadian news on their channel. So
Bizarre.
I don't know if it ever shows up because, yeah.
Well, they just make it so anybody that's not doing what they want, they make it so their posts don't get seen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I do what I can. I always promote everybody I watch on YouTube. I shuttle them onto X and Facebook in order to promote them to a certain degree, but I don't know if anybody sees them. I never check to see if that works out. So
Was Epstein a pilot at all?
a pilot? I don't think.
I don't recall him. I mean, I think I wonder if he was. That's weird. He's got these airplanes. What if they're remote control or?
Yeah, I don't know that.
If he was a pilot, they were like gifted to him or something because he flew those or something.
That wouldn't shock me if he was a pilot, but I mean, I don't know either or whether he was a pilot. Yeah.
Giving this guy everything. He's behind scenes. He's there. Like, they've literally just like dumped they've basically trauma dumped the world's problems on that.
Yeah,
These two bins, they're full of shirts with American flag emblems. Did you guys notice that?
Okay.
That looks like the Antarctic one.
Yeah, I did not notice that, but I'll acknowledge.
Yeah, there's stacks of them. What the fuck is that?
It says something. Jet. What does it say? Jet. I can't say it. You probably need AI to get that. What is that? Size extra large. Oh, yeah, that's interesting that they can't take a good enough photograph to get the clear wording.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I wonder if those are uniforms of some type. Some kind of American government uniforms or something.
Uniform. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, I still haven't got to that one. I can't believe how far I got through these stupid files. Like seeing files that I've already seen, but I thought I really went through 500, not
I'd like
600.
to fake. I'd like to fake a spokesperson for X, Y, or Z. It's not going to happen. No.
Oh damn it! I'm missing 420.
Yeah.
421.
You're a minute late. Well, it's 4:20 for the next 10 minutes, technically.
Smoke a joint. It's better to smoke a joint than a cigarette.
Smoke a joint. That'll take care of everything.
Exactly. No.
I'm just joking.
Oh yeah. Oh damn.
Oh damn. Oh damn.
The stem poked my finger when I smashed the bud. Yeah.
What the fuck's going on? Come on.
That is your American impression.
What the fuck's going on, bro? Like, shit. I'm sorry. I'm just looking around. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm still. There was more pictures of dirt that Epstein had in his house that I'm looking for.
Dirt.
Like literal dirt.
Dirt's going on, bro. Dirt. Dirt. It's filthy fucking dirt. Fuck.
All right.
Oh yeah. We call Anthony Jailholders say Washington.
Washington. Yeah, I love that how he said Washington. Nobody else caught on to that reference.
Yeah.
But you and I caught on to it.
Yeah, my mom says Warsh. Like
Washington.
Wash.
What the fuck? How did they get the R into it? I don't know.
It's some kind of old timer thing.
Yeah. Washington.
Damn it, there's another stem. Oh.
Does nobody else in the chat get that? Washington? Like, come on, people.
Say like that.
Back. Wake up, people.
Well, no, I think he was just mispronouncing it. That would be funny if he was talking about washing money. Wait,
yeah,
no.
yeah, okay.
Wait, I guess I'm making shit up here.
Yeah, you're making stuff up. Totally shit. Yeah.
Damn, there's so many goddamn fucking files.
But I mean, there's actual people that talk about Washington as Washington. I don't know where they get that from. I don't.
I think it's some kind of Irish dialect or something.
I mean, look back in England where they talk about Worcestershire or
Worcestershire.
Yeah, different shires of England, and they have weird pronunciations of it. Like, wow.
Yeah, Worcestershire, so it's got sardine oil in it. That's the secret. Or sardines or something. I mean, sardines are good. I wouldn't want to eat them forever or anything. But...
yeah. Yeah.
Get some sardines and some Jägermeister and try not to puke. No.
I'm trying to think of a English shire. Yorkshire. What are the other shires in England?
Yorkshire.
Shropshire.
New Hampshire.
Who's promoting himself?
Wait, what? I thought you were about to sing a song.
No, there was a guy that interpolated and mentioned different shires. Yeah.
But
it sounded like Lee, which I don't think.
Oh, yeah. I'd sent him an invite, but I think I accidentally sent him the wrong one. But I randomly sent him an invite every once in a while, but he never responds. He's mean. That's what people in England do. They're mean.
Yeah, he would be. He'd give us Worcestershire and different shires. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot going on in these files. It's fucking boring ass shit. Let's see here. Man, the fucking, I swear the website, we said too many trigger words. And now it's...
Yeah, totally. Sorry.
No, I don't think it's long before. I think it was what Jordan Maxwell was saying in that video.
Yeah, I mean, Maxwell talked about everything. Like, totally. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty wide range of subjects.
And if people didn't have a basic understanding, like, I mean, everything that Jordan talked about, I knew about. I've read about all this shit forever. And so, I mean, it all resonated with me. If the listeners didn't understand it, like, hello, listeners, you need to do some basic research on X, Y, and Z. Yeah.
Oh, here's another one page not found, file 630. There wasn't files not found when I went through them before.
Is Danny still with us? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just getting 30 or 30. It's the latest I've been up in a long time.
Okay.
Yeah. We can pass out if you have to.
Yeah, I'll probably pass out. Let's see.
File 638 is missing as well.
I'll check out links. I've refrained from posting any of the research on Drake second community.
Do you want to get into Judaism?
Not at 4:30 in the morning. Right now, I have to. I've had working.
Have you ever read Gershom Shalom?
The what?
Gershom Shalom?
Gershom Shalom? No.
Yeah, you're lost. You're totally lost. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you sneezed.
I'll see what he's done, but I'll see what he's written. But
How about Jacob Neusner?
No.
You know Jacob Neusner?
You don't sound like Irish names.
Jacob Neusner's written like 700 books on Judaism. Like, you don't know who Jacob Neusner is? Like, fuck.
700 books.
I mean, it's I don't know. It's like if you grow up in it, you really don't. I mean, there's no real need to read about it. You know.
Yeah, there is a real need to read about it.
You hear everything there is to hear, and then you just follow through with that. But hold on, I just want to read the comments.
Ever read Rabbi Antelman?
Yeah, I've heard of him, and I've heard of his stuff, and I never read his books or anything, but I have heard a lot about him.
Okay.
And I know some stuff he's done.
Okay.
Yeah, especially it was actually somebody on Twitter who had originally told me about him like a year ago, and I was like, damn, But I just want to say, gotcha. I definitely refrain from posting on any of my research on.
I'm not trying to gotcha. I'm just trying to assess where you are in the real world. Sorry.
Totally.
I'm not attacking you or anything like that.
At 4:30 in the morning, it's not the time to start. And 4 hours ago would have been perfect. But whatchamacallit, let's say you should post in Jesuit World Order 2. It's legit. And,
yeah. A lot to the Jesuits.
Danny,
I just wanted to respond to one of the comments that he put. I just wanted, because he said he didn't post in JWO2. But yeah, you could. It's definitely a.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You need to read a little bit more. I don't know. I hate to say that because
sometimes you got to read a little bit less. To be honest with you.
No, you read.
I think it's about what you read.
It's true, and there's a lot of stuff that gets put out there that's that's just wrong or just made up, and we have a long history of that. So that's why I look into reality sometimes, especially when it's tangible and I don't have to go to a book. You go look. I mean, there's plenty of information that I get from books.
There's so much in books. Like, have you read Shim Shalom?
Shim Shalom? No. I haven't really read a lot of stuff about Judaism, to be honest with you. No. Here we go. It's 4:30 in the morning. I'm really not staying up for another 2 hours. I've been working every single day this week. I've been up since 4:30.
I'm sorry.
You get best out.
I'm just challenging you.
You've been on for quite some time.
To read the definitive text of whatever. Yeah.
The definitive text of whatever.
Here's trying to start an argument.
No, I'm not.
I would have been game, but it's 4:30 in the morning, and I've been waking up at this hour for the past few days, so it's it's not quite. I'm kind of pushing myself here, but I'm just kind of just hanging out for a bit.
Totally understandable.
Friday.
Oh, I mean, I'm just raising opportunities. Nothing else. Yeah.
He's trying to get you to read his Nazi books.
No. Seriously, I mean,
I'm just joking.
Come on, Clint. These are books written by Jewish rabbis, etc. So don't give me that shit.
Well, I mean, I don't think Gershom Scholem. I got to see who he is, but I think he's a rabbi. I mean, I'll see.
No, Gershom Scholem isn't a rabbi, but Antelman is a rabbi, and
Antelman's a rabbi,
and
but that means that he's I know what Gershom Scholem is. He wrote whatchamacallit, he wrote about the Frankist movement. Yeah, but he's also, a lot of the stuff he wrote was debunked by later on, or considered a misinterpretation.
Yeah, he wrote about it shortly. He wrote a bigger book about Sabbatai Zevi and different things.
He wrote about that. But yeah, a lot of his stuff in later works was considered to be, just bad interpretation. And especially with later research. Listen, well, I got the book right here that does. So, I mean, if you've read The Mixed Multitude, that's probably the most updated and the most updated and right here.
Yeah, I've got The Mixed Multitude.
Yeah. Well, he respectfully tears Gershom Scholem apart. So that's why it's probably one of the reasons why I didn't read him, because it seems that everything he has to say is outdated information. So we may as well go to.
I mean, Gershom Shalom's written like 8, 9, maybe 10 books on that subject. Like,
I mean, if they're outdated though, then it's obsolete information. So, that's why I remember. That's why when it took me a second, but yeah, he mentions him a lot, and he does critique his opinions, his major opinions, historical stuff aside.
Yeah. So, who would you recommend that refutes Gershom?
Well, like I said, I only know him from what it comes up in the Mixed Multitude, and in the Mixed Multitude, he does a lot of refutations of the stuff that Gershom Shalom. He actually goes through a few of the different opinions, people that opinions on the Sabbatine and Frankist move, especially the Frankist movement, and he kind of debunks. He says he had the wrong idea because a lot of his stuff was conjecture. Historical stuff aside, a lot of his opinions and stuff were conjecture.
I disagree with that totally, because
I think Jacob Frank was Illuminati of Weishaupt's order.
No,
the movement. It's 413. The Frankist movement was a Jesuit plot, and that's
really? Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, the Jesuits are huge.
It was a full-on Jesuit plot. It didn't. Oh God, I really don't want to get into this right now. 4 hours.
I think I can explain. Okay, so Harry, the Jesuits had the same doctrine as the OTO, the same doctrine as other different cults, where they find purity through sin.
Yeah, blah 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 blah. But I'm talking about what does Rabbi Antelman contribute to the conversation?
Like I said, I don't really know, but considering he's a rabbi, I'm sure he's not going to be too. I know he talks about, Sabbatean Frankists being involved in modern times, and I consider, but that's not a critique of Judaism. That's a defense of Judaism. Like Shmuley Boteach, I consider to be a Frankist. Shmuley Boteach has tons of connections to the Catholic Church. I consider him to be a modern day Frankist.
Yeah.
He also, Antelman excommunicated Kissinger. So.
Okay. Wow. Nice.
Wow. So I would consider him to be in Judaism, not in refutation of it.
Jonah thought Kissinger was MI6. Wait, my camera froze.
Yeah, Kissinger was MI6 and totally CIA. Totally.
Yeah. He was appointed by John J. McCloy.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Sabbatean Frank. Shmuley is a total. Shmuley was the only. Shmuley has so much. Shmuley is a modern day Frankist. That's how I describe him. He's
I agree totally.
He's hated by most of the community. And think about it from a PR perspective. If you want to put out somebody, make Jews, like who has control of the PR to put someone like him as a representation of Jews? If you're going to put out somebody, why wouldn't you put out somebody who doesn't look like a sniveling stereotype of that's done on purpose.
Okay. So are you not a reformed, but I mean what do you?
I don't really have an affiliation, but I don't like the reform movement.
Yeah, the reform movement. I mean, that's what Rabbi Anselman talked about. Yeah, how they were co-opted. Yeah.
Well, I think the same situation happens with almost every religion. It's turned into
Yes. Yes, 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 Clint. I totally agree. And this is what we were discussing. This is what we were discussing, totally. And
ecumenism.
Yeah, ecumenism is the sin of everything. Yeah, totally.
Ecumenicism? Like the ecumen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Rome and the Baha'i is doing.
Well, I recommend if you want to read about that, read Michael de Semulyn's book. All roads lead to Rome? ? And it's all about how the Catholic Church infiltrated and created and took over the ecumenical movement to basically install itself into every Protestant church through the World Council of Churches, but the whole history of it.
Yeah, I've got that book, but not by that author, but by a different author. Can you send a link that shows your author?
Yeah.
I'd like to read that book. I've got All Lead to Rome that was written by an ecumenicalist or not no, he wasn't an ecumenicalist. He was against ecumenicalism. But I mean, it isn't the book that you're talking about. And I'd like to read the book you're talking about because these are key texts that people need to read to understand what the fuck's going on. Yeah.
I probably have the largest collection of Protestant books in any Jewish home. Probably more than most Christian homes, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That Tim Kelly's Secret Origin of the Bible is pretty good.
Yeah, that doesn't tick. I want this.
Well, you have to read that one. That's a must.
Yeah, I want this guy's book. I want this guy's book. I mean,
oh yeah, we'll read both of them.
It's a key book that I need to study to understand what the fuck's going on. You know. Yeah.
He was a Scottish Protestant preacher from him, and he wrote a lot about the papacy. And I think really the best way to all roads lead to Rome is pretty
wow.
The pretty solid book. But
you're talking about what's his name? I've got his book, I think.
This is pretty much, if you want to read the most updated information we have on the Frankists, then this is what you got to go for.
Okay, tell me the book, please.
The Mixed Multitude by Pavel Masieko. I have a ton of
The
notes.
Mixed Multitude by Pavel.
EAULMACIE-JKO.
How do I post this?
Pablo.
The
What was that last name?
MACIE-JKO. He's Polish. It's actually Paweł or whatever.
JKY?
Yeah.
What was it?
JKO.
JKO?
Yeah.
Okay. I put it in the chat just so you can see. Antarctica code again.
This I just got. I just ordered this before this gets taken offline.
Oh, interesting. What is it? Does it mention any production companies?
I didn't get to read it yet. I got to start reading it though, because I've been meaning to get back into reading, and I do read both sides of everything. I got this too. This is where all the Jews own communism came from. The Irish Father McLaughlin. He's the one who put and it's really, and I wanted to know where it came from, but he's the one who said that.
Is it written by Denise Williams?
What, this one?
Yeah.
No, this is a reprint of Reverend Dennis Fahey's "The Rulers of Russia." But this is the one where they had to push, where they got communism to try to blame it on the Jews, even though it's a purely Catholic invention. I mean, shit, it's Augustinian.
Which year roughly you talking about?
Pre-World War. It was what year? This is obviously not an original. This is a reprint. But, 1940.
I can't find the book on. I can't find the book on Amazon. Like, what is the book?
Try eBay.
That's why I tell you, go to eBay. If you want to buy books, get them off eBay. Don't bother. I don't even use Amazon. I don't even have an Amazon account or nothing.
Oh, fuck. So,
yeah, I don't have one either.
Fuck. I don't even have eBay on here. Shit. The mixed multitude.
Shmuel likes like he goes out of his way to get. Yes, he does. That's why he's put there. That's why he's put where he is, because he's supposed to be that stereotype. But the whole Jewish community basically disowned him. Nobody wants him around anymore, and people really don't like him for that exact reason, because like, who the hell represented? But yeah, exactly. He's supposed to be, and he's very much connected to the Catholic Church. Very connected. I actually posted on Jesuit World Order that he was the only Jew praying for a new pope. The fuck?
Samuel Aramoro?
No, Pavel Masiko.
Okay.
Pawel. Eric runs a private research with Clint Richardson and some German investigator. Interesting.
Pavel, whatever.
What's the author of the papacy one and All Roads Lead to Rome? All roads lead to Rome is
it's about the Jacob Frank and the Frankist movement.
Yes, it's Michael the Semlyen. It's Michael D. D-E.
No,
Pavel. No, saying somebody in the group, but yeah, it is. It's Pavel. Pawel because he's Polish, but yeah, it's Pavel.
Pawet Majeko.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, it's $45. $45. Wow.
I told you that's why they try to keep these books away from people. A lot of the books that I got them when they were actually cheap. Yeah, and Tupper Saucy was forced to retract his thing because it was too right. The papacy one is Wiley, but I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't start with Wiley. I would start with I'm sorry, I'm half alive. I would start with A Woman Rides the Beast. All right.
Oh, you know, have you read Woman's Ride the Beast? That's by Dave Hunt. He's a total fucking idiot.
That's pretty hard.
Good. Yeah. I mean, in this book, I haven't read this one. He comes correct with it.
Catholicism. I agree with him on Catholicism, but he's a Quaker. He's a Quaker.
Oh, Quaker. I just said he wasn't a Quaker. We're trying to figure this before. I would recommend, if you want to read something what I would start with is A Woman Rides the Beast, and then I would read this. So for those who know N-Goods, Nick had done a reading of this on his website, on his YouTube channel, and it was so fucking insane that I ordered the book myself and had to read it on my own. And this is 14 Years a Jesuit by Count Paul von Hosenbrock. And this book
is many books on Jesuits, like They totally destroyed Jesuits. Yeah, I've got so many books on Jesuits. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is a great one because this, I mean, one of the crazy. I'll tell you exactly when I ordered this. From Nick's, when Nick was doing the reading of it, and he acknowledges in here. Paul von Hosenbrook says that comrade is actually what Jesuits call each other, and he was like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "All right,
comrade.
I'm ordering it." Yep, comrade is a Jesuit term for like of like friendship. That's
Are
what
we
they call each other.
Are we talking with Danny right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm. Yeah.
And then
the Jesuit thing is huge.
And in Voltaire's time, there was 1,000 books about the Jesuits, and now
Danny's so fucking pro-Jew that it's
You're talking to Danny.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm talking to Danny. He's so fucking pro-Jew that it's.
Calm down.
Well, actually, I mean, I wasn't at one time because I used to follow what I saw, and then it just led me to real research, and then I got to a glass ceiling, which 4:50 in the morning I'm not going to get into. But if you want to see the one with the papacy, this is J.A. Wiley. He was a Scottish Protestant reformer, and this is an older.
I understand everything that's against. Yeah. Yeah, I understand J.A. Wiley. Totally. Yeah.
But that's just about like history. It's more the biblical. It's and hold on.
Do you understand the synagogue of Satan? Do you understand?
Understand it? I mean, that's not the Jews.
Yes, it is the fucking Jews.
No, we've been over this before.
It says it's not, literally the next line says it's not the Jews. They are so.
Next line. The next line.
They claim to be Jews, but they are not.
I know. They claim to be Jews. They claim to be descendants of Abraham, but they're not.
Well, that's where the British Israelism comes in. The Aryan race conspiracy.
Yeah, totally.
They claim that they're Hebrews and they're not.
Totally.
Well, I don't know. I don't know with descendants of Abraham, but it's not really that vital to the.
Have you ever studied the Khazarian Empire?
Yeah, and I debunked it in a
I to a certain degree debunk it, but I mean
debunked. It's easily debunked.
But I think it's has a certain aspect on the Ashkenazis.
You know who so you want me to debunk it quick? I'll debunk it at 5 o'clock in the morning for you. So first and foremost, who are the first people to make the claim?
Who? What are you talking about?
Who were the first people to make the claim that there was a Khazarian were Jews, or that there was a Khazarian empire that converted to Judaism? Who were the first people to make it?
Yeah, that was the king of Khazaria.
No, that was the Jews themselves. It was a piece of apologetics. So you know who the Karaites are?
Yes, I've got a book on the Karaites. Yeah.
Okay, so the Khuzari letters is where I think it was about 11th century piece of apologetics.
The Karaites said fuck the Jews because they denied Jesus Christ.
No, the Karaites don't believe in Jesus Christ. The Karaites were the 8th century Jewish Reformation. The Karaites have nothing to do with Jesus Christ. They don't believe in him either.
I understand that.
So the Karaites they follow a Jewish form of sola scriptura. So
I follow sola scriptura myself. Yeah.
Great. So the thing is that started in the 8th century in Mesopotamia. So the Karaites and the rabbinics would have disputations, okay? They would have back and forth disputation, but they didn't hate each other. They considered each other part of the same covenant, just in disagreement.
Yeah,
so the Kuzari letters, which were written in about the 12th, I think, century,
isn't
were
that where the fucking what's sabotage Zeve showed up?
Yeah.
Total.
Yes, he was. And that's why he's hated. I mean, I don't know too many people who like the guy, but he's got nothing to do with the Khazars.
Yes, he does. He does, totally.
No, he doesn't, because he wasn't even Ashkenazi. He was Sephardic. He was a Spanish Jew.
I understand that, but he converted to Muslim.
Okay,
yeah, but he's probably
so then he was Muslim. If he converted to Islam, then he was not Jewish anymore. He was Muslim.
I know. And Frankites, the successors of him?
No, the Frankism was a separate movement that was taken. Of course it was. It was a separate movement because it started out, it was both based on Kabbalism, but it was pushed on, it was started in the Pale of Settlement.
Kabbalism come from Spain.
Frankism came from Poland.
Come on. You've got to understand history.
Well, hold on, you can't interrupt him. Let him finish the explanation. We didn't get
I mean, look at the history. It came from Isaac Luria in Spain.
Oh, that's Kabbalah. You're talking about Kabbalah. Well, Kabbalah is older than that, and you're asking 4 different.
It's new Platonism. Totally.
It's whatever it is. It's not. It doesn't really matter because that's not the question that you just asked.
Yes, it is. Question.
So
the question.
It was based. So there has been Kabbalah in the Jewish. I think Jews got Kabbalah during the. Well, I think they've had it before because it's basic. It's mysticism within the Jewish.
Based in the Babylonian captivity. That's where Kabbalah originated. Totally.
That's where it originated. And it was common amongst the Gnostics too. But we call everything in the West Kabbalah because the point of things like the what Shabbatite movement, but mostly what Frankist movement was done after the mass conversion was to basically bring Kabbalah or the basics of mysticism back into mainstream European society where it had been forbidden for years.
You think that was a good thing?
No, but it wasn't. But it wasn't a Jewish movement at some point because the Catholic Church was the Catholic Church was the one who took control of the Frankist movement, and Jacob Frank was an agent of the Catholic Church.
Bullshit.
No,
I disagree.
Well, I'm sure he's got something to back it up, so you don't say bullshit yet.
I mean, we know we early on in the Pale of Settlement, the communities were forced to police each other, and
totally. Have you read Simon Dubnow's volume history of the Jews in Poland?
So I just want to do something quick in the chat.
Have you read that fucking book? Like
no.
You know what the fuck happened? Yeah.
Well,
just to point out, just someone in the chat wrote, Kabbalah predates the Sumer in Egypt. We in the West call everything Kabbalah because in the Judeo-Christian world, that's where we got it from. That's where mysticism didn't originate from. But Rosicrucianism is a form of
the Kabbalah came from Babylon, and it moved to
I think it was mainstream everywhere. I think it was mainstream in most cultures. Rosicrucianism is Christian Kabbalah.
Well, Kabbalism existed before Babylon, but Babylon was the first to pervert.
No.
I don't even know that. I think even because when the Jews were in captivity there, the people practiced it regular, so within Jewish law.
I mean, read Jacob Neusner's books on that.
Yeah, but okay, so you gotta understand though.
Neusner is a Jew, and he totally describes all that shit. I mean, come on.
Cooper, hold on though. Cooper says that they were.
Yeah,
they were
Cooper
simultaneously. Hold on, let me finish my sentence.
Cooper only knows certain aspects.
Hold on, let me finish my sentence. All right. Okay, so Cooper says that that they learned what they encrypted stuff that was the religion of Babylon, but it wasn't to be used as their own religion, just to be known and hidden.
Yeah.
Well, I use it as a car metaphor. I use it as a metaphor. I use a car to describe it.
Danny, look at.
I don't practice Kabbalah, so it doesn't really matter.
Look at Jacob Neusner. He's written 700, 800 books, maybe, to this date. And he's totally discovered what the fuck happened. Yeah, he knows what went on.
What happened with no one?
Jacob Neusner, he's your brother in arms, and blah blah blah. I mean, he's totally discovered what happened. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean exactly.
I mean, it's de rigueur. Like, I mean, come on. I mean, he's talked about it for centuries or
what?
Decades. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what you're alluding to.
I don't know either.
Well, we're talking about Jacob Neusner. He's an expert on Judaism. He's written 700 books on Judaism. Like, I mean, he's the expert on everything. Yeah.
Yeah, because I hold on, somebody wrote something.
You've got to bow down.
Calm down.
Danny, you've got to bow down to Jacob Neusner because he knows what he's talking about. He's talked about everything from X, Y, and Z. Like, he knows what he's talking about.
Not up to X, Y, and Z yet. I still need the A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, but I mean, so you discount his 800 books on
800?
I haven't read one of his books, so I can't discount the other 7.
What the fuck? You haven't read any of the books?
Hold on, before you complain, why don't you bring up some kind of example of... Hold on. Before you complain, why don't you bring up some kind of example of what he writes in the books that you think is factual?
That's what I was asking. I don't even know what I'm like.
You're totally dismiss this guy. He's an expert.
No, we're asking you to say one thing in the book that the fact that is part of the conspiracy that you believe in.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's too late in the morning for this. It's too early in the morning for this.
Oh yeah.
I mean, look at him.
Hold on. What's the? If you look at all these 800 books this guy wrote, you're talking about what's his main point in the book, and how does he back it up?
Yeah, he totally supports the Jewish paradigm. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
A new application of form criticism, a methodology derived from scholars of the New Testament to rabbinic texts, was influential. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, totally. That's what he supports.
Okay, it's said to be the first in the Iranian text. History of the Jews of Babylonia.
Yeah, I mean, that's a key factor. The history of the Jews in Babylonia. Yeah. Nobody talks about that.
I'm sure they do. I mean, the Jews existed in Babylonia for 1,000 years. I mean, Jews create Islam, Christianity, and The Pumbedita Academy existed in Babylonia for 800 years, and the Jewish Reformation happened in Babylonia. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure people have spoken about it.
Yeah,
Danny, what do you think of the whole idea of the secret oral Torah?
About that.
No, there is no secret oral Torah. There can't be a secret. It doesn't make any. If it's a secret oral Torah, then how do people know about it? It's kind of a oxymoron.
No, there is a secret oral Torah,
There's
and
no secret oral Torah.
Jacob talked about it numerous times.
Who did?
Jacob.
Jacob who?
What did he say about it?
Yeah. How can he talk about it if it's a secret, then no one knows about it?
How did he know about it? What did he say?
You can go online and find the entire oral law published. So if you want, I can post you the website. You can read through 73 volumes of rabbis arguing with each other.
Doesn't that contradictory? Like, totally.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? B'nai B'rith. Yeah, B'nai B'rith, I think it's like a Jewish Masonic style. I don't like the B'nai B'rith, and a lot of Orthodox Jews don't. It's a mostly secular thing. But it's too late to get into all of that right now. But yeah, I don't like the ADL. I don't like any of that stuff. But then again, there's a lot of Orthodox Jews are very much against it too, because they think it forces them into a category that they don't want to be in. So
yeah, well, the B'nai B'rith and the ADL are mafia and illuminati, basically.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the B'nai B'rith. You have the Knights of Columbus that are Catholic. You have Orange Men that are Protestant, and then you have B'nai B'rith that are Jewish.
Ultimately, their declarations stand and were verified due to their declarations.
Declarations of what?
The B'nai B'rith is British Israelism. That's
It's
about.
Totally.
But this is interesting. It's got three or four coats with looks like some kind of Air Force coats or something.
Okay, let's throw in the Noahide laws, and let's see where everybody settles down on
What's
that.
your problem with the Noahide laws? I mean, you're not obligated to keep them, so I don't know why you'd be worried. If you choose to, you can. If you don't, you don't. Where do the Noahide laws bother you?
And are they de rigueur? Are they?
What does de rigueur mean?
Come on, Clint. You know.
Well, you gotta understand though, the Templars had Noahide laws as well. So.
Well, I also point out that the term Noahide laws is relatively a modern term, but in Luke Acts.
No.
Well, to be clear, I wasn't condemning the Templars for having Noahide laws.
Well, Paul and James agree that the people who are accepting the Jesus movement or Judaism through the Jesus movement should at least keep. Sure, just a second here. Let me.
Okay. Harry, quit saying bullshit. I muted you. You gotta hear us out here.
Mute me away.
I unmuted you, so just let people talk.
In the New Testament, specifically Acts 15:20-29, the apostles and elders at the Jerusalem councils determined that Gentile converts did not need to follow the full Mosaic law for salvation. Instead, they were instructed to adhere to 4, or sometimes interpreted as 5, essential prohibitions to maintain fellowship with Jewish believers. Things polluted by idols, sexual immorality, things that are strangled, and consuming blood. These requirements, sometimes seen as a reflection of the Noahide laws or basic moral guidelines, were intended to ensure a unity and respect to Jewish sensibilities. And that's an Acts.
Noahide was not mentioned. Noahide laws was not mentioned at all.
The law of the Gentiles, which, as I just said, the term Noahide laws are relatively modern, but the laws of the Gentiles are mentioned in Luke. It's literally Paul and James agree that Gentiles who are converting or at least affiliating with Judaism should at least keep the laws of the Gentiles. the laws of the Gentiles, we would refer to now as the Noahide laws. And,
no.
Which ones of them do you disagree with? Which ones of them do you agree with? You agree with you agree with a prohibition on idolatry?
Yes, but
do you worship the Israel? Do you consider yourself Christian?
No, that doesn't mean I agree with the Noahide.
Why do Catholic churches full of crosses and symbols and Marys and Protestant churches are not? Because Catholic churches were considered idolatry.
I disagree with Mary. I disagree with crosses.
That's not my question. And you would disagree with it because you consider it idolatry because you're Protestant, which is why Protestant churches don't have big pictures of Jesus in them and big Mary statues and cherubs. So technically, you do follow an aspect of the Noahide laws.
No, I don't. No. Disavow.
Okay. So guess what? So then get yourself a statue of Mary. You're all good.
No, I disavow Mary.
Yourself a statue of Jesus hanging on a cross with Inri on top of it.
Disavow it.
Well, then, okay. Then you accept an aspect of the Noahide laws.
No, I don't. No.
Harry's getting a bar mitzvah. He'll change his mind after the bar mitzvah. Harry gets a bar mitzvah.
It's literally in the New Testament. So it's in the Gospels, and it's agreed upon by Paul and James at the Jerusalem Council. So I don't know.
You're extrapolating scripture, and
I just gave you the quote to read it from. I just gave you. It's in Luke Acts.
Yeah, I understand, but
because nothing in the Noahide laws is outside of the laws of is outside the laws of the Old Testament, so of the Torah. So there's nothing in there. What it create courts of justice? Is that something that bothers you? Don't refrain from eating an animal that's been tortured. Is that something that bothers you?
No.
It doesn't bother you? Okay, so then but you don't have to keep them anyway. You're not obligated to. It's only if you choose to affiliate, then then it's recommended that you do if you're going to worship and respect the God of Israel, because that's all he asks of people who do not keep the Mosaic.
Total bullshit. That isn't prescribed in the New Testament at all.
God doesn't say, so wait, it does. It's in Luke Acts. I just read it to you. Does God, let me ask you, if you worship the God of Israel, does the God of Israel not say, do not create idols, do not commit idolatry? Does he not say that?
You're extrapolating and you're confiscating.
I'm extrapolating the 10 Commandments?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I am thy Lord, thou shalt be no Lord in your name, keep the day. Do not bear false witness, do not commit adultery, do not steal, do not take the name of, okay, so, and let's see, let's see where God says, don't commit idolatry. Let's see, don't.
Yeah, seems legit.
Idolatry is a sin. Oh wait, that's from Christian. Let's get it from the Old Testament. I want to get it from the Torah. The first thing that comes up is Christian.
You can't do it.
Exodus, you shall not commit adultery.
Okay. We're going back to Exodus.
Well, yeah, you do follow the Old Testament, and that's what you call it, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so then what do you have a problem with Exodus?
I don't.
Okay. The primary commandment forbidding the worship of other gods or making images, that's Exodus 20. Leviticus 9, do not turn to idols, make for yourselves any gods of cast metal. Oh, even in 1 Corinthians. Hey, 1 Corinthians, therefore, my beloved, flee from idolatry.
Yeah.
And go to here, 1 John 5:21, little children, keep yourselves from idols. Colossians 3:5 defines idolatry broadly as instructing to put to death earthly desires, such as covetousness, which is idolatry. idolatry is forbidden because God is a jealous God, demanding exclusive loyalty, and idols are described as worthless creations that cannot profit. So, I don't know. I don't know why you have a problem with idolatry.
I don't know what your problem with that is, because I totally...
I'm perfectly happy without committing idolatry. But you seem to have a problem with committing idolatry because you said that you have a problem with the Noahide law. So I asked what part of the Noahide laws upset you, and I suggested idolatry. And idolatry clearly forbidden.
Equate the Noahide laws with idolatry, and I disagree.
What about? Well, no, it's in the.
Saying they were against them.
Yes, the Noahide laws say don't commit idolatry because you're committing to the God of Israel, who's a jealous God, without keeping the full Mosaic law. And the God of Israel, which is who you worship, if you're Christian, unless you're a Marcionite, in which case, fine.
The Noahide laws. Nothing.
Which Noahide law? Which Noahide law?
No, nothing. Nothing to do with it.
He's wanting you to give an example of a Noahide law that you think is bad. Speaking of idolatry, the eggs.
I don't.
That's a little bizarre.
I don't worship.
I listen to
I don't worship the cross. Nothing like that.
Great, you're doing good. So then, what part of the Noahide laws would bother you?
And you're totally wrong on the other aspect. Totally.
So you're saying that Corinthians is wrong. You're saying that Colossians is wrong.
No,
you're saying
that the Bible is wrong. You're totally abnegating
that the book of John, which is the last gospel to have been written, most anti-Jewish, is wrong.
Abnegating the book of John. Totally.
You're saying totally too much.
All right, here, let's go through them together. Establish courts of justice.
Who is this guy that we're talking? Is this Dan?
Yeah. He's trying to clarify. You said you don't like the Noahide laws. He's trying to ask you which Noahide law is one that you don't like.
I disagree with all the Noahide laws.
Okay, but he just went over some and you said they're okay.
Do not curse God. Do not curse God. Do not worship idols. Do not commit murder. Is that something you'll have a problem with? Do not commit sexual immorality. Do not steal. And do not eat a limb from a living animal.
Yeah, but
bother you.
You're framing this in a certain framework that I don't accept.
What do you mean? He's trying to figure out what you don't like about them.
I'm sure you're like, which of the Noahide laws bother you? Which is the one that you would like to discuss?
I hate the idea of Noahide laws, and I hate the fact that you fucking
the idea of them. What is
trying to determine
what
fuck we should worship. You're full of shit. Totally full of shit.
Well, no. You choose to worship the God of Israel. Stop. You choose to, unless you're a Marcionite, which may be what you want to be.
Okay.
What's a Marcionite?
Marcionite, you being a fucking Judaizer. Totally.
I'm a Judaizer. I don't deny that. But are you a Marcionite? If you're a Marcionite, then that's totally fine too. You worship two gods. Oh no, you worship one God, but you believe in two.
Fuck you, Judaizer, because I didn't. I did not. Totally.
Hey, I don't think you understand the question. What is the part of the Noahide law that you don't like? And if you don't like the whole thing,
he just doesn't like the word.
Explain why. Because I don't understand.
Jesus isn't really. It's not. Well,
neither.
It's not that Jesus would be considered an idol, because unless you make an idol of him, but
I deny Noahide laws because they are antichrist.
So
what? Well, which one do you think is evil? That's what we're trying to ask
and just
you.
Just to remind you, you're not obligated to keep them. So you're not obligated at all to keep them. If you want to go and make an idol, if you want to go eat from a living animal, nobody's going to stop you. But if you worship the God of Israel, but you don't want to keep the Mosaic law, then as according to Luke Acts, you should probably, that's all that they think you're required to keep. And that's Paul and James talking at the Jerusalem Council. Luke Acts 15.
Yeah, I think you're mistaken. Terribly wrong.
I might be. I might just be.
Well, I think he sounds pretty accurate. I don't understand what you have against this Noahide law thing. I don't understand.
Excuse me, that you're not obligated to keep. Not obligated to keep these Noahide laws, by the way. Nobody's obligated to them.
You'd follow Noahide laws, Clint? I mean, that's where you're fucked. Totally.
Well, I don't even know what it is, but I just, he said a couple of them and they didn't sound terrible.
Yeah, I understand. They sound reasonable, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I mean, that thing about eating a limb off from a living animal, that's you definitely wouldn't want to do that. That's fucked up.
I mean, and then there's also the fact that you don't have to keep them. So if you want to go get a lamb, cut its leg off and eat it while keeping it alive, nobody's stopping you. There's no law against it. Nobody's going to break. There's no Jewish Gestapo that can break into your barnyard,
Well, if the apocalypse happens here, he's got a giant thing of frogs, and then he's gonna cut one leg off the frog, so the frog's leg will grow back, and then he can eat infinite frog legs. That's why he's against it.
I love frogs. Yeah.
That is a weird joke.
Yeah, it is a weird joke, but I love frogs. I don't know. I mean, I refused to take biology 10 because I thought they were going to dissect frogs. So I refused to do it because I couldn't dissect frogs. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Never mind.
We had to dissect sheep's eyes in second grade.
My biology teacher pulled out pig lungs in the middle of class. We all almost fainted from the stench.
Yeah, I know. There was a certain class that you had to take, and you had to dissect a cow's stomach. Like, come on, that's gross as shit. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Adam
and
Eve would have required two. Well, that's because they didn't have the law yet. The law was given at Mount Sinai, so a little while after Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
They were only instructed to do one thing, and they screwed that up. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Dan,
you were trying to fuck me up on
what?
But I mean, what's your continuation on this topic?
What topic?
About
the Noahide laws.
No, not about dissecting, but I mean about what we were talking about earlier. Yeah.
I think basically he got to the Jesuits part.
No, not Jesuits. He was trying to tell me that I should accept a certain understanding about X, Y, and Z, which I wasn't willing to accept.
Well, don't worry, Harry. Your tiny hat's in the mail.
Hat's in the mail. Nice.
We're converting, yeah. No.
Who's giving it to me? Wow. Wow. Oh, you're no, you were talking about tiny tiny
hat.
You were talking about how I couldn't understand X, Y, and Z.
No, we were just asking you what you didn't like about which particular part of the Noahide law that you didn't like.
Oh yeah, the Noahide.
Enlightened, my friend.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's get back to the Noahide laws. What are the Noahide laws, Joe shit? Like, what are these fucking Noahide
Well, I
laws?
mean, he just went over some. They were basically like Ten Commandments type stuff.
There's seven of them. Establish courts of justice. Don't curse God. Do not worship idols. Do not commit murder. Do not commit sexual immorality. Do not steal. And do not eat the limb of a living animal.
Yeah, those are all pretty fair.
Seems reasonable, no? I mean, if you want to keep them, which you're not obligated to.
Do you think that would pass in North America right now?
What do you mean? I'm pretty sure everybody would be cool with it.
I mean, most people.
I don't think so.
Which one would pass in America? I mean, you can't tell people not to practice religion, so it's not something that you're obligated to. So it doesn't matter whether, I mean, idolatry, I could imagine, because you're more than welcome to worship the statue of in America, but nobody's stopping you from doing that, and nobody ever will. So, yeah. So, I mean,
yeah,
I don't think most people are gonna. That's freedom of speech.
Where was our conflict?
I don't know. Tell me. You were the one who had
to figure it out.
Oh. Okay. Conan. Nice.
Well, you said you didn't like something, but you won't tell us what specifically you don't like about it.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. What am I gonna say?
Well, I mean, at this point,
5:30 in the morning, and so you tell me.
I mean,
I'm gonna start going off.
There's certain things I agree with totally. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I just want to smoke one more joint. These Epsteins are so boring.
I mean, but I think the platform that we have to subscribe to the Noahide laws, that's a different
where are you forced to keep them?
It's a different kettle of wax that needs to be discussed. Yeah.
Well, let's discuss it.
No different.
Keep them. Who's obligating you to keep them?
It's just like an extended version of the Ten Commandments. I mean,
it's for people who wish to worship the God of Israel without keeping the full Mosaic law, because only Jews are obligated to keep the full Mosaic law.
It's the triune God that's revealed in Scripture as God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. I have no problem with that. No problem.
Great. Nobody does. But that was Tertullian, by the way.
Nobody does? Really? Wow.
I mean, we may not follow it, but there are Unitarian Christians as well who don't believe in it.
Yeah, those are the
Tertullian, by the way, who created the Trinity. It wasn't revealed in Scripture. It was revealed through Tertullian, Church Father. He was the one who created the term the Trinity.
Tertullian didn't know fuck all.
Tertullian definitely did, because you're following his teaching.
No, I'm not following him at all. No.
You follow? Okay. Okay.
I mean, you said that nobody would have a problem acknowledging the Trinity throughout Scripture. So I agree with that.
I would have a problem with it because I don't keep it and I don't believe in it, but it's not my business what you do.
Yeah, you got a problem. Yeah.
Well, I think the Trinity is some kind of perversion of language. In reality, I think there was 4 symbols, if there was any.
Oh, come on,
Yeah,
Clint.
well, no, because the Greek Holy Spirit word is. Hold on, the Greek's Holy Spirit word. Hold on, the Greek word for Holy Spirit is not Holy Spirit. It's Holy Breath or Holy Air.
Oh, is that equivalation or what?
Well, consider it like the breath of God.
Yeah, is that being quibbling? Like, come on, Clint.
Well, the mainstream religions all pervert the
No,
story.
you pervert it, Clint.
No, I'm looking for the original. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
you're quibbling. You're quibbling on.
I don't know what quibbling means.
The Holy Spirit. Come on.
The word itself, the etymology, you read it in the Greek, it's
no.
a different story.
I'm agreeing with you totally, and you're expostulating exactly what I'm saying. The breath of God. Come on.
Yeah, like the fire of God, the water of God.
Yeah, totally.
It's interesting that the earth.
So, what do you think, commentator?
Well, I think it's all a symbol of
No,
the 4 elements.
I'm talking to our commentator. Whatever his name is.
Danny?
Me?
No, not Danny. I don't know. This is an imaginary commentator that's discussing it with us.
The pink elephant? Okay.
Maybe Pedro. Whatever.
Wow.
Yeah,
But
so I
also,
can one more joint.
Julian was anti-Marcion. He wrote 5 books against Marcion, written in 207 or 208. I didn't know that. Invaluable for gauging the early Christian view of Gnosticism to Julian.
yeah, we're up against Marcion. Yeah.
Oh, I spell his name wrong. I spell it as it's with an O, not an A. Whoops. Oh God, I wrote M-A-R-C. I usually spell it M-A-R-C-I-A-N. It's apparently M-A-R-C-I-O-N.
It's okay. It's okay. Marcion, I understand.
Damn.
I've read
so much weed.
I've read against Marcion. I've read him.
Oh yeah.
Logos.
Yeah, so well, Harry's Jesus doesn't have the sign of Jonah, so Harry's worshiping the Antichrist anyways.
Well, you gotta do something.
Are you seriously thinking that? Like, oh God.
I told that to Andrew Wilson to try to get him to come on to argue.
I mean, his wife knows totally that I don't support the Antichrist.
Well, I mean, if your Jesus don't have the sign of Jonah, you do.
Oh, bullshit. I mean, Andrew Wilson's wife, what's her name?
Oh yeah. I argued with her about it. She didn't understand the argument, but she's a nice lady.
She knows totally that I support Christianity and I support Andrew.
Even the elect will be fooled, Harry.
Rachel and I are totally twined. Rachel and I love each other. Yeah. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating, sir. I mean,
calm down. You don't have to comment.
Rachel and I are in the same mental space. Yeah, totally.
The followers of the Antichrist. No, I'm just joking.
What the heck? You asshole.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have the 3 days, 3 nights of Jonah. I mean,
oh, fuck off. Fuck off.
That's a big.
Fuck off,
That's the sign. I mean,
fuck off, Clint. Fuck off, Clint.
I mean, a lawyer technicality is. I love technicalities. Technically.
No, not technically. Technically, Rachel and I are on the same page. Totally.
The Antichrist worship.
Well, fuck off, Clint. Oh, fuck. Oh, your comedy is so...
Comedy? What?
Comedy is so supreme. I hope other people understand it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The what was I getting at?
I have a hard time myself understanding it because
it's all very simple. I mean,
yeah,
it's very apparent.
Is it very apparent? Very apparent. Holy shit!
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that Satan tattoo on your arm. Yeah.
Wow, look at my tattoo. Whoa! Holy shit! There it is. What the fuck? Holy shit!
Calm down.
I'm joking.
Oh, your joke sucked. Well, I wasn't joking. Okay,
I don't believe in tattoos, so.
Well, I'm at the Antichrist part. Yeah.
Well, she and I are Rachel and I, whatever.
Yeah, when you took the Faustian pact.
We did the Faustian pact, and I made this pact with Rachel that with this third party, I guess. I mean, you can't do it between two individuals. You have to do it with this third individual. So, fuck. Okay, enough of this shit. Yeah.
I got my last joint here.
I hope you don't. I hope you don't send this to Rachel because Rachel will shit her pants.
Well, I gotta get Andrew on here somehow to argue.
Yeah, Andrew will shit his pants.
Well, I mean, there's really no argument. I mean,
yeah, he'll say, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Well, I mean, you didn't see that trending about people hating on Jay Dyer, did you?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Oh, they were very upset with something he was saying. They were calling him all sorts of names, but I don't remember what. I don't even know what the argument was about. I was trying to figure it out, but couldn't. I don't know.
Well, I gotta talk to Jamie.
Well, I asked her about it, but I don't think she texted back.
Yeah, Jamie doesn't talk too much unless Yeah. Jamie's very circumspect. I mean, she's a good. She knows when to respond and when not to respond. Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, I want to.
Link's good.
Oh, I can't do
Wait,
this
is Danny
right
still
now.
there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Your screen froze.
Oh.
You've heard us talking about Jay and Jamie and shit like that.
I clicked for a second, so I wasn't really listening in.
Okay.
I just wanted to comment something on Twitter quick.
Yeah. Jay, I've known Jay for 20 years. I've known Jamie for, I don't know, 15, maybe 15 years. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So, good that there is.
Right. Let's see. Yeah, there's not a lot of stuff going on with these stupid Epstein pictures.
What the fuck? Like, should I don't know. What's oh, I'm fucking on Amazon for some reason.
Oh yeah, you were looking for that book, but it's on eBay.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm back to the shit show. The shit show.
Well, so I guess I forgot what note we should end the show on.
Yeah. A good note.
Oh, smash that like button. I always feel weird when I say that.
Holy shit, 24 watching now. Started streaming 7 hours ago. What the fuck? 7 hours? 7 hours of bullshit? We're talking bullshit for 7 hours? And people are listening to this shit? Wow.
I mean, 2 hours of it was Jordan Maxwell.
I know. Yeah. And they're listening to us. 20 some people are listening to us about our bullshit shit show right now. Like, come on, people. Do you have a life? Come on.
Oh, that's pretty harsh.
Wake up.
I remember what I was going to do.
Wake up, people.
There we go.
You have a life. Get on with your life. Come on.
Okay, then we.
What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, I know someone posted a thing complaining about a rabbit pushing through a tight space, and I just had to explain how whiskers work.
Whiskers. I like that. Whiskers.
Well, I mean, they got them for a reason. What the hell? Now the screen just went psychedelic.
Yeah, this is the infinite glitch I found with the YouTube.
Wow, this is a nice. I like how that works out on the.
It's like different universes because I can't see my hand in the second one. So is this like
it's on a delay. Yeah, now you can hold your hand up.
Oh, this is like different dimensions.
Yeah, I figured out this glitch the other night when I was sitting here.
Like hello.
Oh, this reminds me of hello. Is it Captain Seal? No, not Captain Seal.
I don't know. I think I'm the only one that figured out this glitch online. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah.
We'll have men in black suits show up to your house.
Hello.
I crashed the YouTube server. No.
Or that.
Hello. Well, no, it's not Captain Neil, but it's what's her name? Karen Carpenter. Karen Carpenter. Hello, hello. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm familiar with that one.
Well, Karen Carpenter is the epistemic 70s diva that everybody loved. Yeah.
Oh, like, was she in the Carpenters?
Yeah, the Carpenters. Yeah. Yeah.
They did that 1408 soundtrack.
I'm on the top of the world and everything is beautiful. Blah, 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 blah. And muskrat love.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure if I push this, will it appear on that screen?
Oh, I wish I was on your fucking live chat bullshit thing so I could post some memes and shit like that. But apparently I'm outlawed because the owner of the channel doesn't have.
All right, we've been over this a million times.
Yeah, the owner of the channel doesn't have control over what shows up on chat, and I can't even chat. Even if I respond to people in the chat, like JJ, like I tried to respond to JJ.
Well, we've already been over this. I can't reverse it. I don't know how to. So
yeah,
it's either me or Damon, whatever.
You know how to reverse it.
I do not know how to reverse it. I googled it like crazy.
and people like Sabrina, I never see her chats. Never see her chats at all. I don't know what happened to Sabrina. Sabrina's totally blocked me for some reason. Why does Sabrina hate me? I don't know. Like,
all right. Well, there's no point in worrying about it all the time.
Sabrina? Because Sabrina shows up on Jamie's show, and I've never blocked her. I've never touched her anyway. And I'm a moderator. I'm a moderator on Jamie's channel, and I could block Sabrina if I wanted to, but I never do that. I mean, because I love Sabrina. I love all these people. I love them all. Like, fuck, why are they blocking me? Yeah.
Well, I got the screen moving crazy. I don't know why it's so amusing.
Okay. Tiny Violin by Pedro. Thank you so much, Pedro. I think you're being a bit over shit. Over shit.
Conversations happening in another dimension. They are absolutely freaking out right now. Just watching their screen move around, and they're not sure why.
Totally. I mean, come on, people. I mean, if I can't talk to people, I mean, how can people talk back to me? I mean, they spout messages and I can't respond to them.
Oh, you're still worried about that. All right, well, which 1 a.m. shit together. See which one will fill up first.
No, that's a serious problem. I think that's a serious problem. But what you don't.
Well, you're able to talk, so you don't have to type.
Yeah, but you don't give a shit about it, so I don't know.
Well, I give a shit, because otherwise I wouldn't have spent 5 hours Googling it.
Oh, I know, I understand. I understand. But it still pisses me off. Totally pisses me off. Because, you know, if you can't interact with the chat, I mean, that's part of the shit show that we have to deal with. And if you can't interact with chat, like, what's the point of anything? I know. Yeah.
Whoa. I thought I heard a noise or something. Nope, I don't think it was anything.
Yeah, so I'm gonna. Wow. Look at this. Look at this situation. Like, I mean, what does that tell you?
That I found the infinite combo. The glitch combo.
Yeah. It's a weird situation. Anyways.
Well, it's like, what's going on with the screen right now with this glitch? If somebody figured out a glitch and they asked the glitch to the AI, the AI would like have a meltdown. An infinite repeating combo. That's how hackers make programs.
Okay, fucking Pedro says you ought to feel fortunate that Clint, you're back on. Clint is very forgiving. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off, Pedro. Come on, Pedro.
Get with the program? Is that what you're going to say? I'm just kidding.
I'm saying, Pedro, fuck off. I mean, you realize Clint wants me on this channel? I mean, fuck. I'm gonna dissolve right now. Is if that's okay with you, Clint?
Dissolve.
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 Yeah.
I forgot I bought a pack of clove cigarettes earlier.
Oh, cigarettes. Yeah,
no,
I smoke those.
Jarums. They got an interesting buzz. They're really harsh though. I smoked I smoked half of one. And it was like, whoa, that's harsh. I mean, it tastes good though.
Yeah, they're pretty good cigarettes. Yeah, totally. Should I dissolve? Should I say fuck everybody? You know, what pisses me off is I can't interact with the chat.
You know what pisses me off?
You think it's funny? You think it's funny?
Oh, sorry.
You think it's funny?
Well, I mean, it wasn't at first, but you keep bringing it up. So. Calm down. I'm just joking.
You think it's funny? So I say, fuck. Good night. Because it pisses me off that I mean, you won't let me respond to the people in the chat properly.
I don't have any power over it. I told you.
No, that's bullshit. You're the owner
the
of the
God's
channel.
honest truth.
You're the owner of the channel. How can you not have control over it?
Well, I didn't see your name on any of the blacklists.
Okay.
So there's no way I can unblock you if I can't.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, I'm not lying. I mean.
You may not be lying, but I think you're full of shit.
What? Well, I'm not lying. Yeah, so Now the infinite glitch is in a L shape.
I mean, what does that tell you? If you don't own your own channel, like, what the heck?
What do you mean?
You think it's funny?
What? I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm laughing.
Yeah, obviously you think it's funny. Whatever.
Well, I'm not trying to give you a hard time or anything. Man, last time it started turning orange on the screen, and then it's not doing it this time. I'm not sure why. Whoa. Yeah, this is the longest podcast in history. Oh wait, where'd Harry go? Oh, he disappeared. He's fading. No, I can still see him in the background. Hey, Harry.
In the other dimension, or I'm like, what the hell? You know, like the Nile.
He went to where they went in Superman 3.
Yeah.
No.
I'm fading.
Somebody, I was watching the Family Guy where they mentioned that when it first came out, like the first season, and they had a joke like that with the mirror flying through space, and they were trapped in it, and nobody in the room seen that Superman. I'm just laughing. They're like, we don't get it. It's like, finally, I get a joke that you don't get.
Old Family Guy was legendary. Then it became syndicated.
Yeah, it's definitely better than the older ones.
No, because we lost Americana when everything had to become syndicatable, and
It'd be funny if it was like super high definition, so you could see like really far into the screen.
Yeah. That's
Let's see. Oh. Yep. Yeah, you definitely won the argument with Harry. He's like, well, what are the Noahide laws? Like, we just sent them to you. Like,
I mean, what I just say, just be Marcionites. I mean, for crying out loud, just reignite Marcionism. You know, I mean, we don't have much information about it. What's up?
I'm not sure what Marcionism is. Just some kind of.
Marcion was actually Paul is supposed to be the remnant of Marcion, the only remnant of Marcionism that survived. It basically said that there's two gods. There's the creator God of the Old Testament, and now there's the new God that Jesus was a part of, and that you should reject the God of the New Testament and only worship the God that Jesus. So there's a creator God, and then there's a Jesus God, and so which basically means there's two gods. So you go to two gods instead, and Marcion was actually very, very popular. People really liked it because it was like, but it opened up the way to Gnosticism, but
Paul is preaching the man is God stuff.
Yeah, well, Paul is preaching a completely different, he's completely different gospel, than Jesus, So, but that's no offense, but that's like when I talk to a lot of Christians, I realize they don't understand where Jesus starts and ends, where Paul starts and ends, and then where the Council of Nicaea starts and ends. So it's like, and then of course you get the Reformation starts and ends, so it's like, it's kind of tough, but it's like, I feel like, listen, if you don't want to worship the God of Israel, then don't. Then worship something else. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, one of those things was, I don't remember what it was, but it was definitely fully indicting Constantine, or not indict. What? Yeah, was it
indictment, Constantine?
Yeah, because it was like he was pushing the what the fuck was that called? Basically, he was perverting the Christianity.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't try to I don't usually go out of my way. Like the other night, I got into it in a Christian, like in a debate group over with Christians and versus Jews, and oh my God, this woman was awful. Oh my God, all she did was scream and talk about how she's going to heaven and all this other stuff, and it's like, and then there was this other guy there who he got so mad, all he could do is ask me about my voice, and I'm like, he asked me if I was gay because of my voice. And I'm like, bro, you're literally in a group. We're sitting here talking about the Bible, and the only thing you can come up with to ask my sexuality, I'm like, that's pretty fucking gay, my dude. Like, I don't go around asking men their sexuality, like it's not something that I do. And it's because I don't care. I'm like, how wrong are you that you have to, that this is where you go to? And it's like, honestly speaking, if my voice was something that I was insecure about, why the fuck would I be belting it out for the whole world to hear? Whether it's on the news, in front of the city council, on podcasts, on interviews. I mean, I don't give a shit what my voice sounds like. And I've never had another man ask me about my sexuality in a conversation. So I told him, like, I think you're a little gay, my dude. But that was a shit show, because there was one woman there, she would not stop screaming. She wasn't even drunk.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I like put this joint out and relit it. The cherry was like falling all out and shit. Yeah. People probably don't hear New York accents too often.
No, I have a soft voice, and it's like I'm okay with that. I have a soft voice. I have a lisp. So it's like, I get it. But if I was insecure about myself, I wouldn't be putting my name, my face, my voice, and every other piece of information about me out there for the world to see,
Oh yeah. Yeah, the
insecurities typically don't do that. So, but it was just because he couldn't answer. I got him in a bunch of corners, and he couldn't get out of them. So he had to resort to pejoratives and ad homs. And I'm like, bro, I guess that,
yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's pretty lame.
I don't really go around challenging Christians on what they believe, because I don't care what people believe. It's not my business, and as long as you're not bothering anybody or hurting anybody, I don't care. And even if you were, there was very little I can do about it anyway, so it doesn't really make much of a difference,
Oh, yeah. Well, I think Harry's just lost. You didn't meet the British dude before, but he was always saying stuff, and it was like he was arguing that he had the right to be racist. It's like, well, I guess you do, but when your own daughters have, like Hindu or whatever, it's like, why would you want to demonstrate that in front of your own? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, where does the line get drawn? It's the same thing with that other podcast with that black lawyer who his daughter was half white, and he's like, oh well, and he was all for just saying all sorts of racial slurs and stuff, and then it was like he the argument got started with that Colin Kaepernick dude or whatever, and it was like he was, because I was like, well, I don't even think that guy's black. I can't prove that he's black because I don't know who his father is, and that but so then the dude's like, he shows me some of his family or whatever who's half white, but they look like they're completely white, and I'm like, okay, I accept your evidence, and then so he I don't remember what happened, but he was him or his friend were making fun of me because they said it was part native. It's like, well, where does the, you guys want me to respect what you talk about, but then you call me native racial slurs, and it's like, what the fuck? What kind of double standard is this? It's pretty ridiculous because the dude claimed he was not racist, but he's actually one of the most racist people I've ever met.
Yeah, that's one of those. I think there was a Maury episode about that once where this like Nazi skinhead hooked up with a black girl, and it's like, I think you might be the father, and he comes on all skinheaded out, and I'm just like, and he was just like, no, this can't be right, and it's like, sorry, bud, but yeah, people got. I mean, they're pushing it on everybody. That's the whole thing. They're like, they're trying to get everybody riled up and racist, and because they want to pop off with it,
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, it's definitely Well, I don't understand this glitch on the screen. It's like the duck head is repeating on the left side of the right side, but the right column doesn't have a duck head on it. Well, oh wait, I guess that would be
a different dimension.
Oh, okay, I'm stoned. Yeah, the duck head would be the chat separate from the screen, but since it's yeah, okay, I'm stoned. It's different on my screen on the right.
Like Jerry Springer and Maury were staged. Yeah, they were staged. That's true. But when I was 15 years old, I was like, "Oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever! What the fuck?" Well, Jerry Springer was. I mean, yeah, it was definitely staged. But I don't know. I know they paid people to come on the show, but then again, they were such trashy people. They would take $20 to freaking sell out their mom. So
yeah,
we are producing. I gotta try. I gotta see if I can sign in on this next time. If I could just.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. He disappeared. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. I accidentally I went to point at it and be like, remember to log in next time. Then I clicked the login button and it knocked me out. But
yeah,
I'm probably gonna
play
it.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired too. It's funny how it shuffles through. The glitch does. Infinite duck heads.
Well, that's a that's it's like when it's like supposedly like if you look into like 100 mirrors, like you'll start seeing like other universes and stuff, other dimensions.
Yeah. I need to play a video like this.
Well, it does look like an 80s music video. Like it'd be like something, they should write an 80s song and then use this as like the music video or like variations of this.
Yeah. If you squint your eyes, it kind of looks like a hallway.
Proves the flat earth. Actually, it does. It's exactly how it works. That's actually really funny. Like how perception works. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I bet you that you've just opened up YouTube in other universes.
But well, I've speculated about like making so like the idea of making a virtual computer inside of a virtual computer infinitely.
A virtual computer inside of
Yeah, it wouldn't. It seems dumb in a way, but it's in a way it's like you're taking like a graph. Imagine like a linear graph XYZ, and you're creating an A or something where it's like another dimension basically, and that it's not necessarily going anywheres, but it's new paved ground kind of thing. Like I don't know. It's like in the Magic card game.
Yeah.
It's like the whole point of the game is to try to figure out stuff that infinitely glitches.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the game is to, and so like, because once you get the glitch in, all of a sudden the whole thing is just, it's over.
Yeah.
And I mean, if we could figure out, like the glitch and the conspiracy, and we'd have the infinite meme combo of. Because I mean, that's the thing about conceptualized models of reality. They can be broken with glitches.
Oh man.
Yeah, Todd's probably gonna laugh at this episode, this empire. Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna probably call it a night in a minute because it's getting pretty late, and it's already 6 a.m. and this is my first day off in a while, and I still got a lot of shit to do because it is my first day off, and
We'll take it easy.
You too, guys. Have a wonderful night. Oh, guys, to everybody in the chat, thank you again for the invite, and I'll see you again next time. Maybe we'll catch Harry while he's sober.
Don't forget to wave to your infinite self.
Oh yeah, I gotta wave to all my other. I like how it goes. It's like hello, 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 hello. The infinite void. Maybe in one of them I still have my hair.
But
that'll be funny. It's like if you remember there's that Simpsons episode where they have that magic, whatchamacallit,
toupee.
No. It's the one. What is it? Where like you put between the trees and you to lay on it. The fuck is the word for that? It's like a sheet that you put between the trees and you can
a hammock.
A hammock, and it's like a magic hammock, and every time he spins in it, it spits out a clone of him, and then it starts spitting out. He starts doing it like infinitely, and it starts spitting out all these different clones that are now a little off. Like there's like a Family Guy one. There's like one of them looks like Peter Griffin. One of them is like the old him. One of like different versions of him start popping out. Of Homer Simpson. That's what it's like. It looks like. Ooh, look at that. Can you play Street Fighter? Hammock. Thank
Street
you.
Fighter. Yeah, that'd be funny to put Street Fighter on the screen.
Alrighty. Have a good night, everybody. Be safe and be well. Talk to you again soon. Later, Clint.
Peace.
Peace.
Alright, I guess word from our sponsor. Big lighters. Don't leave home without one. Yeah, this is the longest podcast in existence. All right, I'm going to sleep after this roach. I mean, it's pretty much toast already. I'm surprised the screen didn't start turning orange like last time. It turned all orange. I tried to wait it out and make it see if it would go orange, like the full screen, but except for my picture or whatever, but it didn't. I mean, it went pretty far though. I mean, that's. Ugh. Yeah, I definitely smoked too much weed tonight. I need to. Usually I don't smoke this much weed when I'm not podcasting. But yeah, I'm definitely going to sleep. It'd be funny if the audio also like echoed or something. Yeah, it's funny how it all moves like that. Like the glitch is funny because it's like, I don't know. It seems like it would work different. I mean, I know there's a delay, I guess. So I guess the delay is why it's not all the same. It's just a weird glitch. Alright, well, I guess I'm going to sleep. Alright, peace out. Infinite glitch.